try to creep like I. Oh, now I be don't bite me. Killer don't out, ignite my horns and glow. Let a vet rub a bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, down my cavalry. Sandman point you down to me. Hashtag make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quota. I do smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so pleasant. Those for the day, go catch your boss. Security turn green, cause I never lost. Fuck everything over up the guard. Left putting through my index, push pause. No, you can't talk, I'm smearing me. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready for me, about amusing me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, folks. It's Thirsty Thursday, and I'm actually a little bit cooked right now. I just realized it's Thursday, October 3rd. 2024, 11:39 a.m. and I am a little late, and I apologize, but I'll explain to you exactly why I'm a little late. Okay. In the personal news side of things, I will explain to you exactly why I'm late, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news for all the parasocialists out there. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And I'm just realizing that it's going to be a difficult day for me right off the jump. And then it has something to do with what I did on my personal news time. Last night I ended the broadcast. Ended the broadcast. After what, like 8.5 hours, you know, short stream, half day. You already know I'm quitting. Second car, no. Do you own 3 shirts? I haven't worn this in a minute. What are you talking about? No. I've been going 10-hour days this week, like a lot. 10 hours, 11 hours, you know, doing a lot. But that's not the issue. The issue is, last night I ended the broadcast. I watched, I almost finished Wano. We got like 1 episode left. It's fucking sick. I wish like the last 30 episodes of Wano were the entire episodes of Wano. It's so goddamn good. I'm so goddamn invested again. And all that stuff is great. And then I went to sleep. I woke up early to go ball out. And I had a bunch of my buddies show up to ball the freak out. And let me tell you, okay, personal news wise, I mean, it was incredible. The boy is wet, okay? They call me the sharpshooter out here. I am a 3-point merchant, dude. I'm a 3-point bandit. Okay, look at this. I mean, here you go. I had like... I had a bunch of buddies out there, including Nice Wig, who drove 48 minutes over to the fucking court to get his shit cooked, you know? Push. Absolutely destroying. Got to transition to the range game when you get older. Bro, I'm telling you, I'm out of control. I still haven't seen non-doctored footage of you dunking. Yeah, I couldn't dunk today, so. Surprised Ted wasn't there. Yeah, Ted's been slacking a little bit. Last couple of events. Will you be joining Kai in a career pivot as a professional basketball player? Yeah, the difference between Kai and I is that like I'm not 5'4". So if I played against like 13-year-olds, that shit would look crazy. When he plays against 13-year-olds, like it kind of looks, not only does it look normal, but it kind of looks bad for Kai. Like I saw an 8-year-old body him Like I saw an 8-year-old come up from behind and block the shit out of him, dude. And then he did this like after. On top of his corpse, basically. That shit was fucked up. No fit check on Insta today? Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot to post my fit check on my Insta. I'll do that too. Anyway. But fire shirt return. Thank you. I love this one. This is my Aka Inu shit. But anyway, while I was playing, Brandel, who's very good, right there, he was going up from a reverse, going up for a layup, and on that reverse, he elbowed me directly in the throat, and my throat has been hurting since then. And at the time, it didn't like, it was whatever, it didn't bother me, but now I'm like, shit, it's like kind of hard to talk, and it was even hard to like drink. Well, it'll be all right. Hi, Kaya. Will you tell her she's good, please? Thanks. She knows she's good. She was hanging out with my mom. She was hanging out with my mom all morning. Anne? Wow. Speak of the devil. Anne, I got you coffee. Yeah. Yeah, she was with Dr. Anne all morning. No screaming then? Yeah. It's right there, yeah. You can come and get it. Yeah, yeah. Her shift has started. Her shift is being a good girl right there. It's official. I've witnessed the first use of Hezbollah in the wild. Copy and paste. What, like out in the real world? Like, you know, a person that's that extremely online that exhibited the bravery to go outside. That's cool, I guess. Anyone question, why do you call your mom by her first name? What? I don't. Anne means mom in Turkish. Her name is Sedef. New thirst talk you need to see. I don't know about this new thirst talk, but I saw a thirst talk that I reposted. That shit had like literally 2 million views and like 400,000 likes. That shit was crazy. Don't get her to watch this fucking stream, because you might not have a girlfriend after. I need that kind of motion for me. How are you even supposed to wear this? The fuck did we get here? Oh, we were talking about Israel. Just this feminine beta wears more jewelry than my girlfriend. We know you don't have a girlfriend. And if you do, did you hear Biden's new red line? Brother, Biden's red lines are just red promises, okay? Was it this one? It did major.
My girlfriend is in New York City for school right now. Yeah. Please keep her safe.
Not this one. You don't want that.
Back to the kitty 'cause it's kind of pretty.
It's not even this one. There's another one that has 400,000 likes, bro. I reposted it this morning. I could not believe it. I didn't even see it. I just hit it with a like and I reposted it. But yeah, you got to use this. I know, Megaphonics. I have it. I'm going to use that as a blast off pick. Stop linking it. Is it this one? I don't know. Oh, yeah, it is this one. This one. Dude, look at this. It has 388,000 likes in one day. What is going on right now?
Still, I'm telling you right now.
kissing that Diet Coke was so like, I didn't know it had that much mileage. Like it's a real genuine moment from that protest where I'm like unironically starving for a Diet Coke, and I get it, and I get so excited. You know? Did you see this one? Okay, we're done with the. I did see this one, yes. We watched it yesterday. Okay, we're what is this? Has anyone shown what happened today on OTK's top streamer Finale? No. Okay, we're done with the fan cams. All right, we're done. This is what Ted's been doing instead of balling. Yeah, he's been. I don't know what, like, he is a TikTok goat, dude. Wait, why don't I follow Ted? What the fuck? He is the TikTok legend, dude. Look at this shit. Look at that. He's got 10 million. He uses maximum brain power on his fucking TikToks. I, on the other hand, use no brain power on my TikToks. It sucks. It was bad. Man, I don't care. Nope, don't even pay it any attention. Just drama stirs. Yeah. Why is the Motaz interview so poorly edited? Is it? Probably because we wanted to be first to market. Bro, all you do is repost stream clips. That's why. Yeah, but they would be like, it's so funny you say that because like now we have a HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. Now you have a HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex that's also like operating simultaneously to my TikTok. And every now and then I'll see one of those clips. They go crazy viral. Kaya, place. I noticed you never show the back of your shirts. People like back. What? How would I be able to show you the back of my shirt? I'm streaming. In any case, that's it. I balled hard. I got elbowed in the throat, and now my throat hurts. But generally, you would just turn your body around. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that while I'm streaming. What a ridiculous request. That is like one of the more ridiculous requests. All right, we got a lot on the docket today. We got a lot on the docket today. Okay. So let's get it started. New Trump indictment drama. But we seen your feet. Yeah, I don't have a problem showing parts of my body. I'm just saying I'm not gonna like randomly turn around while I'm in the middle of streaming. If it happens, it happens. Okay. New Trump indictment drama. Biden's new Israel red line. Hit list for Israel. Student loan forgiveness. There is no red line. We're blasting off. Kamala Harris is doing a speech with Liz Cheney to appeal to Republicans. I'm Brian Kill Me. Thank you for the play, Liz. You need more clickbait in the title. Campaign Mania. Campaign Mania. How well is Kamala doing? And more. Get in now. Hasan, the Zin towers are falling. Turn around. What's going on? What's happening with chat today? Why is everybody so invested in this? Is it because I said I won't turn around? Is that why? Because like I turn around a lot when I'm streaming to like pick shit up. Do you have neck pain with the 3 monitors? No. I think the fact that I have 3 monitors actually stops me from having neck pain. Because I look here and I look here. That's what it is. Anyway, we're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs. Here it is. This is a banger piece of art. Until Dawn remake comes out tomorrow. Every day is like, what's going on with chat today? Gotta ask, what's wrong with chat this year? That's true. That's true, but Until Dawn remake, I played Until Dawn, didn't I? Pat Bev Israel update.
Tell us where you are, and let's start it where our feet are at, and then we'll take it back a couple days, and we'll tell the entire story.
Okay, so first off, is it fair to say that I don't want to tell my exact location? Is that fair?
What? Why? Why, Patrick Beverly? You think what? What do you think, bro? You think Iran is gonna directly strike you? Is that what you think? Oh man, I fear Iran. I fear Iranian retaliation. Like, I fear if I reveal my location, Iran is plugged into the Pat Bev podcast with Roan, and they're gonna directly strike me. Oh boy. Iran is afraid of his full court press. Yeah. Iran knew it was Pat Bev's year for the next 6 years, and they're just trying to stop him. That's what it is. Iran could never ball like him. I mean, true. Not a lot can. Yeah, I know there's a new Tyler Hitler Oliveira clip. Don't worry.
Fair to say? Can I start off with that?
It does look kind of nondescript on the walls right now.
Right. But I am in I just landed in Tel Aviv. Real quiet. Obviously wasn't quiet yesterday. The decision to go back, right? We had some imports who stayed. We had imports who stayed and some imports who decided to come back.
I'm gonna be honest, Iran and Pat Bev might have the same field goal percentage. Dog, if you look at the Iranian hits on target from a couple days prior to the military bases, and then say that Pat Bev's field goal percentage is the same when he's like 0 for 12, okay? You're out of your dang mind. If Iran struck target with the same fucking hit rate that Pat Bev did, Israel wouldn't need an Iron Dome, okay? Israel would be like, oh, no, we're good. Pat Bev wishes he could hit with the same fucking consistency as Iran. Yeah, this is Islamophobia through and through, okay? You might have your disagreements with the Iranian governance, and I certainly do. But don't compare him to Pat Bev's field goal percentage. That's crazy.
I'm one of the guys who decided to come back. I spoke with some of my, Israeli teammates, captains of the team, and from their perspective that, you know, Pat, we wouldn't go back.
Bro, if he keeps putting up the shit numbers he's been putting up, they're gonna put him on the front lines, dude. They're gonna release him into Lebanon. They're gonna be like, come on, Pat. They're gonna treat him like the Haredi Jews that don't want to fucking hold a weapon. They're gonna make him clear out the IEDs. They're gonna be like, come on, go up there. You're tall as hell. You're tall as hell, big dog.
Back if it wasn't safe. We would just fly our whole family to us, you know. So, you know, they told me that it was safe to come back, and I'm here now.
Did I say IUD? I said IED. IED. Pat Bev, the only infantry support for the Merkava tanks. They're like, come on, we heard your defense is so good. Defend these Merkavas, Pat Bev. Anyway. He's the only guy in Israel that can see over the tanks. Yeah. You could rebuild all of Gaza with his bricks. Jesus Christ. Okay, NBA Twitter, calm down. All right. Anyway, we did our, like, I don't even care about Pat Bev at all. There have been very few moments in my life where I was like, what's Pat Bev up to? Except since he went to Israel. Since he announced that he was going to Israel, like, I have been thinking about, you know, the trials and tribulations of Pat Bev. Like, so this has been a boon for his career, I think. Like, it's not necessarily bad for him. Not in the way that, like, it's not good for his career in general, but maybe it's like makes his podcast more dynamic. What's the October surprise? Patrick Beverly, dude. That's the October surprise. I don't understand why he wouldn't just go to China. Like, this just doesn't make sense. Going to Israel doesn't make sense. I feel like China, the wages are significantly better. Like, in the Chinese league, the wages are better. Like, you don't have the fucking, like, genocide stink on you. You know what I mean? You learn Mandarin, that's great. That's like our next overlords anyway. You have to learn Mandarin, and you're going to have to learn it anyway. Like, it just doesn't, I don't know. I think someone basically lied to him and was like, no, Israel is like a hotel destination. Like, you'll love it. And now he just has to fucking sit through that shit. And he's like, damn, maybe not the best decision, you know? He's too ass to play in China. It was Israel or the Philippines? No way. Really? Okay. Yeah. Kamala Harris is going to be campaigning with Liz Cheney today. Wonderful move. I mean, I know I'm excited for that, you know? I hope you guys are too. I'm always thinking to myself, like, what's another Republican that she could campaign with that has no constituency whatsoever? You know, this will surely move the needle, guys, I promise. Yeah, Israel's continuing to attack Lebanon. I believe they killed 6 people. Or, I mean, that's the most conservative immediate estimate. But you know, that's just everyday existence, right? The Chinese league, HasanAbi is hyping up. Okay, that's fucked up. That's xenophobia right there. The Chinese league is pretty fucking I mean, I don't know. I from what I understand, you get paid well. You get to live in China. There's benefits to it. Very popular. Someone said blackface. No, dog, that's not blackface. Like, I think South Asians are they get dark, you know? Acting like you watch Chinese basketball? Oh, I never. Come on. I don't even watch NBA, dude. What are you, fucking crazy? I'm not even saying that. I just personally think that it's like if I had the option, if I had the fucking option, I would probably go there instead. I'm South Asian. I just joined the stream just to hear you call me dark. That's crazy. Bro, I was defending like the complexion that some South Asians will naturally get, okay? What do you mean? Chatter saw Asian dude that was dark and was like, wow, that guy must be doing blackface. Anyway. Also, that's weird that you automatically assume being called dark is an insult. Chat's fucking wild today. Chat's wild every day. Chat's wild every day. All right. We're not gonna start with the.
All right.
We're not gonna start with Israel Palestine today. We're gonna start with some incomprehensible and utterly idiotic moves coming from the Kamala Harris campaign once again, as I suspect everyone in the chat that are not being paid by the DNC but act like they are to defend their fucking idiotic actions in here will come in to tell me how brilliant of a strategic move this is.
The special guests of the vice president's campaign event in Wisconsin today.
Here's why this shit's funny. Okay? Everybody laughs when Donald Trump has RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. Like, liberals love laughing at Donald Trump's like futile attempts of posturing alongside Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. To be like, I'm the unification candidate. Like, look at me. But then they think it's brilliant when Kamala Harris does the same thing in reverse with fucking Liz Cheney. Like, it makes no dang sense. These are people with zero real constituencies. I go so far as to say RFK Jr. has a bigger constituency and more voters than fucking Liz Cheney does. Okay.
Republican former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who will appear alongside Vice President Harris in a city that's home to the birthplace of the GOP. CBS News campaign reporter Aaron Navarro is in Ripon, Wisconsin, following the vice president's campaign for us. So, Aaron, it's not surprising that Liz Cheney is appearing with the vice president. The former lawmaker has said she's voting for Vice President Harris. Even her dad, Dick Cheney, who, I mean, I don't know.
Miss once, dog. Damn, I never miss. I don't miss.
No, you might not have been around, at least not following politics during the Dick Cheney era, Aaron. But for folks like myself who watched the sort of power that Dick Cheney amassed as a vice president under George W. Bush as president, and how conservative he was going back to the Nixon administration, it's sort of really interesting where the Cheneys are today. So I guess the question becomes, what is the message the vice president is trying to convey to her supporters by having two arch conservatives who up until recently would have been political opponents of hers?
Vlad, good to be with you outside this event in Ripon College. It's a signal and a message that the Democrats have a wide coalition. And as you mentioned, it's a bit of a striking political moment. Harris coming to the birthplace of the Republican Party, the Little White Schoolhouse here in Ripon, Wisconsin, where that party was formed. Senior campaign officials say she will address the creation of that Republican Party as she argues that Trump no longer represents traditional moderate conservatives. These are the voters she's looking to appeal to. And for the Cheneys, for the Adam Kinzingers, Republicans that have campaigned for Harris and don't really have that much in common in terms of policy, they all cite democracy and January 6th as a reason that they're here and campaigning for Harris and not voting for former President Trump.
And talk to us about the significance of the campaign's event's location, Aaron. We sort of teased it a little bit in the introduction as being the birthplace of the Grand Ole Party.
In 1854, party members from the Democratic Party, the Whig Party, came to the Little White Schoolhouse here in Ripon, Wisconsin, and created the Republican Party. And they chose this location to debut the first event, really, with Liz Cheney and Harris on the same stage. So it's a signal that they are paying attention to the roots of the Republican Party, and Harris is expected to address that during her remarks today.
All right, Aaron Navarro for us. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it.
In 2016.
How was it balling with Nicewig? Incredible. I love Nicewig. He's my goat. Yeah, like I'm saying, love that the Kamala campaign is doing an event with this person, Liz Cheney. Liberals love laughing at Trump when he brings up Tulsi Gabbard on stage like she's going to siphon votes from Dems, but then will claim this move by the campaign is brilliant in the same, as brilliant in the same breath. But will declare this move by their own campaign as brilliant in the same breath. Ay. It's just like, this is what she said, by the way. Kamala Harris is a radical liberal who would raise taxes, take away guns and health insurance, and explode the size and power of the federal government. She wants to recreate America in the image of what's happening on the streets of Portland and Seattle. We won't give her a chance. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Why do you ever want to be associated with a fucking freak like Liz Cheney or Dick Cheney? It doesn't make any sense to me. I just, why don't more Democrats feel like I do? I just don't get it. Why don't more Democrats go, what the fuck are you doing, Kamala Harris? Like, we don't like these people. I swear to God, the Democratic Party, liberals in general, just don't give a shit. They just want their team to win. They just want their team to win. They think that this is a successful strategy. They don't really care if it's just like repackaged Republican Party attitudes, repackaged Republican Party heroes. Well, Liz Cheney's not even a hero of the Republican Party. You're not a Democrat? Yeah, the reason why I'm not a Democrat is because the Democrats are not behaving like the counterbalance, the counterweight towards right-wing radicalism in this country. If they operated like a Labor Party, if they operated like a party that actually cared about, preserving American democracy, preserving people's civil liberties, and fighting for it tooth and nail, I'd be a proud Democrat. I'd be a loud and proud Democrat. They're just not. Do you understand? That's my issue. I don't give a fuck. I know that there's a stink associated with taking ownership over that sort of thing, but I don't personally care. I have no issue. I would have no issue saying, oh man, like if the Democratic Party was reshaped in the Bernie Sanders image, I would be fucking screaming from the rooftop. I'd be blue MAGA. I'd be blue no matter who as fuck. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to watch the Democrats basically repackage Republican Party policies from 4 years ago. And say and try to fucking hail it as a celebratory, brilliant tactical move, a move that deserves praise, a move that deserves celebration. Bye. This is going around on Twitter, and it's the whole left is not voting for Harris makes them ignore talking point again. You know what's really funny about this idiotic talking point that's going around on Twitter? Republicans vote for Republicans. Kamala Harris is desperately trying to get Republican votes. She's courting Republican votes with no assurances that they will vote for the Dems anyway. So if the Democrats cared about like winning, okay, they would be courting the progressive left instead of taking their vote for granted and then telling them to shut the fuck up. Their strategy for courting the progressive base, or not even just the progressive base, but just like a broader base of support that they could technically create, a broader base of allegiance of all the couch voters, the people that stay at home, is simply offering them things that improve their lives. But they refuse to do that. And their strategy for the quote unquote left, like high propensity voters in general, is basically just like bullying them and then saying like, oh, you just want to, you just want fascism to thrive, I think. By the way, this isn't a new indictment. It's a motion that was unsealed that corresponded to the previous indictment. No, I know. I know that. It's basically the technically it is the new indictment, I guess, because like they had to cut out some of the parts because of the Supreme Court decision that said presidents can do whatever they want, suck my dick. So they had to like restructure some of the some aspects of the indictment as a private citizen, like Donald Trump, the campaigner, versus Donald Trump, the president. I run into so many drooling, ignorant normies who are at least on the front, dumb, medium voters. She's listening to the Clinton campaign strategist, so of course she's bullying the progressive left. Yeah, it's just stupid. When are we embracing accelerationism, brother? The funniest part about this is that like vote for a Democrat and accelerationism is still happening. You know what I mean? Like the difference between voting for a Democrat and voting for a Republican is that you're voting for a stay of execution, I guess. She's targeting the next Trump assassin for their vote. So fucking dumb. Excuse me. Like, we're just bouldering towards the right regardless of whether or not a Democrat's in charge, you know? Bro, I'm like fucking... I'm actually running out of my zins, dude. This is not good. The fun never ends. Yeah. Why take advice from campaign managers that lost the election? You don't understand. There's a concept called like being a graceful loser, and it's heavily rewarded in the Democratic Party circles. So even if you lose with grace, then we'll elevate you. You know what I mean? I'm a Zinfidel. Democrats love posting, putting up losers in positions of power. They don't care. Stop saying she will lose. I didn't think so, but I don't know, man. I think this Israel shit. I think not restraining Israel might be her downfall. Okay. I'm not kidding. Like right now, the only thing that they can rely on is the Trump campaign being dog shit at communicating. But that JD Vance performance that we watched the other night, if they are able to play ball like that, if they are able to at least like somehow moderate their messaging, they're going to have a not so bad time. Okay. I asked my Republican coworker today what he thinks about Kamala now that she's moving to the right. Can you guess what he said? She's a goddamn commie who slept around to get her job, and I fucking hate her, and Donald Trump's going to save this country. She's also a Haitian migrant. Did I nail it? Democrats are no longer liberals. They are Marxists. Yep. Oh, man. That's shocking. That's shocking that your Republican coworker is still a Republican. Hmm. 110% agree, especially with direct quote. Yep. I'm from PA, and some people I know are either not voting at all or not voting for her law. I live right outside of Philly and I haven't seen one campaigner who's not winning it, bro. Are there any creators for Kamala that are publicly opposed to the move to the right? No, why would they be? They're creators for Kamala. I think the role that a lot of TikTokers play is to just like try and look, I'm not going to immediately claim that every single person is a cynical tactician here. I think there are probably some young voters, and this is their first go. We've all been there. You want to believe that the Democratic Party has your best interest in mind, even though they fucking communicate that they definitely do not. Right? So I suspect that there are probably some, TikTokers out there who are like still riding with Kamala, still trying to do Brett Summer memes, And maybe there is a genuine intent behind that. Maybe it's not so cynical. And there are plenty of others who are cynically doing that because that's all they know. That's all they know in terms of like developing a brand for themselves. Like latching on to a popular momentum or a popular movement is a relatively successful way to build a brand for yourself. And that's what they're doing. For me, being a Bernie bro certainly helped my career early on. The difference, however, is that I was genuine. You know what I mean? I genuinely was a Bernie bro. He happened to align with my beliefs. Does that make sense? Which is precisely the reason why I have not, stopped advocating for the things that I've been advocating for before Bernie and after Bernie. Right? And even at times find myself at odds with Bernie. Your cynical viewpoint with the size of your audience means that Trump is more likely to win. Good luck with that, bro. Yes, dude, you're right. I'm at fault. I'm the reason why Kamala Harris is going to lose, even though I say Kamala Harris is still has a likelihood of winning. It's just it's getting worse and worse every day, in my opinion. This idea that like I'm so powerful single-handedly is a really stupid idea, because let's be real, if that's true, if I have hundreds of thousands of voters at my command in key swing states, then Kamala Harris is the dumbest person on the planet not to literally knock on my door specifically to be like, how can we get your army of votes to go out and vote for Kamala Harris? How can we do that? Please. Because like, that's how it works, right? That's how it works. If you got hundreds of thousands of people, right? If you legitimately believe that, which by the way, I don't think I have the capacity to swing an election. You are delusional if you think that. And I don't even think you believe that genuinely. You are just like already gearing up for a potential Kamala Harris loss so that you can find someone to point the finger of blame at. Because God forbid you actually point that finger of blame at the campaign itself. That's it. That's all you're doing. You have a very real fear in your heart. Your audience size is massive. It will depress the vote. Okay, once again, thank you for saying my audience size is massive. You should say that not to me, but instead to Kamala Harris if you think that I'm a key to winning the election. Except one of the funniest aspects of this is that there is a massive audience of people that are definitely more likely to vote for the Democratic Party if Kamala Harris and the Biden administration do something that is objectively popular, which is force Israel to concede and stop killing people. Every day, the number of people that are victims of Israeli violence grows. Their family members live in the United States of America, and their anger is not only understandable, but also growing by the moment. Instead of trying to hyper target like Liz Cheney's 8 fucking friends that are in the tank for Kamala, she should perhaps focus on winning the election by changing the trajectory of American foreign policy and our undying loyalty and support to the apartheid regime of Israel that is currently conducting a genocide and also slated to have, like, by the estimations of Foundation for Defending Democracy guy yesterday, a 7-front war. That's what he said. That's it. Yeah. I have incredible sway. That's why Bernie Sanders is the president right now. This is his second term ending. Just call for an arms embargo. Stop trying to do rep outreach is popular policy. Why fight a losing battle while ceding ground to the Republicans? They suck. And it's not going to work either. It's not a successful strategy. This is all the way back in June 5th. June 5 to June 7th. CBS poll. U.S. actions regarding Israel and Hamas. Send weapons and supplies to Israel. Should not. 61%. %79% of liberals, 63% of moderates, 38%, almost fucking, at this point, it's like probably 50% of conservatives that are like, yeah, maybe we should dial back on the Israel weapon shipments. You know? Nah. I really don't understand why the Kamala Harris campaign won't even do the bare minimum to persuade Arab American voters. I understand it. They hate you. They hate you. They hate me. They just don't want us to be in the party coalition. They don't want us to even be maybe inside of U.S. borders. We're just like spoilers in their eyes, you know? We're just spoiling the fun that Israel could be having in the region. Hasan, I'm sorry I called out Henry Daggett yesterday for making $900K a year. I listened to you and Felix talk about it on the Majority Report and I literally didn't realize how much profits the company was actually making, billions compared to $900K. So thanks for putting me in my place. After I researched more, I think Henry Daggett should make more money. Please accept my apology. I beg for forgiveness. I mean, look, Henry Daggett makes a good amount of money. And, you know, he's a little bit of an old school labor leader. Let's be real. Some good comes out of that because he's a real fighter, but some bad as well. Maybe a little, you know, he's doing all right. But remember, when people bring that shit up, and if you are a leftist and you're also bringing that shit up, you are playing the role of someone who is at odds with the strike. You are playing the role of someone who is now sitting against striking workers. Okay? That's the only reason why people do that shit. And you're doing it for free. And it's ironic because, like, not only are you a worker, but you're also personally in a leftist community. As outright unacceptable. But having said that, you know, to me, it's yet another glaringly obvious example of the reality that the reality of how far we are removed from class consciousness in this country, that we straight up do Wall Street Journal editorial style slander on a labor leader in a time when there is like a work stoppage happening, right? In independent online leftist community, there's still motherfuckers who are behaving like Wall Street Journal editorial writers. That's crazy. That is how successful class war has been on the side of capital owners. Democrats have proven that winning an election means less to them than the ability to consistently left bash the progressive coalition threatens to shift the status quo too much in a party where civility, gracefully losing, and toothless aesthetics reign supreme. Yeah, I just think it's uniparty, and they play that role, and they play that role well. It won't stop me from consistently pointing to stuff like this and being like, this is electorally beneficial. Like changing the administration's outlook on Israel is not only the moral decision, but it's also the decision that is best for winning the election. That's it. During an interview with News Nation, Trump said he planned to strip the legal status of Haitian immigrants in Springfield. Yeah. No, they are going to do that. They want to reverse TPS on them and then deport them, which straight up is just racist. There's no other way to cut that. That's all it is. Forgetting about the decision to raise money for campaigns. What? Kamala Harris has gotten a tremendous amount of fucking regular donations. You know that, right? I mean, she's gotten a shit ton from big donors too. But like a massive chunk of the war purse that she's been able to create has come from individual donators. You think they're donating because they're like, I love Kamala Harris's policy on Israel? Is that what you think is going on? Like your neighbor? Second union, the firefighters union, first out the gate to endorse Joe Biden 5 years ago, makes it official that it won't endorse in 2024 race. I don't know what the decision-making process is. Today, the IAFF executive board by a margin of 1.2 voted to not endorse a candidate in the 2024 presidential election. Do you think Republicans are going to moderate on abortion will be effective this late in the game? It's the only thing Democrats have right now. No. But I mean, it's a way to defend. It's basically a way to defend. It's a way to stop the hemorrhaging of female voters, like white women. But it's just not. There are going to be people who are dumb enough to believe this shit, just like there are people who are dumb enough to believe anything. It's more so a matter of like how high up in the priority chain it is for you to preserve your bodily autonomy. Let's take a look.
Set off.
Yeah, by the way, things are not looking too great for the Democratic Party. And it's gotten, as I said, if post DNC, I told you, if they literally cut away at the progressive momentum that they have and message to the middle, they are going to hemorrhage support. And that is precisely what is going on. That, alongside the lack of change in terms of America's foreign policy, which many people do care about, obviously it's not the top priority for a lot of Americans, but it is the top priority for a lot of Americans in key states, big constituencies, for understandable reasons. They will just cut away at their momentum when they go with drill baby drill at a time when massive amounts of atrocities are occurring due to anthropogenic climate change. If you're also doing the drill baby drill shit, you're literally losing out on a lot of young voters who do care about their future and don't want to live in a world where they can't breathe the fucking air, or that they have to learn how to, I guess, live underwater. Anyway, here it is. Union households, the Democrat margin.
Data points that just jump off the screen should set off sirens. All right, this is union households. This is Democratic margin in presidential election. It ain't what it used to be. You know, you go back to 1992, Bill Clinton won that union vote by 30 points. Hillary Clinton only won it by 12 points back in 2016. That was the lowest mark for a Democrat since 1984, Mondale versus Reagan. But look at where Kamala Harris is.
There's not way to flip this. Look at Hillary. Look at Kamala. It's pure misogyny. Or union voters also vote on the same fucking basis that they're like the union voters also vote along the same exact material conditions that everybody else votes on. The reason why they went for Biden was because Biden launched a strong pro-labor, pro-union campaign. That's why they were able to pick up. Union votes were hemorrhaged because of this guy. Okay? That guy right there is the major reason why union votes and union support went down. Okay? NAFTA. Donald Trump, as a matter of fact, used that perfectly against Hillary Clinton by tying the same last name, if you recall, back in 2016. Joe Biden picked up the pieces again by putting up a strong front for labor unions and labor protections. Having said that, however, in the 4 years of his administration, union voters, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, still obviously respond to the economic shock of real negative wages, like inflation eating away at their marginal amount of wage growth. So, regardless of the pro-labor stance of the Joe Biden administration, labor union voters are still normal people who are like, well, the economy isn't doing too sweet, is it? If Kamala Harris doesn't make a bold and radical shift in her messaging strategy to directly respond to their interests and keep saying opportunity economy, opportunity economy, opportunity economy, we're going to give $50,000 in tax cuts to fucking startups, and that's her economic policy, when she has some decent ones that she doesn't emphasize at all, you're obviously going to experience this kind of support hemorrhaging.
Today, she's only leading by 9 points. That would be the worst.
Also beyond that, yeah, I mean, union voters, just like everybody else, are not just like victims of their own material conditions, but they're also subject to reactionary propaganda. And yeah, misogyny plays a role too. Make no mistake. But let's dial it back for a second and talk about something that Kamala Harris has done very well. Kamala Harris, unlike Hillary Clinton, is not a white woman. She is a black woman. And as a black woman, she knew that if she was like, I'm a black woman, that's why you got to vote for me, in the same way that Hillary Clinton said, I'm a woman, that's why you're with her, that's why you're on Team Woman, she knew that that wasn't going to be a successful strategy, which is why she never did that. And I've always given her roses for that reason, right? You can't get away with that because ain't nobody's on Team Black Woman. Let's be real. That's not going to be a successful way to reach out to voters. And it wasn't a successful way for Hillary Clinton to demonstrably reach out to voters either, but she, at least as a white woman, thought that it was a successful way to reach out to voters. She was wrong. I don't understand why she does not extend that that way of clear thinking into other aspects of her campaigning strategy. Okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. She has, like, obviously the recognition to not run with I'm with her as a successful campaign strategy. She's not doing that. Okay? So why not also offer something? Why not also offer something for people to vote for?
Democratic performance in a generation, 10 points off the mark of Joe Biden, who of course won 4 years ago.
I mean, Barack Obama also, as a black man, didn't do that. Like, there's a difference between going and talking to, like, black podcasters or going on black radio shows, black and brown radio shows, and talking about your background versus the national campaign and what you're putting forward. There was no like Barack Obama didn't do the vote for me. It's if you're pro-black, like, he didn't do that. Why didn't he do that? Because black people know that America is a white supremacist nation. Okay, no matter how fucking conservative a black person can be, they still know that that's not going to be a successful strategy. Okay.
Was sort of that union guy, Union Joe, right? Won it by 19 points. She's 10 points off his mark, and the worst in a generation if this, in fact, holds, Sarah.
It is interesting to note that the difference between this, and Biden still won.
Still won.
But those numbers are significantly down. All right, talk to me about manual labor, those folks who went to trade schools.
Yeah, those folks who use their hands. I think a lot of people oftentimes conflate the union vote with those who use their hands. Mike Rowe, of course, has been arguing more people should go to trade schools, more people should get a vocational degree. Look at this margin. This, to me, oh boy, does this tell you about the state of our politics now versus back in the early 1990s. Margin among vocational and trade school grads in pre-election polling. Bill Clinton was leading that vote over George H.W. Bush by 7 points. Look at where Donald Trump is today over Kamala Harris, a 31-point advantage. When I think people think of the working class, they...
Okay, another aspect of this also that you have to focus on is that if neither party is like adequately addressing and making a case for improving the material conditions of improving the material conditions of workers, like, they also have a litany of different issues that they care about, like guns, or, I don't know, shitting on gay people. The Republican Party does a decent job, at the very least, of like fighting for those things that people, I guess, fucking care about. The Republican Party also lies, in my opinion, better than the Democratic Party does in terms of like how they're going to help the working class. They lie all the time when they say, oh, we're going to cut your taxes and that's going to somehow benefit you. But the reality is, it works. And the Democrats don't respond to that by being like, hey, they're literally running your pockets, dumbass. They're running your fucking pockets to give the richest people the biggest tax breaks, and you're voluntarily going along with it. They are afraid of how successful tax cuts are, so they run their own version of tax cuts. They just are nerdier. Okay? Because, like, when you look at Kamala Harris's policies, like, there aren't a lot of subsidies in there. It's mostly tax cuts. Tax cuts for people who want to start their own podcast business. Like, obviously, fucking vocational workers are not going to, trade school graduates are not going to be like, oh, shit, dude. Thank God. Thank God there is a $50,000 tax cut for someone who wants to start their own goddamn small business. No. They look at the situation. They also have the capacity to be just as dumb as any of us. And they go, all right, well, I want my fucking treats. And Trump is going to, give me my treats. He's also gonna own the fucking
They
libs.
think of people who use their hands, and we know that Donald Trump has been going after that vote, and he is in a very, very strong position, more so perhaps than any other bloc. The folks who go to trade school, vocational school, that has moved from being a core Democratic group to now being a core group of.
Same thing happening with the Latino vote. Exactly. I actually disagree on that one. A lot of trade school grads are small business HVAC folks. That's what they care about. You're literally wrong on this. There was a poll that David Dayen brought up. Small businesses don't care about a $50,000 tax cut more so than they care about access to credit. So you're also objectively wrong on that as well. The $50,000 small business tax cut is literally for nobody. No, they don't care about the dumbass startup thing. They just care about small business focused stuff. Oh, you're saying they care about small businesses, like a small business focus. I used to work for a small HVAC company, and I can assure you he hates Kamala. Yeah.
Donald Trump's massive amount of support among the working class.
All right, let's move on to voters of color. And there's a very specific group that you looked at. And what are you seeing there?
Yeah, you know, we've been noting on this program, right, that Donald Trump seems to have been having some real impact among voters of color, getting into that traditional Democratic support. And I was very interested to see this because we're talking about the working class, right? So this is the margin among non-college graduates, all right, the voters of color. You go back 4 years ago, look at that. Joe Biden won that group by 45 points. Look at where Kamala Harris's support is today. She's still leading amongst that group, but that lead is down 17 points to just 28 points. And I will note that the margin among voters of color who actually graduate college has only been changed by 5 points. 5 points compared to 4 years ago. The reason Donald Trump is doing so well amongst voters of color is because he has really gone in and grabbed a lot of voters that he didn't previously have among those who didn't graduate college. And this is part of a larger trend that we're seeing throughout our politics era, in which Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, is doing very, very well among working class voters, whether they were in unions, whether they went to trade school, or whether they're voters of color. The fact is Donald Trump seems to have gone into a hotbed of traditional Democratic support and made a lot of movement in ways I don't think a lot of people would have thought when he went down that escalator just back in 2015.
All right, Harry Engen, bringing us the numbers as they look right now. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam.
Lol, stream something else. You're right. What are some Trump policies you align with? Absolutely nothing. Dog, I don't even align with the Democrats. Why the fuck would I align with the Republicans? I don't think people understand this. Like, I don't align with the Democrats because of their closeness to the Republican Party. Why the fuck would I ever align with the Republicans? They're absolute ass. And it's ironic because technically from my fucking tax bracket, if I was a selfish person who didn't care about the long-term stability of this country and improving everybody's lives in this country, then both parties are great for me. They're both going to fucking deregulate. They're both going to fucking push for tax cuts regardless. Okay? But I don't give a shit. I don't mind paying taxes. I think it's patriotic to do so. I pay European-style taxes, as a matter of fact, living in Los Angeles, California. The problem is, I fucking hate that so much of that goes either to the military or to the domestic military force, the police. I wanted to go to actually fixing the goddamn roads. I wanted to go towards fixing our goddamn infrastructure. I wanted to go towards building public housing and combating homelessness that way. I wanted to go to education. I fucking despise the way that we manage the funds that we generate in this goddamn country. But nothing changes. Anyway, if Kamala loses, who do the libs blame first? What do you mean, brother? You know who they blame first. They blame the left. They blame Russia, Iran, maybe, China. But most importantly, they blame the left.
In 2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States.
I cannot in good conscience endorse Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
John Bolton's like, he wouldn't let me nuke Iran. That's why I'm committed to the Democratic Party, who will let me nuke Iran.
And the nation's former highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator. And we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is too big a risk for America.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
It's funny because, like, people that love Trump don't give a shit about any of this stuff. They just literally are voting for Trump because he just, like, sticks it to these people. It's a cult of personality built around this fucking freak-ass bitch. All right, let's see what this is.
Served in Donald Trump's administration. But I know Kamala Harris is the leader we need to keep our country safe and strong. Throughout her career, she's gotten drug traffickers off the streets and protected vulnerable people from fraud. And as a Homeland Security expert, I trust her to protect the border. Kamala Harris's plan will strengthen our border security and crack down on drug smuggling and human trafficking. We need a president who's tough, who cares about the American people, and who puts the country first. That's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Like, I can't go to work and mess up something and then blame my staff. Like, who does that? Well, who does that? Donald Trump does that. I voted for Donald Trump and I went to his inauguration in 2016. We tried it for 4 years. It just didn't work. And it's time to move on. Or it's going to be more of the same and the middle class is going to suffer. Take it from me. I'm a lifelong Republican. I'm still a Republican. Kamala's trying to help the American people, especially the American middle class. I think she's going to do a great job for people like me.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Now to the new court filing.
That's awesome. It's great. It's great. We should, yeah, I'm putting together a team, guys. It's literally every Republican that Donald Trump ritualistically humiliated for 4 fucking years, you know, that represent 0% of the Republican Party's base of support. Anyway. Is there ever a policy inside with the U.S. where the taxpayer can choose a percentage of where their taxes go? No. I don't even necessarily agree that that's a good idea anyway. Look how stupid Americans are, dog. What is this? Someone wanted me to look at this. Republicans for Harris are saying that no matter their policy disagreements, they can't let Trump win. A lot of leftists are saying that unless Harris aligns with them in specific ways, they will let Trump win, even though they disagree with him on everything. Yeah, except 1% is the base of support within the Democratic Party and represents a far larger number than the Republicans for Harris. Okay? Whom do you expect normie Dem voters are going to listen to, agree with, and sympathize with more going forward, win or lose? How do you think? This is always backwards thinking. It's like the campaign won't listen to people who are trying to extract concessions from their elected representatives that they want to vote for. Yeah, this is dumb as fuck. It's always stupid. These people, this is the stupidest argument. It is undemocratic, okay? That is anti-democracy. What shows better leadership qualities than trying to win the votes of people who think she's evil and stupid? Ay. Let's break this down because yes, and there is more. First and foremost, if Trump wins, it's going to be because white voters continue to vote for him. The other side of the coin is that if there's a softening in our coalition, we lose. What does that mean? Time after time, we've shown in Georgia and elsewhere that Democrats win when we expand our coalition. Yes, that means we have to care about more issues, but the basic ask for voters in the coalition is we not hurt them. Then, from there, help make things better. Seems fair. In order to defeat the GOP, we have to turn out historically excluded groups that outnumber GOP voters. When our policies kill people's loved ones, we risk our ability to win because they leave our coalition. It doesn't mean they vote Trump. It simply means we have less votes. The GOP keeps their numbers the same, though. It's why Trump's polling doesn't move. For the GOP to win, they don't have to convince people to vote for them. Just convince enough people in our coalition to not vote for us. The easiest way for them to do that is Biden's inability to see Arabs as people and his establishment of displacement and mass killing of loved ones. This violence is so unpopular. It's why Biden's numbers cratered among black, brown, and young voters. When Harris became our nominee, our numbers among black, brown, and young voters shot up. The excitement was real. Then came the platforming of the GOP at the expense of those who have been in our coalition. Suddenly, the softening was back. Kamala Harris running a Joe Brandon-style campaign as a black woman is so utterly ridiculous. As soon as the swap out happened, what did I tell you? I said, if this doesn't go the way of an Obama 2008 coalition, they're cooked. Okay? She literally was like, oh, I'm going to campaign like I'm an old racist white man. And I'm going to repeat the same things that this old racist white man was saying. And it's hilarious because that old racist white man was already going to lose to Donald Trump. Sure, a big part of the reason why that old racist white man was going to lose Donald Trump was because his brain capacity was diminishing at a rapid clip, but also because he had unpopular policies that he was running with as well. Worst campaign choice ever by Kamala Harris? I know. 65% of voters wanted to change, overwhelming majority, even larger than that, wanted to change from Joe Biden, okay, in the upcoming election, and only 25% of Democratic Party voters thought Kamala Harris represented a change from Joe Biden. If you don't understand that, like, that's what people are looking forward to, and you're not offering them that because you refuse to fucking part ways with the guy that was so bad that you are now running for president in his stead, I don't know what to tell you. You just refuse to see it. If the voters didn't want a ceasefire, why did the DNC lie so much about supporting a ceasefire? Exactly. The problem is the voters are not that stupid. Like, the median voter is pretty dumb, but they're not so dumb as to be like, man, my fucking house is underwater right now. And I read somewhere on fucking Instagram or Facebook a headline that shows the exact number of money that was supposed to go to FEMA went to Israel the day of my house being underwater. If I read that, I'm never voting for the Democrats ever again. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck is this shit? You know? People, like, I try to explain this to people all the time. Like, the median voter is dumb. Sure, it's a sea of contradictions. The American voter believes a bunch of things that are directly at odds with one another, right? Sure. But every single person, I like to think of every single person as like 5 major priorities, okay? Every single person in the United States of America has at least 5 priorities, okay? 1 through 5. You just got to look at what those priorities are, pick the top 3 or the top 5, all of them if you wish to do so, and address a solution to their fucking problems. The issue is we don't do that at all. We just choose to, you know, focus on some other dumb shit. I lost my state healthcare after Biden became president because I make too much money. I was on state healthcare under Trump, making the same amount of money, and I was never kicked off. I cannot afford healthcare. Something needs to be done. Some people shouldn't be allowed to vote. I mean, imagine how relief in North Carolina and other states is handled will be a big determinator on how those states swings. Yeah. It's crazy because, like, I'm not a believer in, like, divine intervention by any means. Okay? But if I was even remotely a believer in such a thing as a Democrat, okay, in a hypothetical scenario where I'm both a Democrat and a believer in divine intervention, I'd be looking around and going, what more do the Democrats want? Okay? Some of the news media priorities, like some of the most significant things that have led the news cycle over the past couple of months, have all been key Democratic Party issues that the fucking Democrats have dropped the ball on. Mass shootings, gun violence, even directed towards the motherfucking president, okay? Like politically violent rhetoric and what kind of impact that might have. Natural disasters born out of climate change, okay? Republicans going even further right, so right that like people are grossed out by their anti-immigrant sentiment. These are all straight up deeply in the pocket of the Democratic, like the older Democratic Party. The death penalty, an innocent man being executed by the state, regardless of his innocence. A competent Democratic Party should look at all of this and go, do you see how fucked up everything is? Who do you think is responsible for it? And yet, they're looking at all of this stuff that normally should be directly in their field of interest, things that they're supposed to be offering a solution on, and going, no, we're just going to do like the gayer version of what the Republicans are doing. Yeah, I don't care about this. Anyway, it includes everything from them hating war to money and politics after the primaries to elected officials ignoring public opinion, and the advocacy groups we need to turn out voters are struggling both due to a dip in funding and because they care about this. They're anti-war, feel like their policies are being ignored, and their volunteers also feel the same. They turn out voters and volunteers. We need volunteers to turn out voters. Volunteers come from the coalition that cares about this. It's depressing efforts. Another thing that I've mentioned also, like, the left progressive coalition within the base of the Democratic Party also is the most significant coalition within the base of the Democratic Party because they're the door knockers. They are the politically active. They are the ones who create grassroots operations. Okay? And you just consistently yelling at them and telling them, shut the fuck up, hold your nose and vote for me is ripping apart an active base of support that you need to turn out, to go out and turn out others. I really wish I could understand what the hell you're talking about. I normally agree with your stances, but I think you're wrong here. Kamala's economic platform is really strong. 50K tax credit, federal housing aid, and a clear plan on how to avoid the... And a clear plan on how to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Best policies, easy. I mean, Gray Name came in hot, defending Kamala Harris's shitty fucking policies. Snuck that top of the hour ad break right in there. It's over. I'm handing over the keys, dude. I'm done. You cooked me. The 3-minute ad break is upon us, chat. This is true. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I mean, there is no other way to look at it. Politics can be as complicated as you want to make it, okay? Or it can be as simple as you can comprehend. And if you became the presidential candidate in a historically weird election cycle due to the unpopularity of the guy you replaced at the top of the ticket, then perhaps you should do your very best to escape him. Running towards him is most likely going to be a somber reminder to people that you are just like the unpopular candidate. If he wasn't fucking unpopular, you would not be running for president. You have to be an absolute dumbass not to recognize that reality. And here she is, appearing with Liz Cheney in Ripon, Wisconsin, the birthplace of the Republican Party. The Democratic presidential nominee plans to reach out to GOP and independent voters in her speech, repeating her vow to be a president for all Americans, her campaign says. This was a funny moment. Some personal news. Elon Musk followed me on X a couple years ago and has shared my work and has been willing to respond to my DMs about stories from time to time, including a back and forth we had for a story on the Secret Service last week. Earlier this week, when I respectfully approached him via DM about his Sunday claim that Biden-Harris was fast-tracking illegal immigrants to vote and provided information showing that confirmed it was not the case, Mr. Musk unfollowed me and blocked me from DMing him and said asking him for comment for a story via DM was inappropriate, despite him willing to engage in the past. We did reach out to one of his companies, but did not receive a response. Below is a link to our fact check on Mr. Musk's claims that Biden and Harris are flying migrants into the U.S. and expeditiously granting them citizenship. Buried lead. It's absolutely false, though we were unable to reach Mr. Musk for comment. Now, I need you to understand something here. The article is coming from the Washington Examiner. This is a right-wing publication. That is precisely the reason why Elon Musk had such easy access, or Anna Giaritelli, who is a writer at the Washington Examiner, had such easy access to Elon Musk. That is why this is unique. It is shocking. It is shocking that Elon Musk is so far right that he's like upset about the motherfucking Washington Examiner journalist that he's friends with. I must repeat something here that I have talked about quite a bit. Back in the day, everyone made so much hay about Jack Dorsey and his suspected liberal allegiances and how much that played a role in the way that Twitter operated. Elon Musk does not hide that he is a fucking insane far-right psychopath who is literally giving money to the Trump campaign. He has elevated Donald Trump after purchasing Twitter and utilized the entire platform that he owns. And yet, no such conversations ever take place, really. Like, if you think Jack Dorsey was doing election interference because of the Hunter Biden laptop story, then what the fuck is Elon Musk doing? It is crazy to me how far right the slant is in the media in terms of this kind of coverage. Okay? I find it really strange. Maris's first national poll for NPR. Harris leads 50% to 48 among likely voters, and she leads 50 to 47 among registered voters. This is Maris's first LV poll. Their poll 1 month ago had Harris up 49 to 48. While a lot of people will hold on to this and be like, well, dude, look, she's doing great. She's doing great. She's doing great. What you fail to recognize is that the polls should not be this fucking, this unwilling to yield. Okay? They should not be this close. It is not good that they are close. And like I said, it should not be close at all. This is the first time also, remember, since Joe Biden, where Donald Trump is either this close or even in certain polls winning. Okay? Think about it. Kamala Harris has a massive war purse. They've been pumping ads in all of these states, and her edge over Donald Trump has not budged even a little bit. That means that the overarching messaging coming from the national campaign is not working. Will they change trajectory? Is it far too close to the actual election at this point? Is it already a lost cause? Who knows? How much credence do you give to the polls? I give a lot of credence to the polls. There's no other way to analyze it.
Detailing new evidence about Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. It's part of Special Counsel Jack Smith's case for why the former president is not immune from prosecution. Senior national correspondent Terry Moran has the details. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, George. This is an extraordinary move by Special Counsel Jack Smith. His sweeping new brief is essentially a roadmap of the case he has built against Trump over the past 2 years, laying out the evidence and unsealed just 34 days before the 2024 election.
This morning, the explosive 165-page filing by Special Counsel Jack Smith loaded with new evidence aimed at bolstering Smith's case that when the defendant lost the 2020 election, he resorted to crimes to stay in office. The sweeping legal brief comes as a response to the Supreme Court's decision in June that presidents and former presidents are immune from prosecution for most official acts, which was a major legal victory for Trump at the time.
Do you believe the Democratic Party can change? You don't take the other party seriously, so you must believe salvation lies in reform, but I just highly doubt the Dems are ever going to change their ways. No, I don't think the Dems are going to change their ways. But I also understand how the American elections work, and I just know that that's not how things work. Like, there is no third party solution here. You got to work within the boundaries that are set before you. If they are unyielding, there's not much else you can do. You know, sorry to burst your bubble on that, but good luck. HasanAbi 7 months ago. The fact that there are people out there who are taking the time out of their day to go to an uncontested primary to vote uncommitted is very important. A 10% would be a massive, in my opinion, victory for the uncommitted campaign, especially because of like when it got started. It wasn't like it is relatively new. And on top of that, it came in a situation where, if you're actually uncommitted, you just don't vote. I think people should 100% do it, and that's an important message to send, but we should be aware of what the baseline we're working off here. Trump has created a very intense loyalty towards them politicians among the kinds of voters who show up to this. Important thing to remember here, if the vote is under 10%, people will say Biden did better than Obama to hype him up. That is not a good comparison. The constituency of ancestral Dems who went out of their way to vote against Obama in 2012 does not exist now. New York Times reporting 10% uncommitted. Biden's at 85%. Marianne Williamson and D. Phillips at 2.5 and 2.2%. 10% of the vote is uncommitted according to New York Times this early. It's only 5% of the votes coming in right now, folks. Why do people talk about Trump's voter loyalty when he only has 60% of the Republican vote? People don't want either candidate. If this is your expectation, my friend, you are in for a major surprise. Abi kilo almışsın. I'm literally lighter. Bundan daha inceyim şu anda. I just don't have a beard. Dummy. I'm skinnier than I was there. Come general election, Donald Trump's Republican base of support is infinitely more loyal and also infinitely larger, I guess, percentage-wise. Not larger than Joe Biden's loyal base of support, maybe even in totality, but definitely percentage-wise. Donald Trump, throughout his entire tumultuous career, has rarely ever dipped below 90% approval rating in the Republican Party. This is a fact that I used to show to liberals all the time, and it blew their minds when I would bring this up. I'd be like, dude, do you think Donald Trump's approval ratings are low? That's fine. That makes sense. A lot of Democrats hate him, but look at his approval rating in the party. It's barely below 90% in the Republican Party. Joe Brandon's approval rating currently is significantly lower than that in his own party. So that's something to remember. That means there's not a lot of motivation even amongst party loyalists for Joseph Robinette Brandon. This will lead to depressive voter turnout.
This would be for District 9.
You wore makeup on camera? No. Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump. Let's get back to Donald Trump's court filings detailing new accusations about Donald Trump's alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 vote.
But in this new filing, Special Counsel Smith argues that Trump's actions to overturn the 2020 election were not the official acts of a president, but the illegal deeds of a losing candidate, one who knew he lost and was told so repeatedly. Among the new evidence, prosecutors say a witness will testify that Trump mocked his own election lawyers' false claims about voter fraud, calling them crazy, even as he, quote, adopted and amplified them. Smith also argues that Trump was directly responsible for the tinderbox that he purposely ignited on January 6th, knowing he had only one last hope to prevent Biden's certification as president, the large and angry crowd standing in front of him.
We fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
This filing reveals that prosecutors have obtained evidence from Trump's personal phone, data showing that Trump had his Twitter account open and active for most of the afternoon, while the Capitol was being stormed by his supporters and while Fox News played on the TV in the dining room off the Oval Office. In the middle of it all, Trump tweeting that his Vice President, Mike Pence, did not have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Smith argues in his brief that that tweet wasn't an official presidential act sent to address a matter of public concern and ease unrest. It was the message of an angry candidate upon the realization that he would lose power. According to the special counsel's filing, shortly after Vice President Mike Pence was whisked to a secure location by the Secret Service, Trump was informed by a White House staffer who hoped, quote, the defendant would take action to ensure Pence's safety. Instead, Trump, quote, looked at him and said only, so what? Donald.
My goat. He was very mad about the Jack Smith filing. He called it pure election interference. This is lawfare.
Let's get right into it. Obviously, one of the major points that you've been making in your campaign is America's largest deportation effort ever. Now, we know that the government doesn't know where a million or millions of migrants are. We know some of these migrants in our country are protected under due process with a notice to appear. Yep. So how would you remove them, and how would you, as you say, use the National Guard in doing so?
Yeah, you're going to get local law enforcement. They know them very well. They know their names. They know their middle names. They know everything about them. The local police and the local officers and all local law enforcement in their community, they know everybody. They know the good ones, the bad ones. They know everything about them, and they're going to get them, and they're going to get them out. We have murderers in our country. We have drug dealers in our country. If you look at what Venezuela has sent, but it's not just South America, it's all over the world. They're coming in from Africa. They're coming in from the Congo. They're coming in from all parts of South America. But you know what? Less South America than people think. We have people coming in from the Middle East at numbers we've never seen. They're coming in from Asia. And it's not sustainable by us or by any country. And many of these people are up for murder. You know, they took out 13,099 people were released. The other day, it was just released as information, I guess from Border Patrol. I don't know who did it. Nobody knows who did it, but the official stats, it was never released before. Over 13,000 murderers, many of them with multiple murders, and they're now in our country. We have the drug dealers, the biggest drug dealers. We have terrorists. We have everybody. Like we're a dumping ground. They have to be removed. It's not sustainable by anybody. We're going to be working with the local police and local law enforcement. They know everything. They know things that nobody would even think about knowing, but we're going to let them do their job because, you know, they have not been allowed to do their job. And you have local communities right now all over this country that are petrified before the people even come in, and they're coming in. They're all coming in. They're petrified. And I can say what Kamala and Joe Biden have done to this country. There's never been anything done so bad by a president or by a vice president. She was the border czar, whether she likes it or not, and she was in charge of the border. There's never been anything like it. I had the best numbers in history. They have the worst numbers ever for any country, not just here, for any country. She was horrible. She's trying to make excuses now, but you can't. The damage has been done. You can't make excuses. We have to get the murderers, the drug dealers, we have to get them out of our country.
Now, speaking of the safety of our country, we have seen the Mexican cartel and we have seen smugglers.
Bro, they love AI art, huh? Your apartment building under Harris. This is what they're showing in the fucking... This is what they're showing at the Trump rally in Michigan right now. This is the stuff that we don't get to see. That's crazy. Please cover Asheville, dude, please. I did. I'm an Asheville native and we are not getting news coverage from the media. Please cover Asheville and WNC. I have.
Targeting American law enforcement with weapons and with their tactics right now. For example, I just reported on 4 RPGs and 8 IEDs found in a Mexican scout site on the other side of the border in the Tucson sector. And then today we're talking about the Mexican cartels using drone jammers to intercept our drone capabilities and our surveillance technology. So how do you counter that? How do you keep American law enforcement safe and our border patrol safe? And how do you keep the weapons out of the hands of the cartel?
We need a military operation. What's happening, what you're just telling me, we need a military operation. These people have become military. They're very rich. They have a lot of money. They're among the richest people probably in the world. They're very rich and they're very evil. And people are dying at levels that nobody's ever seen from fentanyl poisoning, and it comes through the border, comes from China and through the border, and we're going to get it stopped. And whatever you need, if it's going to be military in addition to Texas, which has really done a good job, the best of the jobs, but you take a look at Arizona, it's open, it's an open sieve. You take a look at other places. I'm going to help New Mexico. New Mexico wants to do it, and they can't seem to do it because the Democrat politicians don't do it. And we're going to win New Mexico because of it. You know, you've seen the numbers. So we're going to have to get in some military action. And we're going to take, if we need military, look, they're killing 300,000 people a year. I think it's more than that. You know, they always say 100, 102. It's over 300,000 people are being killed from fentanyl and drugs.
Dude, this is why I think it's like extra crazy that the Democrats don't consistently use this as a counter. Like, this man is just straight up running with this lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for fentanyl deaths. When the actual reality of the fucking matter is fentanyl is being trafficked by American citizens into the country. Like, he just doesn't give a shit. He does not care when people die from fentanyl overdoses, which, by the way, another thing that the Biden administration did successfully was greatly reduce the number of fentanyl deaths for the first time. So it's shocking that they don't, like, they have such a massive upper hand here, both by simply repeating the truth about who is trafficking the fentanyl, and then by pointing to something that they've done that is a positive trend, and yet they don't do it. It boggles the mind. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh. I don't know. The Dems have good orders.
That come over the border. We're going to do something about it.
Is it 0.02% of fentanyl found is from illegal crossings, or is it 0.02% of the undocumented? It's 0.02% of undocumented are found with fentanyl. I think it's like literally 10% of undocumented migrants that are apprehended at border crossings that actually are trafficking drugs or are caught with any drugs whatsoever. It's 90% that are apprehended that are American citizens. Yeah.
That's like having a big war. That's not like having a little war. You go to war, you don't lose that many people. In the Civil War, we lost 600,000 people. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We're not gonna stand for it.
Now, when it comes to the situation in Washington, D.C. today, I'd be negligent as a reporter if I didn't ask you about this, Mr. President. Obviously, we know that special...
Yeah, 0.02% of people crossing illegally possess fentanyl. 0.02%. The fact that Donald Trump is like claiming that fucking undocumented migrants are responsible for every fentanyl death in this country is so psychotic, dude. You just hate undocumented migrants. That's it. That's the only reason why you're pointing to them as the major responsible party for this. It is so fucking frustrating. And the fact that the Democrats are not consistently going, what the fuck are you saying, dumbass? And instead leaning on the idea by also presenting their own right-wing border bill themselves is so stupid. Oh my God.
Special Counsel Jack Smith had...
And when the concentration camps get built, we'll say, how did we get here? How did we get here? This is shocking. What a shocking turn of events. Who could have foreseen this?
filed court documents calling your actions in the aftermath of the 2020 election, quote, a private criminal effort. Can you respond to that?
He's a deranged person. I call him deranged Jack Smith. He just lost the big documents case. That was the biggest of them all. They said the documents case, and they said that was the toughest of them all. Let me tell you, we just won it, and it was won strongly and completely, and it was a total victory in Florida. And he is a person who is trying, and he works for Kamala and he works for Joe. This was a weaponization of...
Before people say, oh, well, his deranged supporters will say, who cares? We don't believe the numbers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're not trying to convince his supporters. You're trying to tell the truth to your supporters and those in the fucking margins. How do you not get this? When you don't launch a counter and instead concede on the right-wing framing that is not even born out of real data, but just right-wing hysteria, all you're doing is teaching your followers, that the Republicans are correct on the issue. All you're doing is telling independents that the Republicans are correct on this issue. Who are they going to believe at the end of the day? Slowly but surely, you're pushing your base of support right for no particular reason.
Of government, and that's why it was released 30 days before the election. And it's nothing new in there, by the way, nothing new. They rigged the election. I didn't rig the election. They rigged the election. What they do is they rig the election, and then they go around getting people and persecuting people and prosecuting people that did nothing wrong. They rigged the election. These are crooked people. Deranged Jack Smith is a prosecutor who was put there in order to screw up the election for the Republican Party. The people know it. I know it. Everybody knows it, and it's not going to happen. They should have never allowed the information to come before the public, but they did that because they want to hurt you with the election. Now, so far, and you know we've had great victories, but so far, what has happened is if you take a look at what they've done, the public doesn't buy it, and my poll numbers have gone up instead of down. It's pure election interference to get an incompetent person like Kamala. She's grossly incompetent. She's more incompetent than Biden to get these people elected. And the voters, they get it. They've read it, they get it. And it's already come out. Every single channel is calling it election interference. Ready? They rigged the election. The election was rigged. I didn't rig it, they did.
Now you talk about voters, and obviously that's the biggest part right now, right? Getting these voters. You're going back to Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th. Obviously, a gunman tried to take your life, Mr. President. Going back there this weekend, what kind of feelings, emotions?
The number that needs to be checked isn't what percentage of immigrants smuggle fent. It is what percentage of fent is from immigrants. Do you think that the 0.02% of undocumented migrants that are apprehended at the border crossings with fentanyl are responsible for 90%? Like, you think it's the one undocumented migrant that's like bringing in all the fent? Is that what you think, actually? Like, is that how you think numbers work? %, of all fentanyl smuggled across the border is smuggled by American citizens, and you think like 2 migrants actually brought in, you know, tens of thousands of kilos? That's what you think? All the Americans, they just had like pocket fent. They had like a little bit of baby fent, the 88%. They had baby fent. Just a little bit, just a little powder. And then these 2 undocumented migrants are responsible for all of it. That's a genuinely, like, do you guys understand? This is the problem, okay? When people who have reactionary framing on these issues are met with the reality, they have to literally get to QAnon-style conspiracies. Like, they have to deny basic math. They have to deny how a normal supply chain and how that would normally work, like how logistics would work. They have to hallucinate an alternative reality. It's that simple. When you are on the side of the truth, if you were on the side of the truth in this matter, Democrats are not, it would be that easy to disparage right-wing framing. It would be that easy to just be like, what are you even saying? And yet they don't even do that. Yeah. Mexicans are hard workers. 0.02% is more capable than supplying 90% of the fent. Lamau, yeah.
Does that elicit? And are you worried about safety, security concerns here this weekend?
Well, I'm always worried. I think that the White House isn't treating us very good. I get crowds that are 10 times bigger than anybody else, 20 times bigger than anybody else, and we're entitled to security. The White House makes it very difficult. We had something in Wisconsin last week we would have had 60,000 people, but they couldn't provide us with the security. So we went from 60,000 people to a much smaller effort, and we had 40 or 50,000 people standing outside wanting to get into a little auditorium. No, it's very unfair the way we've been treated, and they have treated us pretty unfairly, I think. And we have to get better security, and it's really being led more so by the White House than anybody else. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Secret Service. I think they're doing a good job, but they're only allowed to do what the White House is letting them do. Now, I have to tell you that recently, and it was very interesting, they just approved more money for the Secret Service, and it was unanimous. It's the first unanimous vote I can remember in Congress. The Democrats voted for it, too. So they want to see safety. Everybody wants to see safety. I'm going back to Butler because I feel I have an obligation to go back to Butler. We never finished what we were supposed to do. And I said that day when I was shot, I said, we're coming back. We're going to come back. And I'm fulfilling a promise. I'm fulfilling really an obligation.
Can I take you back to the border really quick? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
sure, yeah.
Talking about safety, we've seen a record number of terrorists come across the border.
Yeah.
People with flags on the terrorist watch list. Southern border,
Terrible.
northern border, it's happening. How do you prevent them from coming in, from stepping on U.S. soil? You know, you don't have a crystal ball. Some of these people that are let in, they're vetted. That commit crimes later. How do you prevent them from even getting here in the first place?
They're vetted and they're criminals, and we're letting people in without any vetting. They're not even vetting. They're not even asking who these people are, where they're from, what country. They're just letting them walk through open borders. What you do is...
Oh, all of this is, I mean, every part of this is a straight up fucking lie, okay? Every part of this. If Kamala Harris, which by the way, the application that they're talking about for TPS filings is processed by the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol, which means that like Customs and Border Patrol is in the tank for Kamala Harris, okay, or Joe Biden. The application he's talking about, the phone application, existed under the Trump administration. It was actually put into implementation under the Trump administration, and that the Harris and Biden administration actually continued to use it. Donald Trump himself also, extended TPS for Venezuelans specifically, and even Haitians at a certain point, but he stopped TPS for Haitians also on his way out. However, the process in which these people get documented to get TPS, temporary protected status, through this application is essentially just streamlining it. Like, instead of doing paperwork, you get to literally do it through an application. It makes it easier. Okay? When these guys claim that that like Kamala Harris just like waved a magic wand or whatever, it's bullshit. Donald Trump has also waved that same magic wand, and the TPS application literally goes through and looks at prior records, like criminal records and whatnot. Okay? It's not, you don't just like get to write a fucking TPS app and then you're like a criminal and then you basically are allowed into the country to do all the crimes that you want to do. There are background checks involved in this process. When Donald Trump shits on the application, he's shitting on his own Customs and Border Patrol. I remember you talking about this, and everybody at the time were mad that they had phones but needed assistance. Yeah, also the process is like fucked up to begin with. The application is really wonky and doesn't even work.
You have to have strong borders. I had the best numbers we've ever had in the country.
I think his response would be that they lie on the application and Kamala accepts them anyways. Yeah, it's not Kamala that accepts them. It's Customs and Border Patrol that accepts them. Okay?
And it was 4 years ago. When I left, the week I left, we had the best numbers we've ever had. You've seen the famous chart. That's a famous chart that you know very well. You know probably as well as I do. Everyone knows it. And the reason that chart was on display was because that was the lowest point, and that was made by Border Patrol. That was the lowest number we've had for many, many decades, the lowest number. You need toughness, you need strength, you need walls. And we had the walls. You know, I built hundreds of miles of walls. I was going to add another 200, which is much more than I said I was going to do, by the way, but it was working so well. I was going to add another 100, and then another 100 on top of that. 200 miles would have taken 3 to 4 weeks to install. It was already there, ready to be put up. And they went out and sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. They didn't want it up. And that's when I realized they want open borders. These are open borders fanatics. If you have a wall and if you have good security, you can stop them from coming in very easily.
Is it 88% of border drug apprehensions are American citizens? Yes, 88% of border drug apprehensions are American citizens. I do not know what percentage of the drugs overall that they're responsible for, but if 88% of border drug apprehensions are American citizens, specifically, and in terms of fentanyl, if undocumented immigrants are only responsible for 0.02% of the apprehensions for fentanyl, don't you think that it is statistically or mathematically unlikely for them to be responsible for the majority of fentanyl? Illicit fentanyl and drug smuggling at the U.S.-Mexico border, an overview. Okay. Data indicates that drug seizures at the U.S.-Mexico border by pound seas are trending down. This is good news. The good news at a closer look can be misleading. Seizures of heavier, less potent drugs like marijuana are down, while illicit fentanyl, a drug 100 times more potent than morphine, are up significantly, 480% higher at the southern border in fiscal year 2023. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol operations seized nearly 549,000 pounds of illicit drug substances nationwide. On the southern border, fentanyl is up, right? Like the amount of fentanyl that's going across the border. Where is it? Where is it? Let's see. Yeah, drug seizure statistics are down. They're trending down, I think. But it's trending down because of the types of drugs that are being seized. Because when drugs become legal or drugs become decriminalized heavily, the black market, the black market need for it goes down. That's another reason why legalization is actually a burden for cartels. It's a pro-cartel policy not to legalize. Where the fuck is this? Do they even have the thing in here? DHS coordinated effort, port of entry. I mean, the facts that I use are directly from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol. Fentanyl smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens for U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers. An NPR Ipsos poll found that 39% of Americans, 60% of Republicans believe most of the fentanyl entering the U.S. is smuggled in by unauthorized migrants crossing the border illegally. That was back in 2022. Here, there are more recent numbers here. U.S. citizens were 89% of convicted fentanyl trackers in 2022. Fentanyl smuggling is ultimately funded by U.S. consumers who pay for illicit opioids, nearly 99% of whom are U.S. citizens. In 2022, U.S. citizens were 89% of convicted fentanyl drug traffickers, 12 times greater than convictions of illegal immigrants of the same offense. In 2023, 93% of fentanyl seizures occurred at legal crossing points. This is DHS numbers, by the way. These are coming, like, Cato Institute is compiling these, but they're coming from drug seizure statistics from the Department of Homeland Security and the Customs and Border Patrol. This is from the cbp.gov website directly. This is what we look at when I talk about this kind of stuff. Okay? They come in through legal crossing points or interior vehicle checkpoints, not on illegal migration routes. So U.S. citizens who are subject to less scrutiny when crossing legally are the best smugglers. Okay? The location of smuggling makes sense because hard drugs at ports of entry are at least 96% less likely to be stopped than people crossing illegally between them. At most, just 0.009% of the people arrested by Border Patrol for crossing illegally possessed any fentanyl whatsoever. Each individual busted for fentanyl by Border Patrol possessed on average half as much fentanyl as each person busted at ports of entry. So here, they have those numbers as well. They literally have less than, obviously, the people that are trafficking it through their cars. Okay? Understandable. Because it's much harder to smuggle drugs in the least reliable way possible through illegal border crossings when every single person is most likely going to get apprehended, as they do. The government exacerbated the problem by banning most legal cross-border traffic in 2020 and 2021, accelerating to switch to a fentanyl, easiest to conceal drug. During the travel restrictions, fentanyl seizures at ports quadrupled from fiscal year 2019 to 2021. Fentanyl went from a third of combined heroin and fentanyl seizures to over 90%. Annual deaths from fentanyl nearly doubled from 2019 to 2021 after the government banned most travel and asylum. It is monstrous that tens of thousands of people are dying unnecessarily every year from fentanyl. Fentanyl is primarily trafficked by U.S. citizens. U.S. Sentencing Commission publishes data on all federal convictions, which includes demographic information on individuals convicted of fentanyl trafficking. Figure 1 shows the citizenship status of fentanyl traffickers from 2018 to 2022. Every year, U.S. citizens receive the most convictions by far. In 2022, U.S. citizens accounted for 89%. 89% of fentanyl trafficking convictions compared to just 8.9% for illegal immigrants. Look at that. Illegal non-citizens, 7.3%. Legal resident, 3.5%. U.S. citizen, 88.6%. Why is the question you might be asking yourself? Because who is less likely to be stopped? What is the easiest way to traffic drugs across the border? Is it easier to chop up a car and stash it in your vehicle, a vehicle that is operated by an American citizen who will be subject to less scrutiny at the regular ports of entry? Or is it, in your mind, easier to smuggle it with the least reliable method of delivery with thousands and thousands of fucking abuelas crossing the goddamn border? If you think it's easier to smuggle fentanyl in your ass, then one must ask the question, why isn't Amazon using this much more reliable delivery mechanism? Those fools. They use UPS. They use FedEx. They use these big trucks. They use these big trucks filled to the brim with boxes when they could have just been randomly giving it to random people to run around in. If you consider that to be the most efficient form of logistics, then how can these multi-billion dollars corporations not recognize that they're just losing out there? Anyway, the answer is children. That's right. The answer is children. Children make the best drug mules, okay? The children both yearn for the mines and need a job, a steady income, and they can get that from the cartels. And they also are they're very good at trafficking drugs. They're real go-getters. That's how they do it. Anyway, Indeed, this appears to be the case for even the most high-profile cases. Aaron Reichland Melnick for the American Immigration Council analyzed every Customs and Border Protection press release mentioning fentanyl over a 6-month period and found just 3% involved illegal immigrants. This means that the agency itself believes the most important smugglers are U.S. citizens. And yet, for some reason, nobody seems to be considering this reality. And the communication around this matters. That is precisely the reason why, when you poll people in the American public, majorities of the American public think undocumented immigrants are responsible for the overwhelming majority of fentanyl deaths. Donald Trump lies about this fact all the time. If you are genuinely interested in solving the problem of fentanyl deaths, your focus should be on treating addiction as a disease and not as a crime, legalizing to the best of your ability, offering, safe needle programs and things of that nature, while simultaneously communicating to the American public that fentanyl is not being trafficked by undocumented migrants and it's simply being used as a talking point. Safe injection sites are a really successful way to do it. Who's paying you to hide the truth? No, it's Canada. Okay, chatter. U.S. citizens account for most fentanyl trafficking convictions is not surprising given the location of fentanyl border seizures. In 2023, 93% of fentanyl border seizures occurred at legal border crossings and interior vehicle checkpoints, and 91% of drug seizures at checkpoints are from U.S. citizens, only 4% by potentially removable immigrants. In 2022 so far, the Border Patrol agents who were not at vehicle checkpoints accounted for just 7% of fentanyl seizures near the border. Of that 7%, CBP has testified the majority was seized from vehicle stops, again, usually from U.S. citizens. Since it is easier for U.S. citizens to cross legally than non-citizens, it makes sense for fentanyl producers to hire U.S. citizen smugglers. Okay? When they say removable, potentially removable immigrants, they're talking about undocumented immigrants, not documented legal permanent residents, for example. The DEA reports that criminal organizations exploit major highway routes for transportation, and the most common method employed involves smuggling illicit drugs through U.S. ports of entry in passenger vehicles with concealed compartments or commingled with legitimate goods on tractor trailers. It's so weird. It is so weird to me that such an obvious reality. We have this notion that this glaringly obvious reality is just not true. It is a major, in my opinion, a major failure of mainstream media and the Democratic Party that Americans still refuse to recognize the reality here, okay? What the truth is. If American citizens are responsible for, let's say, 99% of the rapes, and undocumented migrants are responsible for 1% of the rapes in the United States of America, and you are running an anti-rape campaign, and you say, we got to solve the rape crisis in this country by deporting migrants, you are not a serious person. You don't care about rape at all. You just want to deport migrants. Okay? What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay. The people crossing illegally through the land border are trying to survive the geographical conditions that care about smuggling shit. Also, aren't most illegal citizens people who flew and stayed? Yes. That's the other side of the story, is that the majority of undocumented migrants that are currently on U.S. soil are visa overstayers, 52%. Yeah. Anyway, how do we get here? This is the charts that I get to every day. How is it that I have to repeat myself every single day? It's because no one else is doing it. It's because the Democratic Party is not doing it. Please.
The wall really worked. The wall, I built hundreds of miles, it worked. And we were adding to it. And after we...
By the way, think about how fucking easy it is for Trump to just like repeat this lie. And think about how much time it took for me to show you the truth. Without any sort of mainstream media outlet also consistently correcting the record on this matter, it becomes a futile effort at this point. So futile that even in this community, there are still people who consider themselves to be progressive who are duped by this lie and try to check me on it.
I assumed that they were going to throw it up. Would have taken them 3 weeks, and you would have had a really secure border. And they ended up, really, a lot of it, they sold for 5 cents on the dollar. Think of that one.
And some of that, Governor Greg Abbott actually ended up with, I believe, to build his own wall. Now, Tren de Aragua, that is a Venezuelan gang that is compared to the Mexican cartels, a very violent...
Okay, I can't do this anymore. We're going to move on from this. Okay. Let's get to the inside the country that kills illegal immigrants. What the fuck? Tyler Oliveira, Adolf Hitler, came out with a new video. There was a funny thing. Oh, here we got this too. Apparently Johnny Harris earlier today published a short form video about a group of Israelis who are calling for people to move in and build settlements in southern Lebanon in an effort to expand Israel's territory. I likened it onto the settler movement that led to the illegal settling of Israelis in the West Bank after 1967, which is correct. He was objectively correct for likening it to that because that's precisely what it is. And yet he got yelled at a lot. He got the boss call. So we turned around and he said, I'm realizing now that I was wrong to equate the two. This is a different situation. It's literally the same people doing it, okay? It's the same exact ideology that is pushing for it, and it's the same exact people that are doing it in many instances. While some Israelis do want to expand Israel's territory by attempting to settle southern Lebanon, this is a fringe group that, under the current status quo, has no feasible chance of expanding Israel's occupation or changing Israel's borders. Interesting that you say that, because that's exactly what they were in 1967. The illegal settler group was a fringe group. How did we get here? Yeah, it's such a fringe group that, like, there are 2 active participants in the governing coalition that are from said fringe group, by the way. Yes, I have the Tyler Oliveira getting yelled at clip. Please stop fucking sending it in the chat. We're going to get there in a second. Anyway, Israel's occupation of changing Israel's borders. This may change as this conflict escalates, but for now, the comparison was an inaccurate characterization. No, it wasn't. It was an accurate characterization. It was completely correct. I hope you trust that when these errors come to my attention, I will do my best to assess the error and immediately issue a correction and let you know about it. Thanks for your patience, and I'll see you in the next video. That's awesome. That's great. West Bank settlers were once a fringe group. Why is it wrong for you, a journalist, to pose a comparison in two situations when there were no factual wrongs? Genuine question, lol. For a guy that fact checks again and again and again on every story, somehow makes a mistake or whatever, definitely got the call. He got a boss call. Anyway, let's watch Adolf Hitler's reincarnated flesh and soul get yelled out by some locals. Okay.
Woman.
What am I supposed to do?
You're embarrassing your mother.
Okay.
You're silly. Look at you, drinking Monsters. You got a girlfriend?
I like Monster.
Bet you don't got a girlfriend. Call her right now. Bet. Bet. Bet you don't got a girlfriend, boy. Bet.
Fair enough.
On camera. You're a clown.
All right.
Hey.
Oh, I need to go back where I came from? Where? What did I do to you? What did I do to you? What's the problem?
You don't need to be in Charleroi about these poor Haitian people
I
making money, and they work fucking hard.
Okay, there you go. That's all we came here to understand. Why did you come in here assuming we came in here to stir up trouble?
This is my.
Come on, dog. They can smell the stink off you, okay? You got that Hitler shit on lock, son. That's right. I love, Pennsylvania, back on my good graces, back on my good side.
Motherfucking town, bitch.
Yeah, you're thinking it's cute, bro.
She runs the town. All right. Well, good to know we met the mayor.
Bro, you just see, bro. You just need to understand. You're going to mature. Just understand the fact that what you're doing, you should expect this to happen.
I can't come here and have a conversation with you?
But keep your composure. Keep your...
Get his ass. Tyler Hitler Vera back at it again. At least he's getting got. I hate this motherfucker so much. I hate him so much, bro. He is such a fucking giant dweeb. Vince Vintage, Tyler Oliveira's inner monologue. Please say black men, please say black men, please say black men.
Where are you from?
Rome. Italy, yeah.
Do you feel safer as a woman?
Yes, yeah.
Do you feel safe in Rome as a woman? Or Italy, sorry?
No, not at all.
Why?
It's not safe.
Why is it not safe?
Because we don't feel safe, like walking alone at night.
Who are you afraid of at night?
Men.
Which men? Men in general or specific types of men?
You motherfucker, you. Bro, he is literally trying so desperately to pull, like, it's so... Okay, Vince Vintage is right. Like, at first I thought maybe it's like a little bit embellished, but like, goddamn. It's so motherfucking obvious that, like, it's so obvious that he's just like, oh my God, just say it. Please say it. Say it. Please, 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 please. That'd be so sick.
Come from different places.
Like men.
Italian men?
Yeah.
Okay, they don't need it. They can buy their own. Why do you think they feel unsafe in Rome? Let's be honest.
Because of Africans.
Dude, he literally, Hitler, Adolf Hitler. Straight up. Welcome back, Adolf Hitler. Straight up, dude. It's like, no, man, she said you are the problem. He's like, no, it must be Africans. Of course. What do you mean? Welcome back, Mussolini.
They are afraid to say so.
What Where are you from?
Rome. Italy, yeah.
Do you feel safer as a woman?
Yeah.
And welcome back, Mussolini. Oh, mamma mia. Oh, very nice. Very nice. He's a Polish politician, I think. Oh, I thought they were in Italy. I was wrong. It turns out they are in Poland. Am I wrong? I am so wrong. Not just any politician from Poland. I mean, they have a meatball. Okay. Oh, have you seen this new thumbnail title? Inside the country that kills immigrants, we kill illegals. Dude, this is like what are we doing? I feel like we have dialed up on the Hitler scale. Every damn day there's a new thing where I'm just like, every damn day I am in awe that there is a new, like, even more Hitlerian YouTuber out there doing the damn thing. It is crazy. We're just up in the ante. That's crazy, man. I'm sorry, bro. It's over. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what to do about all this shit. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck.
In our
to
Money
say
Watch
about
this
it.
morning.
It's you should take a day off. No, I'm too busy serving 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Here's another fucking we are so cooked moment. Newsmax guy, this would be the wallpaper on the phone of every journalist in New York and Washington if there were a Republican in the White House. And the photographer would get a Pulitzer. That's an AI photo, man. That is literally an AI photo. 34,000 likes, by the way. Here's the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, mind you. We ain't making it. We ain't making it, dude. We ain't making it. Nah. It's crazy, bro. Disney animation skull-shaped kid, bro. Yeah. It's all over my Facebook from Western North Carolina hogs. Yeah. No. What are we going to do with old people and AI images on Facebook? Nah, it's just nothing. Yeah. This is like looking at that Jesus Trump photo and being like, Donald Trump is Jesus. He's going to save us. All right. Let's take a look at CBS Morning's Money Watch with Tony DePepe.
And we look at the economic effect of the
Mr. Double Cirque. Okay. I will never be able to see him as anything but that. Okay. Mr. Double Cirque. Shave off the top a little bit for me, please. Okay. Went to the barber, but instead the barber went to the moil and asked him to shave a little bit off the tippy top. Mr. Double Cirque himself. Let's see how he covers this story. It's so funny that he's like the basic anchor for CBS. So he's in every fucking news story that I cover. And now it just has dramatically altered my relationship with CBS in general. It's great.
The dock workers strike now in its third day. This strike has shut down ports from Boston to Houston with no deal in sight. Senior business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent is tracking what this could all mean for shoppers. Jolene, good morning.
Tony, good morning. There has been some relief on inflation over the last few months, which has been good for consumers. But now there are new concerns that this port strike could drive the prices of food, cars, and other goods back up if it goes on for weeks. We're talking about bananas, cherries, and chocolate. Those could be the first items affected.
Poor guy talking about dock workers, but can't dock himself. Okay, listen, I can't dock either. All right. I can't dock either. But at least I could probably do it more reliably than he can. He snipped off whatever remained. You know what I mean?
Goldman Sachs says if this strike lasts more than a week, retailers that sell clothing, furniture, and home appliances could be hit as well. And you could also see price increases and shortages for that critical holiday shopping season. And some big retailers have been preparing for this, basically. Costco, for example, said on its recent earnings call that the company has pre-shipped to get holiday goods into the United States ahead of the strike. But, you know, small and medium-sized businesses may not have the resources and they may not be as lucky, Tony.
Yeah, Tony, tell us about the dockers. Tell us about the dock workers.
Union workers seem pretty dug in. The president said no automation while he's alive, basically over my dead body. So how close are they really to resolving this?
Unfortunately, they are not close to a resolution. The union president has said he's willing to shut down the ports as long as necessary, even at the cost of the U.S. economy. Now, the group representing the ports and ocean carriers said earlier that it increased its offer, but apparently hasn't met all of the union demands, which include more money, a bigger slice of shipping company profits, as well as commitments to limit that automation we've been talking about and guarantee jobs, Tony.
All right, Jolene, thank you very much.
ILA union president, the guy who called the strike, Harold Daggett, leading the strike. Now we're learning more about his lavish lifestyle.
Cheryl Casoni from our sister network Fox Business is here to break it all down. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, good morning to both of you. And he does have a bit of a lavish lifestyle, homes.
Let's go, baby. Cracking my knuckles over here. It's pocket watch time. My favorite, dude. Listen. Let him have a big ass house, brother. How big? How big is the house of the owner of these fucking massive shipping companies? I ain't seen you fucking cover that shit. I ain't seen you talk about that shit. We have this mentality that is so fucking ingrained in our minds that if you are like on the side of labor, you have to be living an ascetic lifestyle, that you have to literally be broke, okay? That there is no way for you to, you know, advocate to take more of the fucking value that you are generating for your workers, that it's absolutely fucked up. It's backwards. It's so stupid. And it actually hurts my soul when I see leftists also pocket watching in a similar vein. All right? It's dumb as fuck, and we do it to ourselves as well. So maybe some people in this chat, in this community, will recognize how stupid that shit is when they see a bunch of dumbasses at Fox News repeating those exact same points. I love when like a anarchist will talk like a think tank guy on Fox News, but leftistly.
The odds of Bentley. Let's get into this. So first, let's talk about his salary. He makes a nice salary. Last year, this president, Harold Daggett, of course, he runs ILA, raked in $900,000, according to union filings from the Department of Labor. For comparison, the average union dock worker makes about $81,000 each year. Now, let's talk about the homes that he owns. He's got a 2.
Damn, dog. Kind of feels like kind of feels like the ILA local is making a shit ton more than the average union dock worker. Okay. And also kind of feels like he's asking for them to also get paid more. Isn't that the entire point of this fucking strike, dumbass? That's the whole point. He makes that because he fights so that these guys make this. Okay? That's an elected position for the most part. These are some old school unions. Some unions are a little different. May or may not have been elevated to that status way long ago. I don't really know the personal details of this one man, but none of that fucking matters. Even if the union structure is like somewhat corrupt, there's a lot of nepotism in this structure as well. Ultimately, the role that they're playing right now is the reason why they're shitting on him like this. The role that he's playing right now is for the workers. He is facilitating a work stoppage specifically to demand higher fucking wages because they have generated higher profits. They have generated higher value for capital owners for these massive companies. It is perfectly understandable that he fights for his workers, okay, to make sure that he gets more of the value that they've generated. That is at the heart of this conversation.
$1.4 million home, Sparta, New Jersey. He's got a Bentley, which he's been known to drive around town in.
I have two sons at the LA ports. Oh shit. You're fucking caked then. You got lucky as shit, PZ6 Longshoremen's are like dock workers in general are some of the most like aspired jobs out there. It is a really, I mean, it's a very difficult job, make no mistake, but they have some pretty fucking strong unions for this reason. I mean, they have the capacity to shut down the entire motherfucking economy if they choose to do so. Right? They're not full-time yet. I have two sons at the LA ports. There's a difference. B casual worker and book A worker. What is it? Like the LA ports, like they make even more money. Let's see. LA ports, longshoreman salary. Look at this. Look. Look at this fucking bullshit. Look. West Coast dock workers making $200K, demand higher pay. Union fight for pay raise now starting to affect ship operations. Oh, man. That's crazy. It's so funny when these guys are like such obvious assholes when they're like, wow, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union dock workers handle cargo across the West Coast and they already make $200K a year. Why do they want more? And by the way, this is from freightwaves.com. Okay. Industry publications like this basically operate specifically with capital in mind, obviously. And it is hilarious because when they demand more, they're not demanding more money to materialize out of nothing. They're demanding more of the money that they are generating for the companies. That's it. That's literally it. It's like getting mad when the NBA Players Union is demanding higher wages or better benefits. It's like, dude, you're a fucking idiot if you look at that and you go, oh, these guys, how dare they? They're already making millions of dollars a year. It's like, yeah, dude, because they're generating billions of dollars of fucking value as wage laborers for the goddamn multi-billionaires team. It's not like he's balling. You think fucking Miriam Adelson can ball like Kyrie Irving? Fuck no. Get the fuck out of here. You have to look at how much value that they're fucking generating. These guys cannot bankrupt their own companies, okay? And they don't. It is a lie. Anytime someone claims that the union demands far too much, they're lying. Okay? Because it's not in their interest to bankrupt the company. If they did that, then they wouldn't have a fucking job. It's so stupid. This conversation is so idiotic and it's so frustrating. Okay? The ILWU is demanding wages and benefits for the next 5-year contract that reflects dock workers' role in the COVID-era import boom, a one-off event that ended last year. The prior contract expired July 1st, 2022. The union cited a decrease in the members' wages and benefits as a share of revenues of terminal employers and ocean carriers represented by the Pacific Maritime Association. Automation also cut into their labor force. ILWU Local 13 said that this is the other one, by the way. This is the western side. So the ILA is East Coast. The ILWU is West Coast. West Coast ports are more automated, from what I understand, than the East Coast ports are. Okay? And they even, the West Coast ports actually make even higher wages overall than the East Coast ports do. They get paid enough. You don't get to make that decision. Anyway, these are also highly sought after jobs as well for the benefits package that is fairly nice, and also the wages overall. The ILA current top rate for members is $39 after 6 years, well below the $54.85 an hour earned by West Coast peers at ILWU, a rate that will rise to $60.85 in 2027, the final year of their current contract. Yeah. Alex, friend of the show, Alex Press, wrote specifically about this, by the way. We're going to be talking about this as well. The first East Coast longshore strike in half a century is on. When you realize the wage comparisons between the ILWU, which is the West Coast Longshoremen's Union, and the ILA, which is the East Coast Longshoremen's Union, you then understand what the fuck is going on and why they are doing this. Okay? After a months-long impasse between the Longshore's Workers Union and its employers, 47,000 ILA workers from docks along the East and Gulf Coast have been struck. Billions of dollars worth of goods won't move until they return to work. Last time members of ILA shut down ports up and down the East and Gulf Coast was in 1977. Dock workers wanted higher wages and greater job security. New technology, specifically containerization, which transformed the industry, introduced uncertainty into the craft, and longshoremen who handled freight wanted to be sure that any disruptions introduced by the shifting mechanisms on the ports wouldn't lead to their permanent displacement. This is why labor unions are incredibly fucking important in terms of automation. Automation is a necessity. Automation is a reality. And labor unions are supposed to be there to protect the existing workforce so they do not get displaced from automation. Trade was only 16% of the U.S. economy back then, well below today's 27%. Yet the work stoppage, which lasted 45 days, was earth-shattering. Shippers said $4 billion worth of cargo piled up at the 30 affected docks in 1977. Remember, last time they actually struck. They did a strike. Other business and trucking companies laid workers off as the slowdown reverberated throughout the economy. In Puerto Rico, which relies on imports for the vast majority of its food, importers began bringing groceries in by air. The union proved largely victorious, winning increases in wages and benefits as well as greater job security. Why do this 1 month before the election, though? Suck my fucking dick, Mind Drive. Get the fuck out of here, dog. God damn. Don't ever fucking come in here with that libtard ass bullshit ever again, okay? Sorry for popping off on you this aggressively, but you got to kill the fucking lib in your brain. I swear to God. You got to kill the liberal in your brain right now. Don't even for a brief moment, don't yell at Mind Drive, okay? He is well-intentioned. He's well-intentioned. We're going to get to that, and don't yell at him, but god damn, it's just like there is that reactionary in people's minds that immediately fucking leans in and it's like, ooh, maybe there's something different afoot here. No, it's pretty fucking and simple. I know Fox News blatantly lying, but you're talking like union bosses are not freaking Pampers. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't care. I've said this time and time again. If corruption is an inevitability, I'd rather have the corrupt force actually fucking fight hard for the workers rather than the assumed corruption in the authoritarian structure of a fucking undemocratic workforce that has no labor union. Okay? That's it. That's it, man. Yeah, dude, he's shaving off a tidy penny for himself off the tippy top. Don't give a fuck. If their workers are properly fucking compensated and he's been fighting for them for 60 plus fucking years, then great. The only reason why we're having this conversation is because he's doing that, because he's fucking facilitating a work stoppage. That's it. That's the only reason why they're pocket watching. And nobody ever fucking pocket watches the goddamn CEO. We take it for granted. We think the CEO deserves all that goddamn money. He does not. Okay? And it's not like the CEO is going to take too much of a fucking pay cut. It's the value that they're providing. It's the value that these workers are providing, and they're demanding more of it. That is perfectly fair. Okay? It's perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly fair. It's bare fucking minimum. Don't give a shit about the fucking union leader's salary in this process. Nearly half a century later, wages and job security are once again at the center of a port shutdown that will snarl supply chains and send shockwaves through the U.S. economy. Okay? That is at the heart of the matter. Of course it's going to send shockwaves. That's the whole point. That's what a work stoppage is. You got to hurt the company so that they understand how important you are. You want to know why? Because the bosses don't provide value. The bosses do not generate value. If they did, they'd get the fucking work and start putting containers together themselves. Why are the shareholders not strapping up and working on the goddamn containers? I thought that they were the ones who generate the value. No, they don't. They just retain it. That's it. Their job is to just sit there and collect the fucking check. Okay? In the week prior to the strike by ILA members, which began at 12 this morning, some $14 billion in trade arrived at ports covered by the union's master agreement. From produce to seafood to pharmaceuticals to cars, these ports handle about half of all goods shipped in and out of the United States. Okay? So my point is, you're going to get annoyed. You're going to get mad. Inflation is going to fucking hit. I need you to remember, you have two options here. There's two sides in every negotiation. You can either listen to the media and get mad at the fucking labor union for demanding higher wages off of the fucking profits that they've generated, off of the value that they generated, or you can get mad at the owners of the company for not conceding to the demands being made by the labor union. The media will gear you in the upcoming days, as they are doing right now, to get mad at the fucking labor union. They'll say these guys are corrupt. They got mob ties, this and that, yada, yada, yada. Okay? But you have to remember, the job of the labor union leader is to fight for a contract that he can take back to his fucking rank and file workers that will then democratically vote on that contract and ratify it. So it's not up to him. In most cases, it's not just up to him to just be like, all right, we're getting back to fucking work. However, on the other side, you have the bosses. And the bosses can unilaterally concede to the demands that the labor union makes in earnest. Okay? This is not a one-sided story. The boss is a dictator. Technically, there is no democratic process on the side of the bosses. They could just say, we don't want this work stoppage. We're losing too much goddamn money. Immediately, you're right. You've made an honest effort here. You are earnestly demanding more of the fucking value that you have generated for us over the course of the past couple of years, especially during COVID. We're going to give it to you. If they said that, And usually there's a month-long process leading up to a strike. There's a lot of back and forth, as Alex Press also correctly pointed out. It doesn't just out of nowhere materialize. The strike is always the last effort, okay? Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to go, nobody wants to strike. That's not a thing, okay? It's a hard process. People get furloughed. They don't want to fucking hurt other workers in the goddamn economy either. It should never get to that. Good management should never allow it to get to a work stoppage. So when they do allow this process to take place, that means they are being fucking greedy assholes. Okay? And if you're in a labor union, you already know that. But many people aren't. We live in a country where the labor union participation rate is unfortunately only 10%. It's lower than a country that we actually destroyed. Chile has a 15% labor union participation rate. Chile, we wrote their constitution. We implemented neoliberalism with a dictatorship in that country. We overthrew its democratically elected socialist government, and they still have a higher labor union participation rate than we do here in the United States of America. So understand something, okay? This is the reason why many of you do not understand how this shit works. You're like, oh, what? Unions? I don't really get it. I just read about it on paper. But this is how it works. This is how it works. Okay? So now, let's get back to Fox News chirping.
He's also got a $1.4 million home, according to Newsweek, in Highland Beach, Florida. Elon Musk made a really interesting post on X. He said, dude has more yachts than me. When a picture of his yacht was posted on social media. He also has, he's had some interesting accusations in his past.
Genuinely curious about your stance on boycotting for Gaza. I know you drank Dr. Pepper on the Motosh stream and made fun of the idea of boycotting Amazon. Do you think it's a successful tool for us consumers? Yeah, the reason why I made fun of the fucking idea of boycotting Amazon and I drank Dr. Pepper on stream is because neither of which are on the fucking BDS list. The fuck do you mean?
The DOJ accused him in 2005 of being part of the Genovese crime family, but that did not go anywhere, those accusations. He was charged with a RICO conspiracy, but he was found not guilty, to be clear. But, you know, this brings into question somebody that is talking about the everyman. He's known for his colorful language, and he's fighting for these longshoremen. At the same time, he's calling the ports and the ocean carriers money crazy. But you know, he lives a nice life, to be clear here. But he's when he goes into these meetings, he's making threats like, and he says this in interviews, he'll say, people are going to realize how important these jobs are. They can't sell cars. They can't stock the malls. They can't do anything in this country without my blankety blank people. And they're going to realize it. So when you take a really hard stance and a really tough stance against companies and corporations, fair enough, but you should know that, you know, a lot of your property records are out there for public consumption, and reporters are going to find those
things. I mean, he's obviously speaking for the union workers.
How should anybody see that as anything but a threat, by the way? They literally are like, oh yeah, you're going to piss off, you're going to talk about how powerful your fucking, like how valuable your labor union is in terms of the global economy, in terms of the American economy. Well, your home address is out there. That's a threat, dude. What the fuck? I love that she also brought up that, like, he got hit with a RICO charge and then turned around and was like, yeah, nothing came of it, but we're just going to mention that anyway. They're so fucking gross, dude. These people literally, I mean, I know this better than anybody else, okay? You know. Trust me. Oh, yeah? You want to fucking advocate for good wages for the American working class? Guess what, dude? Your home address is public. It's out there. It's like, oh, thanks. That's nice. It's a nice thing to say.
Workers who make, what'd you say, $81,000 a year, but for the boss to be making almost $1 million, have 2 houses, a yacht, and saying we need more money, we're not.
Yeah, the boss. That's a elected position, but he's a boss. Meanwhile, the actual boss at the company, not an elected position. But make no mistake, we're not going to talk about the real fucking boss in this situation. We're going to talk about the elected leadership as the union boss.
Making enough, there are going to be people who criticize that.
But Cheryl, there's also a way to fight for your people. And I don't think any of us can begrudge him that is his job. But when you say things like, his strikers have the power to cripple the economy at a time when our economy is in the shape that it's in with inflation, that's not going to endear you to the American people.
I will tell you one thing. The people of North Carolina need a lot of things right now, like water, the homes destroyed. All of those things are coming in from ships. A lot of the supplies that these people need come in on ships. I just want to make that point. And that was made on Fox Business by Chris Spear.
Yeah. 1, you don't give a fuck about those people. 2, once again, don't you think that then it's the responsibility of the party that has all the power to quickly concede to the reasonable demands being made by the labor union? We don't have domestic water production in the United States. Yeah, no, they're fucking, that's stupid. The water argument is stupid that she's making anyway, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if we take her argument at face value, okay, even if we operate under the assumption that she's not like just, you know, grabbing onto whatever the fuck she can to make a stupid ass fucking point, what matters is there are 2 parts. There are 2 parties to this fucking contract negotiation. But notice how they're not talking about one of the 2 parties? Perhaps the party that actually has the capacity to stop this without any sort of fucking repercussions? This is why I think it's very important. This is why I try to explain and communicate this aspect to Americans on a regular basis. They do not know this. They do not understand this. Because it's not that they're stupid. It's that they've been made stupid by mainstream media that refuses to openly admit basic facts about contract negotiations with labor unions. And instead, hyper focus on like these silly ass things like, oh, he's rich, bro. Well, he's corrupt. He was indicted for a RICO charge, but it went nowhere. It's like, I don't give a fuck. None of those are the reasons why he's striking right now, okay? He's striking because him and his workers, mostly his workers, his job is, his responsibility primarily to his laborers, okay? His rank and file union members. His workers generated billions of dollars, multiple billions of dollars in profit for the company. And now they want some of that. They made it. They generated it. It's perfectly valid for them to demand it.
From the Trucking Association to me on Monday in an interview that I conducted. He said, look, we've got a natural disaster on our hands, and this is when you need patriotism to show itself.
Great point. Great point there. And bottom line, pays to be a union boss. Cheryl, thank you so much.
I'm thinking of becoming a union boss.
A union of...
I thought you were a union boss.
Who will be your workers?
I
Cheryl knows.
Around every day.
Catch Cheryl on Mornings with Maria. See, I'm advocating for you. I'm quite a boss.
Good boss. Thank you.
Kasani, thank you.
We gotta have a better fucking media diet than this shit. Anyway, speaking outside of a port terminal in Elizabeth, New Jersey, early Tuesday, moments after the union's 6-year contract expired. That's why they're fucking doing this, by the way, because it's a contract renegotiation that's happening right now. Not because he's in the tank for Donald Trump or some shit. His own personal politics don't matter in this circumstance. I would never make that argument about Sean O'Brien either. Sean O'Brien is a fucking hog, but one thing I regularly point to is that he's a hog that fights for his fucking workers, okay? His responsibility primarily, when push comes to shove, when contract negotiations are taking place, he's a hog that is going to fight and fight like fucking hell for his workers. The reason why this strike is happening right now is because their contract is up and the companies have refused to concede to their reasonable demands in terms of a better contract with better benefits, better terms. I mean, a lot of teamsters disagree with that assessment of him, though.
Today's world.
All right, we watched this yesterday, but we'll watch it again. It's a good take.
But today's world, it's changing into the future. They're not making millions no more. They're making billions. And they're spending it fast as they make it. I want a piece of that for my men. Because when they made their most money was during COVID. When my men had to go to work on those piers every single day, when everybody stayed home and went to work. Not my men. They died out there with the virus. We all got sick with the virus. We kept them going. From Canada to Maine to Texas, Great Lakes, Puerto Rico, now the Bahamas, everybody went to work during COVID. Nobody stayed home. Well, I want to be compensated for that. I'm not asking for the world. They know what I want. They know what I want. And if they don't, well, then I have to go into the street and we have to fight for what we rightfully deserve. These people today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port, a lockdown. You know what's gonna happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, walls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me, I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you. Go ahead. Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are going to go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the company's money to pay their salaries. Well, they went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this. Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a contract and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means. Nobody does.
I love him. I fucking love him, dude.
The first dock worker strike at major East and Gulf Coast ports in almost half a century, actually, is now in its third day. And there are renewed concerns that the strike by members of the International Longshoremen's Association could drive the prices of consumer goods back.
No, dude, he's not, like, it's not being based, dog. It's his job. He's doing his fucking job. Unions are not about like leftist politics or right-wing politics. It's about fair, okay? It's about what's fair.
Back up after a recent ease in inflation, with food products being the first to be potentially affected.
CBS News Baltimore reporter Tara Lynch is in Baltimore, and as you see there, she's joined by ILA Local 333 President Scott Cohen. Tara.
Yes, thank you so much. We are joined by Scott, the local president here of the ILA. Scott, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here, day 3 that your men and women have been out here on the picket line.
We're out here picketing for better wages and automation protection, and we're willing to stay out here as long as it takes to get what we want.
And tell us a little bit about what we are seeing in terms of negotiations. Anything that you're hearing that we could see folks back at the table soon?
I'm hearing it's a little bit slow right now, but we have all the faith in the world in our international president. These men and women here in Baltimore, we back him 100%, and we feel like he'll get us the deal that we need.
And what are you looking for in some more specifics? Obviously, wages, automation at the front lines of this negotiation.
We're looking for a little bit of improvement to our health care, a little bit of improvement to our container royalty, and jurisdiction protections, as well as automation protections against fully automated terminals and semi-automation.
Here in Baltimore, it's been a difficult year at the port. We had a bridge that collapsed at the end of March that just sort of put everything on pause until that channel was cleared. Now we have this situation. How difficult has this year been for your men and women and your members?
Well, it's very tough for us. We were out of work. A lot of these folks were out of work for 2 months with the bridge collapse. Now with the strike here going on top of it, on the back 6 months later, almost to the day, it's tough for them. We're probably the hardest hit out of anybody because we had that 2-month shutdown earlier in the year. But they're willing to sit out here and they're willing to strike for what they believe in and what we need to get.
And some of the local conversation, I think, has been in the Key Bridge collapse. We were able to reroute goods to other ports and get trucks out there to get the goods where they needed to go. Sure. This time, obviously, a little bit different with most of those ports on the East Coast.
Hasan not mentioning the arms shipment is really disappointing. No wonder why there's no left in the U.S. if all are this dumb. His job is to keep sending arms to kill children. First of all, I have. This is not my first time covering this. I have, and I will get to it again. Okay. But you, as a 47-month subscriber, have already made up your mind as a fucking radical Maoist third worldist revolutionary about the labor arista KKK rats in the United States of America KKK. When this part of the conversation is specifically about, on the domestic level, what labor unions do for their workers. Okay? It's also about how the media covers labor unions and how they're directly at odds or very adversarial, very contentious to the labor unions and the demands that they make. It's basic leftist 101. Okay? So shut your stupid ass up and sit the fuck down. How about that? I don't care. Okay? Don't come in here and say, sorry, children are being bombed to pieces. I offer coverage to that every day, and I will continue offering coverage to that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to fucking perma you. Okay? If you think I don't give a shit about that, you are delusional. Okay? Suck my dick. Shut your bitch ass up. Okay? There's a place for that conversation, and it is going to happen. Just sit the fuck down and listen. Why are you fucking chirping? And not only are you chirping, but you're also assuming that there is some cynical reason as to why I am not mentioning something that I have already mentioned. It's like fucking burgeoning in a math class and being like, why aren't you talking about physics? Okay? I had someone who survived the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians yesterday on this broadcast. Do you think I'm not sufficiently offering coverage to the Palestinian plight? Are you fucking stupid? That was a 4-year viewer. How? Because 4-year viewers, long-term community members, literally get up in their fucking feelings and are delusional. They have the same capacity to be fucking delusional just like a new chirper is. Okay? It's just like, I don't know. It's just something that happens with the process where they go, nah, man, I'm emotional because children are dying. So I'm going to yell at the guy who literally offers coverage to that every day. I absolutely fucking despise backseaters of this sort.
Coast shutdown. You said the trucking industry, one of those that are also experiencing this as well. What are you hearing from your partners on the ground here in the trucking business?
Well, you know, they're affected by this just as much as us. I mean, the trucking industry is just as important as the longshoremen. We're codependent on each other. We unload the goods and they get it to market. Without the trucking community, this whole country would be shut down. So they're struggling as well with this, and they just want to get back to work just like we do.
Scott, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We'll have you on a bit later on WJZ here locally, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Sarah, thank you so much, and please share our thanks with Scott.
President Joe Biden continues to say he will not get involved in this labor dispute.
And tonight, someone asked our Verify team if the president actually has the power to end the strike. Chairman Ciao taking a closer look.
The current White House administration supports the Longshoremen's Union's position for a new contract with the U.S. Maritime Alliance. It represents ports and employers. Historically, the U.S. government has not always backed unions. Under the threat of this strike having...
You think that chatter is going to go to the docks to do a protest over arms shipments there, or is their activism just yelling at you in chat? It's just yelling at me in chat. Their activism is yelling at me in chat. By the way, I've made a lifelong enemy of that 47-month subscriber. There's only two ways that this goes. Either he's going to come back and DM me or the mods being like, I'm sorry, I was very emotional. My family lives in Lebanon or something, okay? And I shouldn't have said that. Or they are now officially a lifelong hater of mine, and they'll be fucking retweeting like Jackson Hinkle and Destiny in a matter of weeks. Maybe even fucking Sneeko if they're calling me gay or whatever the fuck. That's usually how this works, okay? This is what happens. I ban a fucking long-term community member. This is what they turn into. The first part of that process makes sense if you have like some kind of conviction about your fucking point of view. You understand that you just chirped for no fucking reason. You acted as emotional as well, though. I know. I am right now as well. Yeah. You get yelled at every fucking day. Non-stop. Please read this. I'm on the picket line at our local hall and just heard the phone call from Daggett to our local president that they've agreed to our terms and the contract is going to be signed. Wait, really? God damn. I can't tell if this is a top of the hour ad break debate or if this person is like being for real. You know what I mean? Good shit. What about? ILA has a new contract signed. No details as of this minute. We're going back to work, boys and girls. God damn. Breaking news of the HasanAbi broadcast. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 for all the ILA members with a better contract that you're going to get. You will now be able to go back to work, have more disposable income, higher disposable income that you can use at the HasanAbi broadcast at the top of the hour. There's still a tentative agreement, and they still have to vote for it, but you know, we'll see what happens. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I just want everyone to understand the reason why I banned that person is not because, like, the reason why I banned that person is not because I'm in my fucking feelings or whatever, okay? The reason why I banned that person is because he exhibits one of the most annoying tendencies of people on the left. Not only is it wrecker behavior, okay? Not only is it wrecker behavior to just be like, why aren't you talking about this other aspect that I have already covered, by the way, extensively? He was just oblivious to it. But also, he then adds on an additional, very cynical, secret reasoning behind it. Like, I have not only not covered this aspect of this fucking strike, the fact that, like, the dock workers were making exceptions for weapons transfers, you know, which I did cover. But also on top of that, it's because I don't care sufficiently enough about the plight of the Palestinian and Lebanese children that Israel is bombing. You don't get to come here and tell me that shit, dog. Sorry. Okay? I just want you to understand. Annoying, not malicious? No, it is malicious. It's both annoying and malicious. The moment that you literally have made up your mind about me and you're claiming that I, like, don't openly care about something that is incredibly important to me, that is absolutely malicious. Someone who has been subscribed for 4 years should know better. Especially so. So when I see, like, a long-term community member get that way, immediate mental illness. Can't have that in here. Now, the longshoreman strike might be over, but that didn't stop Ron DeSantis from trying to deploy the National Guard to scab.
It's affected to maintain order and, if possible, resume operations, which would otherwise be shut down during this interruption. Florida Department of Transportation is coordinating calls with seaport rail and trucking partners to ensure that all are prepared and positioned appropriately to limit disruptions to the supply chain and other areas should this continue. I'm also directing Florida Department of Transportation to temporarily waive the collection of tolls and other fees for commercial vehicles using public highways in Florida and waiving the size and weight restrictions normally governing vehicle transportation for the duration of this emergency. This will help expedite the movement of goods that have been impacted from seaports to intermodal logistics centers, distribution centers, and delivery points, and very well may help offset additional costs incurred by operation during this period. Finally, I'm directing the Florida Highway Patrol to manage the flow of traffic from all Florida seaports and adjacent roads and highways as needed to further expedite the flow of goods that are currently being held up. This will include the provision of law enforcement escorts for commercial motor vehicles by FHP officers upon request. And I would say that
he's using literally every part of the public funds to just scab. That's crazy. This is literally the federal government or the state government intervening in a strike on the side of the bosses. Not surprising from Florida, of course.
This is something that would have significant impacts on the nation's economy anyways, but to have this happen in a way that could negatively impact people that are reeling from a Category 4 hurricane, that is just simply unacceptable. So it really is incumbent upon the Biden-Harris administration to do everything in their power to ensure that these goods are where we need to be, that people are not left hanging out in the cold waiting for these goods if they're sitting in the ocean somewhere and they're not being able to be used here in the state of Florida or in Georgia or North Carolina.
By the way, being a genocidecide, which is, of course, the biggest crime, okay, Joe Biden's attitude towards the ILA strike was the correct attitude demonstrated by officials, where he said, I'm on the side of the workers. The company made a shit ton of profits. They should concede to the demands of the workers. Okay? He absolutely had the correct assessment, which I suspect also led to this strike, if it did end, like this new contract being put in front of the ILA with relative speed. People like Ron DeSantis end up extending the strike. Okay?
Long-lasting effects on the supply chain. Viewer Gloria wants to know, can the president stop the dock workers' strike? To verify, we went to our sources, including the White House Archives, the Library of Congress, the Congressional Research Service, and the National Labor Relations Board.
Efforts of business interests to forcibly open the strike-paralyzed port of San Francisco failed.
Labor disputes have had a storied history in the U.S., some even turning deadly. Before World War II, a handful of presidents got involved by use of force with troops or issuing ultimatums to end strikes. After the war, there was a wave of labor strikes across multiple industries.
I believe that the time has come to adopt a comprehensive labor policy.
To get the country and economy working again, Congress overrode a veto by then-President Harry S. Truman to pass the Labor Management Relations Act of 1947, better known as the Taft-Hartley Act. In a letter to the House of Representatives, Truman wrote he was concerned cooperation cannot be achieved by force of law.
There are no pickets at the container dock because there are no container ships in port.
Since the legislation was put in place, the Congressional Research Office says the Taft-Hartley Act has been used by presidents 37 times. This New York Times article from 1961 details President Truman, who vetoed it, invoked it 10 times. Other presidents using Taft-Hartley include Eisenhower, Kennedy, Nixon, Carter, and George W. Bush.
If Biden helped facilitate the contract, doesn't communicate it, I would lose my mind. No, he did. He supported the workers. He supported the ILA. He very openly, very publicly did so.
So yes, the president has the power to stop the dock workers' strike. If the president invokes Taft,
He literally said, I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. Like, straight up, those words. He said, I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. Go ILA, go. Which is crazy because he sucks so much fucking ass, but he's so goddamn good on this issue.
Hartley, the labor dispute doesn't immediately end. Under the law, a federal court also gets involved to potentially return strikers back to work. With your Verify, I'm Sherman Ciao.
Online right now, why you don't need to panic about the
Like, yeah. President Joe Biden, I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. Mr. President, will you intervene in the dock worker strike if they go on strike on Tuesday? No. Why not? Because there's collective bargaining, and I don't believe in Taft-Hartley. The ILA conceded the weapons thing to Biden in order to ensure his support. Okay, that's also not correct. As far as I understand, that is a long-standing agreement that the ILA has for never stopping weapons transfers and weapons shipments. Okay? It is a like a long-standing obligation that the fucking ILA has had. What? I already ran the top of the hour ad break, man. I did. I don't know why you're fucking trying to get me with a debate. Last ILWU strike, that's a separate union. Okay. The ILWU is the West Coast one. They stopped moving arms and George W. Bush shut them down. The ILA has a long-standing policy since, I believe, World War II to never stop weapon shipments. Obligation like outside of the purview of the contract. Why would they commit to that? I don't know, because they're fucking hogs. Like, I think the guy literally talked about the dude Daggett is like a Vietnam War veteran or some shit too. I can't believe people are asking, what is Taft-Hartley, when they literally covered it on the Verify local news, on the fucking local news media. Like, do you guys just not listen, dude? When shit is on screen, like, what the fuck's going on, man? Fuck, I'm supposed to be an educator. I'm supposed to be an educator. I'm just gonna fucking calm down, and I'm gonna run the same video again.
Storied history in the U.S. World War II, a handful of presidents got involved by use of force with troops or issuing ultimatums to end strikes. After the war, there was a wave of labor strikes across multiple industries.
I believe that the time has come to adopt a comprehensive labor policy.
To get the country and economy working again, Congress overrode a veto by then-President Harry S. Truman to pass the Labor Management Relations Act of 1947, better known as the Taft-Hartley Act. In a letter to the House of Representatives, Truman wrote he was concerned cooperation cannot be achieved by force of law.
There are no pickets at the container dock because there are no container ships in port.
Since the legislation was put in place, the Congressional Research Office says the Taft-Hartley Act has been used by presidents 37 times. This
Taft-Hartley is a forcible work stoppage or a forcible stoppage of the strike that implies that you have to go back to work for at least 90 days. Okay. The president comes in and says, you have to go back to work. It doesn't matter. It's illegal for you not to go back to work. Didn't he say Biden threatened him with it? No. They asked Biden, would you use it? Biden said, no, I don't believe in using it. There is a concept called collective bargaining. The law introduced by two Republican Senator Robert Taft of Ohio and Representative Fred Hartley Jr. of New Jersey. In the aftermath of World War II, it followed a series of strikes in 1945 and 46 by workers who demanded better pay and working conditions and the privations of wartime. President Harry Truman opposed it, but his veto was overridden by Congress. In addition to authorizing a president to intervene in strikes, the law banned closed shops, which required employers to hire only union workers. The ban allowed workers to refuse to join a union. Taft-Hartley also barred secondary boycotts, therefore making it illegal for unions to pressure neutral companies to stop doing business with an employer that was targeted in a strike. It is one of the most significant anti-labor union legislations out there in American history, in a sea of horrifying anti-union legislation. It is, just like all of the other decisions made both by the Supreme Court and by our legislative body, masqueraded as a pro-freedom legislation. It also required union leaders, and this part is the least shocking part, to sign affidavits declaring that they did not support the Communist Party. Presidents have the capacity to use Taft-Hartley and target a strike if it may imperil the national health and safety. You can make the argument about every single strike that exists. The president can appoint a board of inquiry to review and write a report on the labor dispute and then direct the attorney general to ask a federal court to suspend a strike by workers or lockout by management. Yeah, AFL-CIO at it again. The court will issue an injunction. It's a 80-day cooling off period. 80 days. Which means during this period, management and the workers have to do their very best to adjust and settle their differences. The law itself cannot force union members to accept a contract offer, but it makes it illegal for you not to go back to work. Most people don't want to violate the law like that. Okay? So then what they usually do in matters such as this one is slow down their work. Okay? They don't completely halt their work, but they slow down their work. This way, for that 80-day period, the bosses are still forced to pay their workers for way shittier, like deliberately shittier work. It's a way to still continue to, demand a better contract. Yeah, the strike is, by the way, seemingly over. In the time frame that it took for me to explain to you how the media coverage works, that chatter was telling the truth. My fucking goat chatter. My ILA goat. Where is he? It's officially over. He even sent me a Discord link, but he got timed out. Anyway, he was right. We got to hear first, baby. Breaking news. Anyway, let's watch Richard Wolff talk about the Taft-Hartley Act.
1947, a law was passed called the Taft-Hartley Bill, after Senator Taft and Congressperson Hartley. And this was a remarkable piece of legislation. It went after the communists, it went after the socialists, and it went after the labor unions. It basically told labor unions that they couldn't anymore elect democratically their own leaders. For example, it forbade a communist from running for office, winning a majority of the votes, and serving as the leader of a union, which communists had been doing for 20 or more years in the United States without an incident. It became illegal. Wow. But it went much further. It had a remarkable clause which has remained law to this day as I'm speaking. And the clause goes like this. If at a workplace, a factory, an office, a store, there's a union, and let's say half the workers in this place have voted for the union and joined the union and have a union there. And let's say that that union negotiates with the employer and gets a contract. Let's say a wage increase of 10 cents an hour. Under the Taft-Hartley law, then and to this moment, that union must give anything it wins with the employer to all the workers there, whether they're in the union or not, whether they joined the union or not, whether they pay union dues or not, whether when the union, if it thought it had to, called a strike.
Understand that this literally is a way. Understand that this is a way for to destroy unions. Okay, if you have free riders, then people are not going to fucking become dues-paying members. If you don't have dues-paying members, then there's no reason to fucking join the union. If you don't have dues-paying members and there's no reason to join the union doesn't have strike funds. The union doesn't have legal funds. Okay? This is a way to use freedom in an effort to disincentivize adding on new membership. They also made it virtually impossible to have union-only shops. Like, this is a very calculated strategy. And the only area that this kind of, like some semblance of like old school union work existed was the public sector, which the Supreme Court also gutted.
And had workers go out and tell the public about their situation to help pressure the employer to meet them halfway and give them a wage increase. The workers who went on strike and therefore didn't get paid had to give to all the other workers who didn't go on strike, who didn't lose a day's pay, the same benefits they won. The Taft-Hartley law, in effect, created an incentive for workers not to join a union, not to pay the union dues, because they were...
It's really sick. Like, it's a really insidious way to tackle union membership. It's not even talked about nowadays because there is no such thing as like union membership or big union drives to begin with. Like every now and then we talk about it when there's like a big fucking strike. But it is such a insidious way in undermining one of the only ways that unions can fucking exist, which is through dues. If you don't have dues, if you do not have dues, you do not have strike funds. If you don't have strike funds, you can't go on a work stoppage. Because how are you going to pay for that fucking worker's family when he's not working? If you don't have dues, you also don't have legal funds. How are you going to fucking incur the wrath of your corporation that's going to sue you into oblivion. They tackled the funding mechanism of unions in an effort to cripple them, and it worked very successfully.
Would get whatever the union won, whether they did so or not. That's fundamentally unfair, and you know it, and I know it, and the people then knew it. It was a hammer blow against the labor movement. Wow. This was an attempt to destroy the communists and the unions and the coalition between them. Because, of course, if a communist couldn't be elected, that removed them from leadership of unions. And if more and more people decided not to pay union dues, not to be part of the union, it weakened whatever unions could do. So it was a crazy but effective way to abuse the law in the interest of a purge. But it had the effect of weakening the labor movement. It was the opening.
Yeah. See, yup, I've already paid $1,000 in dues this year and don't give a damn because of everything I get for it. Yup. There's not a world in which you pay more for your dues than you get in return for what the union does for you. Okay? What if I can't afford the dues? What do you mean? It's coming off of your fucking paycheck, dog. And it's funny because it doesn't just come off your paycheck. When people say, oh, what if I can't afford it? It's like, you do know the beautiful part of fucking joining a labor union is that, or a workplace unionizing is that there's going to be a new contract. There's going to be a contract that comes with it. And ironically enough, your dues that you're going to be paying into the labor union are going to be far smaller than what the new contract gets for you. That is the beauty of collective bargaining. As far as I know, most dues are just 2 hours of work a month. It's not crazy. I mean, it's different. Union dues are the best investment in your family's economic security you can make as a worker. Yeah. Hi, UAW member here. I pay about $70 a month in dues. When we had our son's hospital bill, it was over $250,000 a month. Because of my union negotiated insurance, I paid one copay of $25. Union dues have been the single best investment I've ever made in my family and myself. My dues are like 1% of my check. In return, I make double the hourly pay of a non-union shop and 4% GWI every year. You get insurance. You get better health care. You get better paid time off. You get better immediate workplace conditions. Unions are so fucking good that they literally increase the wages of non-union shops because they have to force to compete with the union shops and their salaries and benefits packages. Unionized workforces on average in the same exact industry in the same exact region make 10% more than their non-unionized partners. Huh. It's crazy because unions are not the end all be all of like radical socialist policies. I timed out. I'm goated. I'm the GOAT. Thanks for standing by us when most of the country wanted our necks. You're the real GOAT, brother. Of course. Of course. Always, dude. I'll always fucking stand with the workers. There's a couple red lines that I enforce, unlike Joseph Robinette Brandon. And those red lines are that I always will express solidarity with working class individuals and union activity. Another red line is, I'm anti-genocide. Now let's hear
Donald
from
Trump
Kamala
started
and Liz
spray
Cheney.
I am a Ronald Reagan conservative. I believe in limited government. I believe in low taxes. I believe in a strong national defense. And I believe that the private sector is the engine of growth of our economy. I believe that the family and not the government is the most important structure.
So will you be voting
in
for
our
Joe
society.
Biden? Yes, I already said it. I'm riding with Biden. I'm riding in Biden. He said he does not recognize Taft-Hartley, and that I will
that
remember.
Our security and our freedom depend upon a world in which America, with our allies, leads. And above all else, I know that the most conservative of conservative values is fidelity to our Constitution. I tell you, I have never voted for a Democrat, but this year I am proudly casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
I'm so lived up. Hell yeah. Girl boss. Girl boss, baby. I love the small government and private sector myself. I will, of course, be voting for the small government conservative Donald Trump, but I'll still entertain this Liz Cheney conversation.
Thank you. But mostly we're not going back.
Why is Liz Cheney doing this? How is this good for her agenda? Bro, she's cooked. She has no agenda. She's going to write a fucking book and go on MSNBC and become a talking head. That's it. Her fucking political ambitions are over, dude. She has no constituency. She represents nothing.
Vice
You know what's
President
really
Harris
funny? I think Liz Cheney will
dedicated her
still
life
secretly vote for
public
Donald Trump.
service. I know that she loves our country, and I know that she will be a president for all Americans. As a conservative, as a patriot, as a mother, as someone who reveres our Constitution, I am honored to join her in this urgent cause. As we meet here today, our republic faces a threat unlike any we have faced before. A former president who attempted to stay in power by unraveling the foundations of our republic, by refusing to accept the lawful
Can I say something? I mean, it's my fucking stream. I can say whatever I want, but I have a sneaking suspicion that these guys hate Donald Trump because Donald Trump takes their toys away. And Donald Trump spells volatility. And I think what these guys don't realize is that when they come out and they're like, Donald Trump is going to fuck up democracy, I don't think the Trump voters care. Like, I don't think many Americans care. Why don't they care? Because they hate the government, dog. So, if anything, this probably causes them to like Trump even more, even if you're in the fucking margins. They see Trump as a destructive force and they like it. It's such a shallow statement. They like Trump as a destructive force because the government itself has not done anything for them. You know? When people say like, oh, Trump represents a danger for democracy, they mean Trump is dangerous for the current way of existence in this country. And if you're fucking angry and resentful about the current way of existence in this country, you probably go, yeah, I like that. you have like a barely 20% approval rating for Congress year over year. I think a lot of people understandably despise the government. I guess luckily enough for liberals, most people who are resentful and despise the government are too lazy to get off the couch and vote for Donald Trump. That's it.
As they brutally beat law enforcement officers, as they hunted the vice president and the Speaker of the House, Donald Trump watched the attack
Yeah.
on television.
CNN and MSNBC are covering the speech. Fox News isn't. So who is this for? It's for CNN and MSNBC.
Sitting in the dining room next to the Oval Office, he refused repeated pleas from his family, from his closest advisors, from the most senior officials in his campaign and in our government to tell the mob to leave. And when Donald Trump finally did speak publicly after hours of violence, after the Capitol had been invaded, he praised the rioters. He did not condemn them. That's who Donald Trump is. Those facts that we know about what Donald Trump did, including what he did when our Capitol was under siege, those facts do not come from Donald Trump's political opponents. Those facts come from the people closest to him. They are the ones who testified that Donald Trump did not want to stop the violent attack on our Capitol. When he learned that Vice President Pence was not going to abandon his oath and help Trump seize power, Trump sent out a tweet attacking Pence and further inflaming the mob. One of Trump's aides testified.
Like for me, Donald Trump doing January 6th is like so low on the fucking scale of atrocities that he caused, dude. Like assassinating foreign leaders, deporting thousands of fucking migrants, like greatly accelerating ICE dragnet, doing the family separation deterrence policy, massive fucking tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations, tax cuts that actually literally sunset for every other tax bracket. I just don't care that like Donald Trump did January 6th. It was funny. At least it made me laugh. You know what I mean? Watching those fucking fat hogs climb up the fucking walls of the Capitol and like get fucking pepper sprayed was a hilarious moment. Okay? If Donald Trump was like, I don't know, I guess like a run-of-the-mill Democrat and then did January 6th, I would say, okay, that's a little bit weird. That's like definitely in the top 5 things that are pretty bad. But the issue is Trump's entire fucking existence, from hyping up Nazis, greatly fucking utilizing the bully pulpit to like greatly worsen conditions for undocumented citizens and people who are black and brown. Like putting fucking Supreme Court justices, appointing Supreme Court justices into the United States Supreme Court that took away civil liberties. All of these things are so much worse. I just can never find myself to take January 6th arguments seriously. I just don't care. I think personally, if you're this invested in the January 6th argument, you probably are a relatively privileged person. Okay? I think that there is relative privilege. And for a lot of people, I think, that care about American politics, that are like hyper focused on American politics, this is the only shit that they care about, because for them, you know, the process works. And he did the unthinkable. He tried to fucking break the process. But for many, the process doesn't work. I personally think Donald Trump did a shit ton of significantly worse things than January 6th. I guess that's the difference between me and the people who are like, no, you don't understand. January 6th is really important. For the record, I'm not saying what he did on January 6th was like acceptable. Of course it wasn't. Of course. I'm simply stating that in in terms of like in order of priority, if there was a hierarchy of like awful shit that he did, because it is such a target rich environment, January 6th doesn't even make the top 10. Right? Like, it's simply a continuation of all the other much worse, much more consequential things that he did. Okay? That's it. And the American media has like routinely tried to universalize the harm caused by January 6th over and over again by greatly beefing up that aspect of Trump's administration while rarely covering all of the other infinitely more damaging things that Donald Trump did to the American economy, to the American worker. Why? Because all of those other things that he did actually helped the bottom line of American companies. It helped the bottom line of American corporations, or it caused a decent distraction so that you never actually got mad at the real people in positions of power and instead got mad at the undocumented migrants. And that is what's very frustrating. And that is how you only can arrive at a position where the Democrats are advocating for the same positions that Donald Trump advocated for all the way back in 2020, in 2024, without much scrutiny. That is the reason why everybody fucking talks about January 6th. January 6th is mostly frustrating and terrifying, not for the average American, but for politicians. It's the same principle behind we have to immediately fix this gun violence problem because it's impacting Donald Trump. In a country where gun violence impacts Donald Trump, what about the average person? It can happen to anyone. It does happen to everyone. Gun violence is a you problem. It's not a them problem. When it becomes a them problem, then they're like, whoa, we're going to spend billions of dollars on the Secret Service to make sure that, this never happens again. Gun violence is already a you problem. Especially if you send your children to public school, especially if you go to public school. It's a problem for you. It's not a problem for them, but the moment that it becomes a problem for them, whoa, we got to fucking dial this back. Whoa, calm down now. That's it. And I view January 6th in the same fucking framework. This isn't to say that it's not like out of the ordinary, unusual, fucked up. It is. It just simply, in the grand scheme of things, it simply is not in the top 10, maybe 20 worst things that Donald Trump did. But it's shocking that the media covers it as though it is the worst thing that Donald Trump did. I called it funny 2 days ago. It is objectively funny.
History teaches us again and again that democracies can fall. They fall to populists. They fall to strongmen. Strongmen who beguile their fellow citizens with conspiracy theories and false emergencies. As my friend, the late Charles Krauthammer, taught us, the lesson of our history is that the task of merely maintaining strong and sturdy the structures of our constitutional order is unending. It is the continuing and ceaseless work of every generation. And that responsibility now falls on all of us in this election. This great country of ours requires leaders of character. We must choose men and women who have what Abraham Lincoln called a sincere heart. Our nation's second president, John Adams, put it this way. On the first night he ever spent in the White House, he wrote a letter to his wife, Abigail. And his letter included a prayer that is so special, President Kennedy had it engraved in the mantelpiece in the state dining room in the White House. And in his letter, he said this, "May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof.
How bad do you think a second Trump presidency will be? It'll be bad. It'll be really bad.
Now I'm women too.
Which is why I fucking despise these freaks in the Democratic Party for bouldering towards that. Okay? Bouldering towards that reality. Spearheading the effort. And worse than potentially losing to Donald Trump, the fact that they are setting the conditions for a Trumpian style form of governance to be considered appropriate, at least on the issue of immigration, at least on the issue of the way we see black and brown people. Because you don't know who the fuck is a documented and undocumented person. It just means fuck black and brown people. That's all this shit is. Okay? So when the Democratic Party is both losing potentially to the Republican Party and doing it in a way where they are also priming their fucking base of support to believe the Republican Party's dangerous conspiracies surrounding immigrants, we're at a, this is a terrifying prospect.
Harris for president. I know that President Harris will be able to unite this nation. I know that she will be a president who will defend the rule of law. And I know that she will be a president who can inspire all of our children, and if I might say so, especially our little girls. To do great things. So help us right the ship of our democracy so that history will say of us, when our time of testing came, we did our duty and we prevailed because we loved our country more. And now, it is my great honor to introduce you to our Vice President and the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Dude, the current contract for the ILA is an extension on the previous contract, but it doesn't matter if the members don't fucking ratify the new terms and conditions that are being set as they get back to work. The strike is back in action. Okay? See? A tentative deal would still need to be ratified by the rank and file ILA members before it would take effect, but with ships stuck at sea unable to come into the U.S. ports to unload and load goods, the union has agreed to have workers return to work on Friday. It is a show of goodwill from the union to continue getting back to work, but it doesn't matter. Should the rank and file refuse to ratify the contract, vote against the deal, the strike will start again. Okay, it has happened before. Just last month, the International Association of Machinists and jetmaker Boeing reached a tentative deal that union leaders recommended to their 33,000 members accept, and even described as the best deal they had ever negotiated with the company, but union members voted nearly unanimously to reject it and have remained on strike since September 13th. Remember, I told you that you cannot take back a contract that they say fucking no to. Okay? Because there is still a democratic process. That's why I said the company side has all of the power to end this work stoppage, whereas the union side does not. Do you get it? All right, let's listen to these fucking freaks now.
Mayor Grant, thank you for the warm welcome.
I gotta pee.
I want to thank Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is traveling around the state, but who I know you will re-elect in November. Thank you, Sheriff Mitchek, for your support and your life of service to the people of Iowa County. And so I do want to say a bit more about Liz Cheney. You all know her leadership, and she has obviously and so importantly been a leader for the people of Wyoming, but she has also been an extraordinary national leader and has served with great honor. And she not only, as she has talked today, recognizes that character is among the most important attributes of leadership, but she also personifies that attribute. And she possesses some of the qualities of character that I most respect in any individual and any leader. Courage, especially at a moment like this, where there are so many powerful forces that have been intent on trying to demean and belittle and make people afraid. And there are many who know it is wrong, and then there are those who have the courage to speak out loudly about it and the conviction to speak truth. And, you know, it is so admirable when anyone does it, and especially when it is difficult to do in an environment such as this. But Liz Cheney really is a leader who puts country above party and above self, a true patriot, and it is my profound honor to have your support. And I also want to thank your father, Vice President Dick Cheney, for his support.
Boo! Boo! Gross! Gross!
Matters, and this
boo! You suck.
And it carries a special significance because, as you said, we may not see eye to eye on every issue, and we are going to get back to a healthy two-party system. I am sure of that, where we will have vigorous debates.
Why? Why? Why do you want that?
And as you said, you may not have supported a Democrat for president before, but as you have also said, we both love our country and we revere our democratic ideals. And we both also believe in the nobility of public service. And we know that our oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America is a sacred oath, an oath that must be honored and must never be violated. And your words today and the reason we are all here today, I think really do underscore perhaps one of the most fundamental questions that is facing the American people in this election. Who will obey that oath? Who will abide by the oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States of America? I have had the privilege. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution 6 times in my career. including as vice president, as a United States senator, and as the top law enforcement officer of the largest state in our country. Responsible for upholding and enforcing the laws of the state and the laws of the United States was the work I did. And I have never wavered in upholding that oath. And I have always executed it faithfully and without reservation. And therein lies the profound difference between Donald Trump and me. He, who violated the oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. And make no mistake, he, who, if given the chance, would violate it again. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. And as you have heard and know, he refused to accept the will of the people and the results of an election that was free and fair. As you have heard, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. He threatened the life of his own vice president and refused to engage in the peaceful transfer of power. And let us be clear about how he intends to use power if elected again. He has called for jailing journalists, political opponents, anyone he sees and deems.
Every day that passes by,
He has pledged to destroy the independent.
I feel more and more like Kamala Harris is going to lose.
Our active duty military against
Like,
our own citizens.
Since the DNC, I've kept repeating over and over again that liberals should not be worried that Kamala Harris, in spite of her fucking awful campaigning, is doing well enough in the polls, and seemingly she will most likely win the election.
Anyone who has
And
actively
I'm not
and violently obstructed the will of the people.
I'm not kidding when I say this.
Transfer of power, as Donald
I feel as though, in spite of the historic unpopularity of
termination of
the Trump administration and the Trump campaign,
Donald Trump has, must never
I believe that she is
behind the
inching
seal
towards
of
a defeat.
The President of the United States.
Actions like this one
Never again.
only reaffirm, only actions like this one, doing a like Trump Republicans for Harris rally alongside Liz Cheney, a person with zero constituency. Like, you have to understand, this person does not have an active constituency within the Republican Party at all. Okay? Celebrating her endorsement in this way, using campaign resources and funds to promote Liz Cheney, thinking that that is going to move the needle for you, spells trouble for the future prospects of this campaign. Not necessarily because like this is going to negatively polarize people against her. I mean, I'm sure people that would have been negatively polarized towards this sort of thing are even more reaffirmed in their commitment to not vote for the Democratic Party despite their progressive values, right? But I just mean that it shows me that they have a finite amount of time and a finite amount of money, and they're using it for this, which is wholly unproductive. It shows me that they're stupid. Like, they are wasting time, effort, and resources on dumbass bullshit. That's it. Campaigns that do stuff like this will lose. Trump, on the other hand, in spite of his historic unpopularity, is literally actively trying to win voters from every corner he can. Kamala Harris has a much broader base of support that she can lean into that she chooses not to. Donald Trump does not. And in spite of that reality, in spite of the fact that Donald Trump was president already, has his like firmly committed base, he's still choosing to go out and try to pick apart any vote he possibly can. Literally any. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, is throwing. These are not real voters that she could potentially go after. Okay? Lol, dude, you even look liberal? I liberated your dad's asshole last night with this dick, okay? Trump doesn't have a massive amount of population to work with in terms of making his election chances better. People have already made up their minds on him. Okay? Have you ever addressed how the media instantly washed away the second assassination attempt or the reasoning behind it? Just as an honest question, bro. Thank you either way. Yeah. Nobody cares. Do you care? Have you been thinking about the second Trump assassination attempt since then? No, you don't. You care about other shit. If you're a Republican, and this seems like a Republican line of questioning, you probably care more about, like, I don't know, fucking Haitians eating cats and dogs or some shit. Some other made up shit. You know? It's not the media's fault. Word, I only care about Popeye's chicken. Thanks. Yeah, you got it. It's funny to come here and talk to the only guy who has brought up Ryan Ruth's name every single day since the assassination, by the way. I would say I care more about Ryan Ruth than than any number of right-wing media outlets. I'm the one guy, well, not in the way that you think I care about it. I'm a supporter of Ryan Ruth in the sense that me and him, we're like this. We're NATO voters, okay? On principle, I think that this is the United States of America. You should be able to walk around and open carry. And that's why I'm also on principle. As a small government conservative, I believe that it's a ridiculous use of resources. It's a ridiculous use of resources, a waste of resources to like add additional protection to the president, or not even a president, someone who's running for president. That money should go to Israel instead. Okay. I also, as a small government conservative, think it's ridiculous that we're just arresting people for walking around with weapons now. Okay. I thought this was America, not communist China. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
At Putin, a brutal dictator, launched against a free and independent people. Trump wants to force Ukraine to give up its sovereign territory, a bedrock principle upon which we stand and fight for. And you know who else wants them to give up their sovereign? Absolutely, territory? Putin. Putin. And that's not a plan for peace. It's a plan for surrender. Well, I believe that in the global struggle between tyranny and democracy, the President of the United States must always be on the side of freedom.
This is what we're on the side of. Just wanted to show you. While
So
she's
we are
talking to the daughter of a war
today
criminal.
In Ripon.
This is
not
what we're
far,
on the side of.
As the Congresswoman mentioned, from a small building.
Yeah, just understand. This is what we're on the side of. This is what she's pushing for. This just in, by the way, literally from an hour prior, massive new wave of Israeli airstrikes in Beirut's southern suburb. Lebanon's health ministry said at least 37 people have been killed and 151 wounded by the Israeli attacks on Lebanon in the last 24 hours. According to Barak Ravid of Axios, this massive explosion, which was close to size as the Hassan Nasrallah assassination explosion, was targeted at senior Hezbollah leader Hashem Safi Adin, who was Hassan Nasrallah's likely successor. Okay? This is what it looks like in Beirut right now.
هذا تعبير حضارتهم. هذه غطرسة الكفر.
28 Lebanese healthcare workers killed in the last 24 hours as per UN. How are we any better than Russia? We aren't pulling the trigger on these bombs. We're doing everything up to that point. How do we say we have a moral high ground? What? We don't. We don't have a moral high ground. Nobody fucking thinks we have a moral high ground. I think you are slightly wrong on no R's will vote for her. My suburb back in 2008 was 80-20 Republican. Now it's 60-40 D. And probably could be 75-25 this year. A lot of older 40-plus R's are looking away from Trump, and she's getting them. Suburb shift is real and growing. She's playing to them. Yeah, that leads me to my second question, which is, do you want the Democratic Party to be the Republican Party, but, you know, a little bit marginally better on the issue of gay people? You know, that's the other side. Even if this was a successful strategy, which, by the way, it is not, I will maintain that position. It is not a successful strategy, especially for someone like Kamala Harris. It is not a successful strategy because those high likelihood voters that are lifelong Republicans, even if they switch over to Kamala Harris this time around, are actively pushing the party further and further right. This creates an environment where we have incredibly reactionary politics on immigration. And my question always is, you're talking about your suburb, okay, that was 80-20 Republican, now is 60-40 D, which is, again, anecdotal. We don't know. I don't know what the migration patterns or whatever the fuck looks like in your suburb either. I don't know if, like, people have left your suburb, people have gone into your suburb. You know that better than I do. But there are tens of millions of voters. If you look to the Obama 2008 strategy, there are tens of millions of voters that you are purposefully not choosing to activate. This is a problem for especially someone who is optically a black woman, okay? That strategy worked decently for the Biden campaign. For Kamala Harris, there is no proof that it will work. And not only is there no proof that it will work, but beyond that, there are plenty of other demos that she could be targeting, and she is not. She is hyper-focusing on the college-educated white voters in the suburbs and completely casting aside tens of millions of voters that do not fit that category. When in fact, if she were to run in a similar style to Barack Obama, she would actively win those coalitions back. People want to believe that the Democratic Party is interested in defending their rights. Kamala Harris openly says, nah, I'm not going to do that. Don't give a fuck. But even if it was successful, even if it was successful, do you want it to be successful? Do you want the Democrats to be the ones dishing out like a lighter version of fascism? Because all you're doing in that situation is just creating ample ground for Republican fascists to come in. You're basically gearing your population to be more open-minded towards Republican fascism. That's frustrating to me as someone who looks at least like a couple steps ahead and does not like what he sees.
Categorize Donald Trump as being someone who has depraved cruelty. That's the language that she used, depraved cruelty. I got chills. I think it's very impactful to hear her, who, let's be clear, she is not a progressive Republican by any stretch of the imagination. This is someone who probably fundamentally disagrees with the Biden agenda and certainly with many of the things that Harris is proposing that she would do when she becomes president. But at the core of it is really this question that we have right now before us about what America we want to be. Are we going to be an America that lifts up people who are cruel and who do harm and who do not reflect the character that we deserve to be led by? Or are we going to come together despite our differences to put someone in place who's actually going to carry on the American ideal and preserve our democracy? Okay. So I think that
Like, no disrespect to you, Chatter. I know you're an older election watcher, okay? And I respect your perspective. I respect your point of view, but there are literally tens of fucking millions of Americans out there that Kamala Harris could, with the stroke of a pen, captivate. And she's just letting them out there. She's just letting them fucking die out there, basically. Showing them time and time again, I don't really give a fuck about you. We can win without you. Okay? That's what's incredibly frustrating. There are a larger number of voters out there who, at the very least, would be more likely to vote for Kamala Harris or outright are not voting for Kamala Harris because of the previous administration's historically unpopular dealings with Israel. Okay? It is pure arrogance to rely on the suburb vote, in the same way that Joe Biden did when you are very different than Joe Biden. And also, to make matters worse, Joe Biden himself was not going to be able to win those suburban votes and win the election. Joe Biden was doing better than Kamala Harris with the college-educated white voters, okay? He was doing better than Kamala Harris. Joe Biden was underwater with all of the other voting blocks. So much so that he was demonstrably losing. Kamala Harris basically trying to re-implement that strategy every fucking day in this otherwise truncated campaign is devastatingly stupid. The Democratic Party is more socially progressive by far than 2008. A lot of these people were like, ew, gays a few decades ago. Even Obama was like, ew, gays law. A lot of social issues moved. Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying you just want to be gay Republicans at that point. And is that something that you want? A lot of social issues moved. These people as left as kids grew. And yes, she should play her base too. Her Israel stance is asked to me personally. I disagree with it being fascism light. A lot of suburb people nationally have more left, not just state as right wing. What? No, I think it's not even the Israel thing that I'm talking about in terms of like fascism light. Israel is just fascism full. Her fascism light attitude is on immigration. Because she and the Democratic Party want to get this left-wing parasite off the party that attached itself during the FDR admin. They want suburban Republicans that will continue to actively push the left away because there's no incentive in this country to do anything else. Yeah. Mexico's government has a strategy more similar to your suggestions, and they just elected a Jewish woman by over 60% of the vote in a 90% Catholic country. The right has moved left and ran like our neolibs. Yes, I know that. It is because the reactionary forces respond to any kind of counterweight. If the Democratic Party was actively progressive, you would see a significantly more progressive Republican Party as well. And what that chatter is saying in terms of like the suburbs moving to the left is exactly my argument, which is that every now and then the Democratic Party is forced by the activist base to do something that is progressive. And then when they do that and the legislative agenda follows through on it, then the Republicans can no longer fucking attack that group because it's just like, no, we welcome them into normal society. That's my point. But the inverse of that also can happen, which is happening right now with respect to our analysis of migrants And considering that you don't know who the fuck is a migrant and who the fuck is a natural born U.S. citizen, it just simply is a repackaging of white supremacy. That's my argument. And that is precisely what the Republicans are doing. They're hammering the white supremacy talking points, and the Democrats are caving on it. They are also saying, yeah, they have a point. We're going to be the ones that actively actually push this white supremacist, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda. Not them. Vote for us instead. And ain't no racist is going to look at that and be like, well, you know, I'm a racist, but I'm also gay as fuck. That's why I'm voting for the Democratic Party. Okay? Think about it. Like, who is like, yeah, you know what? I want to vote for the annoying, smarmy, gay version of this, like, white supremacist insanity. Okay? Nobody's like that. All you're doing is, in a very smarmy way, gearing up and priming your base for the future that is going to be really violent and really white supremacist for a lot of black and brown people that will be cast aside as undocumented.
Aisha, there are some for whom that resonates, right? That is the choir, right? That is the preaching to the choir. That was a rally. But do you think at this point that does, bring in new people or give permission? And how come?
Well, as I watch this, one of the things that jump out at me is not so much as what's being said, but what's being seen. In this image where you have Liz Cheney standing there right behind Kamala Harris. And what that looks like to me is two strong and powerful women who are done with the patriarchy, who are done with the cat lady memes, who are done with the meanness and the nastiness. And if anything, I am sitting there watching them united as women that are more than 50% of this population. Remember, 57% of women fired Donald Trump and rejected him in the 2020 election. So to have the two of them standing there, even though their ideology.
Yeah, what percentage of white women fired Donald Trump? Oh, wait, that's right. White women voted by majorities for Donald Trump twice.
Mark, what do you think? The image itself of seeing them together side by side.
Well, I think obviously anytime we have women that are trying to rise to the top of the ticket and take over this country, it's a great sign for our country and our maturity as a nation. But to the point that that you were making a moment ago, it's like 57% voted in 2020, and now they're living with the consequences when many women are having problems putting groceries on the table for their family, worry about the security of themselves and their families because Kamala Harris let in 13,000 convicted murderers who are illegal immigrants in our country. All of these things are very real. They're now living with the consequences of that election, and I think quite a few of them are going to go back and say, I may not love how he tweeted, but definitely life was better under Donald Trump.
I love how CNN is just like Fox News now.
All right, so Philip, let me ask you that. There's a strategy which Harris is engaging in, by the way, of going to deeply red counties. I mean, I just pointed out this is the county where they're speaking. That was the birthplace of the Republican Party, where
Nothing
she
for
knows
that?
she's going to get killed.
Nothing for that?
Do a little bit better, right? And if you do that in a lot of different counties,
Lady from Tel Aviv, Israel, nothing to that? Okay, cool.
Moderates. And there are some in the Democratic Party who think these Republican endorsements that Harris has been touting is a mistake, and it's not going to move the needle. And she should just focus on getting out her base, even in those deeply red counties, right? That should be the way to go. So what are you hearing?
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, what Mr. Lauder just said about the 13,000 immigrants is absolutely
That's sick.
Important to point that out.
Came from ICE, Phil.
It's not
Be
true.
a reporter.
It's absolutely not true.
Be a reporter.
Those were
Came
people
from
that were in the country for
Customs
decades. Many of them
Enforcement.
are in custody currently because they were charged with murders. I've actually done the reporting on this, so you can trust me, viewers. Now,
democracy dies
going
in
back-
darkness, Phil.
That's
Sorry.
right. That's right. That's why we're honest with our viewers and with our readers. Okay, so to your point, Aaron, I will say that I think that, again, this is going to be an election that comes down to who comes out and actually votes, right?
Like,
and
that
so what
freak
we're gonna
should
wanna
not be
see
on the
if we
panel
are-
at CNN, okay? There is no equivalent. I'm not on the panel at CNN. You know what I mean? Because his perspective is supposed to be that far outside of the scope of CNN. as far outside of the scope of CNN as someone like myself. They're not asking me to fucking be on the panel. Why are they asking him to be on the panel? That's a question that you have to ask yourself. Okay? That person is insane. Like, that is an insane person.
For Donald Trump, or may want to potentially vote for Harris, and giving them the opportunity to do so.
All right. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate the conversation and appreciate your facts and all the reporting that you have done on that issue of immigration and crime, Philip, and thank you very much. So thanks to all of you. And next, the breaking news here in Tel Aviv. Israel right now unleashing a wave of new strikes against Lebanon. This is what is happening on the skyline. Explosions lighting up the skies. We're going to take you to the front lines. What we found today, sobering as we await this potentially imminent Israeli response to Tehran. Plus,
what imminent response to Tehran, bro? That's Beirut. You're describing Beirut city blocks being blown up. That's why she's in Tel Aviv, by the way. For those of you who are wondering, like, oh, why is
Hezbollah still able to fight Israel after its leadership has been weakened? The group says fighters have already inflicted serious damage on Israeli troops in southern Lebanon. How different are these confrontations from previous conflicts? This is...
By the way, the answer is yes. Is Hezbollah still able to fight Israel? The answer is yes. Okay? Because I need you to understand something here. The dynamic is exactly the same as the Hamas situation. Okay? It's exactly the same with one major difference. Hezbollah is also stronger than Hamas. And that's precisely the reason why Israel has seen way larger penalties in its invasion into Lebanon thus far. Okay? They're using the same principles. Oh, we're decapitating the leadership, and they're killing a fuck ton of civilians in the process. All that does is piss off people even further. It doesn't actually dismantle the defensive capabilities of Hezbollah in terms of defending against an Israeli incursion inside of their own territorial boundaries. And it's the exact same principle with Hamas. They try to decapitate Hamas leadership, right? Or use that as a reasonable justification to fucking, destroy the entirety of the Gazan civilian infrastructure. What happened? They still cannot control Gaza. They still get their troops shits blown off in the middle of fucking Gaza. How is that possible? Now, if you can't do that to fucking Hamas inside of Gaza, and Gaza is your own open air prison, there is no way you're going to be able to do that to Hezbollah inside of the Lebanese borders. That's a whole ass sovereign nation. So that's something you need to understand. The answer to is Hezbollah still able to fight Israel is yes. Of course it's still able to fight Israel. Of course, because Hamas is still able to fight Israel. And if Hamas, with its significantly more limited capabilities, is able to fight Israel still inside of fucking Gaza after 12 months of genocide, then yeah, obviously fucking Hezbollah, which is inside of a completely sovereign nation, is going to be able to put up an even better fight against Israel. That's it. That's it. That's straight up it. It's very stupid. Almost as stupid as forgetting to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which I'm going to be running right now. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub. Would you be interested in a detailed technical analysis of military movement in Lebanon? No. No disrespect, but I don't really like what is it, Cappy? Is that his name?
Israel.
I'm not exactly too fond of his takes overall. I think by and large, I don't know.
Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the program. I'm Hashim. Israel has claimed a string of victories against the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah in the past month. Hundreds of airstrikes have targeted sites linked to the group, killing hundreds of Lebanese civilians in the process. Hezbollah chief Hasan Nasrallah is dead, along with several other senior leaders. But Hezbollah says it will continue.
Let's see what CNN is saying about these new fucking fresh round of hell.
Today, President Biden not shutting down the possibility that Israel will include.
CNN team in Beirut hears blast. Video shows huge fireball. How did this happen? That's crazy. That's a crazy way to describe. Israel is pummeling densely populated urban areas in a sovereign nation once again. Wow. CNN team in Beirut hears blast. Video shows huge fireball. What happened? Wow. Wow, fireballs. Are they just materializing?
Two sides by Lebanon and
back to talking about how scary it is to live in Israel. Here, let's hear.
The town where we were today. We heard about 22 outgoing artillery and projectiles in one 18-minute period. In another 30-minute period, we heard 28 explosions. That should give you a sense of just how constant and relentless this is. This is about one explosion.
Dude, the loyalty to Israel is so crazy to me. Because you can have a CNN journalist under fire and they still will be like, you could literally have a CNN journalist under the rubble and the CNN journalist will be like, reporting now from under a rubble where a huge explosion has taken place. We are all wondering who did this. I am currently bleeding out and dying and thinking to myself, why was I right next to a Hezbollah weapons depot? It's crazy.
We did see the aftermath of some of Hezbollah's missile strikes with damaged buildings, homes with holes in them, cars completely destroyed.
No way.
Of course, it is
Dude, that's so sad. I'm so sad for this. Wow, how could they have done that? Also, when Israel fucking blows up Beirut, they kill hundreds of people. It's not just like a hole in a fucking car that people have left behind. What's worse, you think? Some structural damage or wholesale destruction? Israel struck a fucking orphanage and a school in Gaza yesterday. They killed directly children, okay? They shot at children and killed them. It is like comically evil. And these dumb fucks are like, oh my God, look at this car that has a hole in it. Yeah, dude, that area is empty, okay? That's empty. That's an empty area now.
The other, if they are called. This is a country that right now is sitting with its finger on the trigger of a much bigger war. Nick Robertson joins me now in Tel Aviv. Jumana Karaja is standing by in Beirut, which, of course, has been under such onslaught. Nick, since you're here with me, let me just start with you. Of course, if Jumana hears anything in these next seconds, we'll bring her in immediately. But, you know, when you're looking at Israel to hit back at Iran, important to note, they had a strike on a Hamas leader tonight. It has been relentless. That artillery fire that we're hearing.
She's so excited.
It's a hot war. It's going on.
It's a hot war and a strike on a very, very significant Hezbollah leader. Not clear if he's dead yet, but this will also be significant. And what we're looking for when we try to see when and how Israel will strike back at Iran is one of the things.
If you're wondering how they can be so blindsided to all these massacres, it's because they're horny for it, okay? That's it. They like it. They like it. Start viewing this conflict from the perspective of they're killing non-humans, okay? That's the way they see it. They see it as people worthy of punishment, death, and destruction, maybe even enslavement. Who knows, okay? It is white supremacist attitudes through and through. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like, those on the Israeli side are, like, as white as a sheet of paper or as white as, like, the dudes that you know in Minnesota. But ultimately, the analysis is the same. Those are the good guys. The enemies are the bad guys. Their children are the bad guys as well. We do not care how much death we deal. As a matter of fact, we like it. I love it. That's the analysis here. They're like, these subhuman scumbags are getting fucking blown to bits, and they deserve it, and we love it, okay? That's why they're cheering it on.
And how relentless do they feel?
Well, you know, Aaron, a couple of hours ago, you had these massive strikes on the southern suburbs of Beirut that our team here witnessed. The state news agency saying that there were about 10 consecutive strikes, describing them as some of the biggest since the start of the war. Now, our colleague Jeremy Diamond is told by an Israeli official that the target of that strike was Hashem Safiuddin, one of the top commanders of Hezbollah. He was seen as a successor for Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, who was killed in an Israeli strike last Friday. Now, it's unclear right now if Safiuddin was killed. We have not heard from Hezbollah. We know that the Israelis will need time to make that assessment. But, you know, it's really notable, Aaron. It's been, tomorrow marks a week since Nasrallah was killed. No successor has been named, and his funeral has not yet been held. The leadership, the command structure of Hezbollah has been decimated in a matter of days, and there's been many questions about their capabilities right now, but you know, as you were showing there earlier, they are still carrying out attacks. Hezbollah today claiming that they carried out 32.
By the way, I know for a fucking fact it was one of you dumb fucks that gave an interview to the NPR. I know in my fucking heart of hearts that I heard one of you HasanAbi head dumbasses over there earlier this morning in Lebanon talking to NPR. I don't know who it was, but it 100% was one of you dumb fucks who was like, yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I got my internet. As long as I have my internet and as long as I have my computer, I'm not going anywhere. I got my 2 cats and I'm staying right here. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? It 100% was one of you dumb fucks in here literally being like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Be careful is what I have to say to all the Lebanese HasanAbi heads, okay? You are fucking lying? No, literally, straight up. The dude was like, yeah, I have my internet. I have my electricity. I'm probably going to stay here. That's what he said straight up to the NPR journalist this morning. Standing on top of a fucking hollowed out crater, okay? Did he say I'm a HasanAbi head? No, he didn't say that. He said they were going to kill him. He can't leave because of his cats. To be fair, what makes you think he's a HasanAbi head? I can tell. I can tell. Oh, Jonathan Concoucri
the escalation, the relentlessness in the north. The conflict continues in Gaza. You have strikes in the West Bank. You have Israel making a decision on exactly what it is going to hit in Iran. This is not an if. This is a what, and it is a when. You obviously have been in the IDF throughout the war. You were there on October 7th. So I know you've got some maps of what you think exactly could be happening here in these next hours of where Israel could choose to strike. What's first?
Well, first of all, as you say, I think it's a matter of when and where and how strong and in what order. And this is based, the maps that we're seeing is based on the experts at FDD, Benham Ben Taleblu, Andrea Stricker, Saeed Ghassemi-Nejad, and Mark Dubovitz, and the FDD visual intelligence team. What we've done is to...
There are significantly more than 3 Lebanese chatters in here right now, directly from Lebanon, by the way. That number is, like, the number of geolocations on that app is, like, obviously far less than the actual number.
It is that most of the rockets, the 180 missiles that were fired
on Tuesday here.
Exactly. They were fired from specific bases in Iran towards Israel. Those are the Arak and Isfahan and Imam Ali bases. And I think it's fair to assume that there will be some kind of issue with striking those first because those three, because that is where they struck from. Important to mention that the Iranians do have air defenses, and in any future scenario, Israel will want to take care of those air defenses in order to facilitate other attacks
Are they
on other
confident
locations.
they can do that? Because one thing they don't, or that you don't want to have happen, is what happened to the Iranians, right? I mean,
One thing I don't want to have happen is forgetting to run the 3-minute ad break after saying I was going to run it. So I'm running it right now. Sorry.
So one of the differences between having a plane with a pilot and 5th-generation capabilities versus a missile that is fired from hundreds of kilometers away and only has limited ability to actually pinpoint the strike. When there's a pilot in the cockpit and very good intel, the
And you
chances
drop the
of
bomb where you
striking,
want it.
yes, are much higher.
All right, so you talk about those 3 sites where the missiles were launched from that you think there would definitely be strikes there.
Right.
President Biden, we heard a moment ago, say he's open to strikes on oil facilities. Some believe that that's deeply escalatory, but I know you believe that should be on the table, and you have gone through specific infrastructure that you think right now, if you're in the Israeli war cabinet, that they are targeting for this strike.
Yeah. So, I mean, what we're talking about is there's about 14 major oil refineries and oil related locations spread all over Iran. Some of them are, most of them, of course, along the sea. That is where they export from. Many people are familiar with Hajj in the western part of the coast, and of course Bandar Abbas. But there's many other locations that are very vital to the economy of the Islamic Republic. But if you look at Tehran, and you can see really the abundance of important regime targets in Tehran. We're talking about, the Supreme Leader's office, where he runs Iran from, the Ministry of Defense, the Intel and Security, which is where they do internal oppression and external operations.
They're doing it. Uh-oh. They're doing it, bro. They're doing it. They're saying Tehran. Oh, that's how you know. Okay, it's over. They're going to start striking.
If Israel strikes that,
right? Many
hear that and say, okay, that is a whole new thing. Is that a whole, do you telegraph ahead so you make sure he's not there? I mean, how would you suggest something like that be executed?
Yeah, so that very much depends on what Israel wants to achieve, what strategy Israel has, and what the end game is. If Israel only wants to deal Iran a severe military blow, then the first slide we spoke about, military targets, that will send that message. If Israel wants to go further, and many say that this is the best opportunity that Israel will have.
They will have. They say go for the nuclear facilities.
Go for the nuclear or go
She's
for
so
regime.
Excited.
And Israel
oh my God, she's fucking creaming her pants, bro. It's like, yeah,
understanding of
go for the nuclear facilities, yeah.
In terms of nuclear sites, it becomes a little bit more complex with the nuclear sites, because if Israel, there's a lot of sites there, there's about 15 sites, but there's 4 specific sites that are new and probably more related to weaponization. Foreign experts, they indicate that they have enough
fissile
fissile
have any
material
Ukrainian
for
military spokespeople to do on to what Jonathan Concoucris is doing? Yeah, they did. Because Ukraine is also an ally. They do this for allies. Of course, in the Ukrainian-Russian equation, it would be like having a Russian military general on to be like, why did you bomb this kindergarten? And then the Russian general's like, well, because there are weapons, Ukrainian weapons on the kindergarten. So we had to blow it up.
There are some new details tonight on the election, which is so central to this war that we are covering here tonight. And a specific point about where Harris is gaining ground, crucial swing states, and we'll tell you why.
Yeah, we blew up orphanage because terror baby, Ukrainian Nazi baby. We find copy of Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler. We find copy of Mein Kampf in Ukrainian orphanage. That's why we blow up orphanage. This is Ukrainian Nazi baby. That would be the equivalent of CNN literally doing that for Russia. Now, for you, if that comes across as like completely insane, that's because it is. Okay? It is. It is insane when Israel does it, and it's insane if Russia were to do it. Yeah. If Russia were to try and do that on CNN, which is laughable, of course, no Russian general is going on CNN. Okay? No one would believe it. But when Israel says it, everyone's like, oh, well, that's probably real. And if you don't think so, you're anti-Semitic.
Continue the fight until Israel ends its war on Gaza. And despite the setbacks, Hezbollah has demonstrated its capabilities to Israeli troops. The military has confirmed the killing of several soldiers since a ground operation in Lebanon began on Tuesday. So is Hezbollah prepared for a long battle with Israel, and how will it face discontent among Lebanese civilians at the prospect of another war? We'll discuss that and more with our panel of guests. But first, this report from Ferdi Akar.
Israeli strikes pound Dahiyya in southern Beirut, just some of many in the past 2 weeks. A Hezbollah stronghold, it was here that the group's leader, Hasan Nasrallah, was killed in a major attack last Friday. It was the heaviest of many blows Hezbollah has sustained since October 7th, but not the first. In September, an Israeli airstrike killed Ibrahim Akil, the commander of the elite Radwan force. And in July, Hezbollah Chief of Staff Fuad Shukr met the same fate. In September, the group suffered what it described as one of its worst intelligence breaches. Thousands of communication devices across Lebanon exploded in coordinated attacks, killing nearly 40 people, including children, and injuring thousands of civilians. The Israeli military says its air raid campaign in southern and eastern Lebanon has destroyed dozens of Hezbollah targets.
You weren't that far off with your Russian bid. Russia bizarrely includes Sims 3 among evidence of staged assassination plot. Russian security services have been accused of ineptly staging a Ukrainian neo-Nazi plot to assassinate a pro-Kremlin journalist. Observers believe that the agents planning evidence somehow confused the 3 mobile phone SIM cards for the video game The Sims 3. Well, I have to believe this. You know, I have to believe this. And if I don't, it's anti-Semitic.
It's also killed hundreds of people, but the group says it won't give up.
I guess it must have been true.
Hezbollah will continue with its goals and its presence in the field. The command system and the Mujahideen will continue following your plan, our dear Secretary General, with the same precision and the steps you have drawn up.
The Israeli military believes it has seriously degraded Hezbollah and announced a ground operation inside Lebanon earlier this week. But Hezbollah is operating on familiar terrain. It has already killed several Israeli soldiers.
Oh, man. That makes me so sad. Well, I have a really good suggestion. Okay? I have a really good suggestion. Are you guys ready for this? Hold up. Big time suggestion. This will change the outcome of Israeli society. It's called Don't Fucking Invade Lebanon. Okay? And I have a secondary suggestion on top of that. It's called Stop Doing Genocide in Gaza. This will fix all of your problems. Okay? Really cool idea. Definitely should try it at least a little bit. Do you think Israel could get even more conservative support if they started saying this is a war on the woke mind virus? Dude, they're already maxed out on their conservative support. I don't think that there is anything more than they can get. They're already like at 99%, you know?
Hezbollah was born as a guerrilla movement. And this is where it's most comfortable, quite frankly, engaging in these sorts of engagements on the ground, in these kinds of confrontations. And of course, they have a fair amount of experience at doing.
Bro, the only people that will be upset about not invading Lebanon is the Seaman Brigade, because they all of a sudden no longer have seamen to collect. That's it. I feel like that's a sacrifice that everyone should be willing to make. Okay? I know the Goon Platoon works very hard. Okay? They work very hard to extract cum directly from the penises and the ball sacks of fallen Israeli soldiers. I love that there are still people who go, is that really a thing? Every time I talk about it, there's always a motherfucker that's like, what? Nah, Google it. Google it. That'd be so fucking funny because woke mind virus is already something that has some sort of anti-Semitic undertone. It'd be like if Israel invaded Lebanon and said they're trying to stop the Great Replacement. Yeah, the thing is, they are doing that. They also do have the woke mind virus shit embedded. So, like, it's not that far off. They literally are doing that. Also, especially, like, Yair Netanyahu. Brother, you have a New York Times article out? What do you mean? So, what? It's not incorrect. It's true. Israel has a cum extraction squad. That is real. That's a real thing. It's such a real thing that they literally have made YouTube videos about it. Like the IDF's own personal YouTube channel has released a YouTube video about the Seaman Brigade. So, you know, it's not like I didn't make it up. I wish it was made up.
This in Syria over the past decade, and I think that it's quite telling that in some of the first encounters, Israeli forces have already suffered significant losses.
The extent of the damage to the armed group's capabilities is unclear. It continues to fire missiles into Israel, and it has tens of thousands of fighters, well armed with the backing of Iran. Hezbollah says it won't surrender until Israel ends its war on Gaza. Freddie Akar, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests from Beirut. We are joined by Sami Atallah, who is the founding director of the Policy Initiative, an independent Lebanese think tank. In London, Yazid Saya, senior fellow at the Malcolm H. Carnegie Middle East Center, and in Geneva, Joseph Dahar, visiting professor at Lausanne University and author of the book Hezbollah, the Political Economy of Lebanon's Party of God. Welcome to the program. Sami, after a series of major setbacks, can Hezbollah rebuild itself?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the show. Hezbollah has taken major blows in the last 2 weeks. As you very well said, the assassination of its leader, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, is a huge blow. Its senior leadership has been decapitated, and obviously the attacks on it via the pagers and other communication channels really weakened the party. However, I think what we're seeing right now is that Hezbollah is ready for the war on the ground. In fact, Hezbollah has been preparing for the war on the ground. It's the war that it has prepared for many, many years, probably for 18 years. Mm-hmm. Unlike the war or the phase of the war that preceded this, which was an intelligence war, a war that is obviously with full airstrikes on Lebanon, Hezbollah is not strong at this kind of war. Hezbollah is waiting for the war on the ground. And in fact, the last 2 days, we've seen some major hits to the Israeli army. So given that the command and control system is still intact, and given they're still able to throw missiles at Israel, it seems from their performance on the ground that they have retaken the initiative and they're able to inflict at least some pain to the Israeli army.
Yazid, if we go back a few weeks ago, you see that Hezbollah has lost its top military commander, Fuad Shukr, its top political leader, Hassan Nasrallah, its number 3, Ali Karaki, the leadership of its elite force, Ar-Ridwan. A sizable portion of its stockpile has been destroyed, according to Israeli military commanders. Is it fair to say that Hezbollah's main goal now is to survive this conflict without further major blows?
I'm not sure I'd call that the main objective of Hezbollah at the moment. Clearly, that's something that it will see as important and that is necessary if it is to carry on the fight in the future. But for now, it's basically continuing to wage this war in continuation of the position it's taken over the last year, which is linking the Lebanese front with the conflict in Gaza, basically saying there will be a ceasefire in Lebanon if there's a ceasefire in Gaza. And it's not clear that at this point Israel would be satisfied even if Hezbollah accepted a delinkage and a return to the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1701 of 2006, which would see a Hezbollah withdrawal from the border area. Israel probably aims for much more than that now. Nonetheless, for now, I think Hezbollah is still pursuing that linkage. And that means that it's set itself up for more blows and more attrition, but it may be that it calculates in terms of its future interests that it's...
Okay, this is boring. I thought that they would, I don't know. I thought they would get into like more significant shit. Is there a reason more people don't bring up the Dahiyya Doctrine when defending Israel's terror on civilians with the human shields argument? People don't bring it up because they don't know about it. I don't bring it up any longer because I've brought it up so many times. Also, you watch it every day.
Is the Gaza strategy being repeated? Israel has warned people.
Bro, I swear to God. Okay, Channel 4. Remember what I told you yesterday? Like, they're slowly inching towards, like, good coverage. I told you, every time there's, like, another 100 civilians killed, Channel 4 is like, okay, we reset, and now we are inching towards, like, good coverage on this issue because it kind of feels like Israel's doing the same thing in Gaza or in Lebanon as they were in Gaza.
To leave southern Lebanon for their safety and head north. But Beirut is north. These airstrikes into...
The Dahiyya Doctrine is the Israeli military doctrine that dictates that if you go to war with any group whatsoever, you fucking kill as many civilians as possible and you destroy as many civilian infrastructure as possible in an effort to universalize the punishment against whatever resistance group you're fighting against. That's it. It's like a super simple to understand concept. It's what America did. It's what a lot of major powers do, but it's what America did in the Korean War. It's what America did in Vietnam. And it is what Israel does as well. Like the deliberate effort or the deliberate means in which you universalize and collectivize the punishment up on top of a civilian population. State spokesman looks frustrated by reporters pushing on Israel's invasion of Lebanon. Unpredictable things happen in conflict. But in the case of Gaza, you were pressing the Israelis for plans. Is it the same in Lebanon? We're having detailed conversations. You said the Israelis don't know what's going to happen. Is it okay for a country with U.S. weapons to go into a conflict with no way out?
Hold on, relax. We're going to watch as this unfolds, and we'll make our assessments as in real time as they occur.
The U.S. doesn't know how long this will take.
I don't think if you asked Israel, they could tell you how long. It is the nature of a conflict that it is dynamic, right?
But
hold on, listen to me. It is unpredictable things happen in conflicts. The enemy responds in a way oftentimes that you don't expect. This isn't to prejudge any possible outcome. It's just to say it's a fluid and dynamic situation. And I think all of us ought to be cautious in pretending to say.
I hate this fucking freak. This is the latest Al Jazeera documentary. The guys that worked on it wanted me to watch it. I don't know if we have enough time to watch it today. It's a brutal documentary about all of the war crimes. All the war crimes, or not all of them, but some of the war crimes that Israel's engaged in Gaza specifically. What the fuck do you, this freak, that guy was being smart? What? Thing is, guys, and I have repeated this over and over again. Yemen Houthis have released a video showing their October 1st missile attack on the Panama-flagged oil tanker Cordelia Moon, which they claim is a British vessel. They say the disruption of Red Sea trade will continue until there's a Gaza ceasefire. Houthi drone slams into ship, hits another in the Red Sea attacks. So The thing is, Hezbollah is a guerrilla resistance group. They are decentralized by nature. Okay, they are created in a way like their leadership structure and the way that they operate is created in a way to withstand decapitations like this. Okay, decapitations in the figurative term. I mean, like they don't. That's the reason why they're fucking slaughtering the diaper brigade that is like trying to enter Lebanon right now. Okay. They are terrorists. Yes, Israel are the terrorists. You are correct. You're absolutely correct. Israel and America are the terrorists in this situation. You're absolutely correct on this. Anyway, here let's hear further how this terrorist nation operates in Western media. Here's an interview with the Israeli ambassador to the UK is conducted or concluded compared to an interview with the Lebanese ambassador to the UK. Same interviewer, same program, 24 hours apart.
As much as we will not respond, all-out war will happen. If we want to prevent all-out war, we must make sure that the red line is clear to the Iranians, and when they cross it, they pay the price. So actually, all Israeli actions are preventing all-out war and not creating it, because we are responding to the aggression of the Iranian regime.
Ambassador Sipi Hotovele, Israeli ambassador to the UK. Thank you.
We need to stop this carnage in Gaza, stop this carnage in Lebanon, and seek a diplomatic solution. This expansion of the war theater does not help. It's pushing the region towards abyss. It's time to reverse the trend and look for a diplomatic solution. That's what we are saying.
You say, Rami Mortada, we've got to leave it there. Lebanon's ambassador there. Of course, you say a genocide was started on October the 7th. October the 7th was, of course, the day that there was the biggest attack on Jewish lives since the Holocaust. I think it's an important point to put into that to that particular context. Rami Mortada, Lebanon's ambassador to the UK.
Thank you for contextualizing the Lebanese man saying that his people should not be seen as cannon fodder after interviewing the woman from the state that is making an argument as to how everyone and anyone in the crosshairs of Israel is cannon fodder. That's cool. You know? Yes, Israel is terrorist, but isn't Hezbollah terrorist too after 2012 bus bombing? Yes, brother. Okay. That's why I say Israel, much bigger terrorist. Israel has done a bus bombing times 100 in Lebanon. You understand that, right? Like if you think human beings are human beings no matter what, and they are worthy of life no matter what, and you're angry about a fucking bus bombing, in Lebanon alone, in the past week, Israel has done 100 bus bombings. Okay? Israel, since October 7, has done 100,000 bus bombings. You get it? You understand? Oh, wait, what am I doing? I was going to watch this. Sorry. Israel continues its aerial attack on Lebanon. What's next?
To the city late this morning. More displacements are coming because late this afternoon, a sudden sign that Israel's so-called limited incursion is in fact
so cold
expanding invasion.
Here in Jerusalem, the IDF, the Israeli military, suddenly announced that the Lebanese people must now get out of another 25 towns and villages. In a message sent directly to your phone, they say, the IDF does not intend to harm you, so for your own safety, you must evacuate your homes immediately and head north. Be careful. You must not go south. Save your lives.
Like Gaza before, Israel bans independent media coverage of its invasion, releasing its own censored video instead. Independent coverage from the Lebanese side all but impossible too, because Israel says it'll treat any moving vehicle there as a potential target. To the east, the widening war continues. Overnight, Israeli airstrikes damaging a Russian airbase in Syria. Moscow's response, its ambassador to Israel this afternoon advising all Russians to consider leaving the country.
Dude, if you're an Israeli Russian, you're so fucked. It's like, what are you going to do? Go back to Russia? Okay, then you're conscripted to go fucking fight in Ukraine. By the way, when Russia says Israeli Russians need to reconsider staying in Israel, you need to understand something. That's like half the population. Okay, not half, I'm exaggerating. But that's a massive, massive chunk of the population. Okay? Let me see. What is the Russian population in Israel? Israel, Russian population. Israel is home to a core Russian Jewish population of 900,000 and an enlarged population of 1.5 million, including halachically non-Jewish members of Jewish households, but excluding those who reside in Israel illegally. Remember what we talked about when I said, like, remember what I talked about when I fucking said, like, Israel is a very Russian country? Yeah, that's like 15% of the population, bro. Now, the reason why this is funny is because Israel bombed a base in Syria that the Russian troops were positioned in. Are these Jews of Russian heritage or Russian Jews living in Israel? Both. But also a third thing that's even funnier, which is just Russians. Like, not Jewish, just Russians. Which is why it's even, which is why it's really funny. Let's just say Israel, not a very white nation, like by the standards of your eyeballs. I'm not using whiteness as a socio-political concept here. I'm saying like white as in like I would be white. You know what I mean? Like pale skin. But it still tries. It tries to white itself. Some of those initiatives yield results such as this one. So anyway, this is why it's really funny when Israel ends up blowing up a position in Syria that is a little too close to a base that Russian soldiers are operating out of. And then Russia turns around and says, you guys need to leave Israel. When Russia says you guys need to leave Israel, that means like Israel is going to have a massive population exodus. They're not going to leave anyway. But I suspect that it's a mistake that Israel will never repeat again. Many Russian oligarchs have Israeli citizenship and are actively evading sanctions because of it. Israel has also historically good ties with Russia and even Putin. Yes. Yeah, Russia is not going to attack Israel, dude. What do you mean? They're not going to attack more Russia. Oh, wait. Someone in my Discord was talking about how like Russia would never attack an area with like millions of ethnic Russians. And it reminded me of how Russia certainly didn't do that in eastern Ukraine. The only thing stopping Russia from attacking Israel right now is the fact that, one, they have, you know, decent relationships. And also on top of that, yeah, Russia's gonna start doing a Donetsk in Israel. They're gonna be like, wow, we gotta denazify Israel. There's a lot of ethnic Russians that speak Russian. It's the third most popular language in Israel. We have to take it over. Sorry. That's what they're gonna do. Yeah, the only thing that's actually stopping Russia from doing anything against Israel, aside from their trade relations, is suspected Israeli airstrike hits near Russian airbase accused of housing weapons in Syria. Is the fact that they're too busy with their own shit, which is funny because it's like, that's why I always laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, man, Russia's gonna help Iran and Russia's gonna help Lebanon and all this shit. All the fucking like pro-Russia, pro-Palestine chatters, well, not even chatters in this community, but like people that chirp online are like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, do you not recognize that Russia's got his own fucking shit to deal with? Anyway, they have to deal with the top of the hour ad break. Just kidding, they don't, because they're all using VPNs to watch me. If there are even any Russians in Russia that still watch after your government called me gay. Twitch is not banned here, but no ads. All right, nice. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Unless, did Russia really call you gay? They just said I'm like a gay live streamer instead of dying in the grayest town you've ever seen to like a Ukrainian drone dropping a fucking grenade in my lap, which is what manly men do. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What the fuck is this beautiful thing? Holy shit. Trail camera captures stunning footage of lynx in northern Minnesota. That's fire. But yeah, a suspected Israeli airstrike reportedly hit near a Russian airbase in Syria accused of housing weapons for Iran as terror proxies. Up to 30 missiles were fired at a target near the Khmeimim airbase in Latakia, with footage spreading online. A massive explosion in a Russian facility overnight. The appearance of the secondary explosion suggests the strikes hit their munitions depot. The attack occurred an hour after Iranian Qasem Far's airplane's cargo plane, which had been delivering weapons, landed at the base, Telegraph said, citing reports in Syrian media. The airline has previously been accused of transporting weapons for Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. There have been no official confirmations about the attack, which was cited by Russian wartime bloggers and Lebanon media groups who suggested drones were used in the strike. Footage of the alleged attack has also been picked up by Ukrainian officials and media outlets celebrating the attack bordering their Moscow enemies. Ukraine's Center for Strategic Communications claimed without evidence that the strike decimated the Russian airbase, lauding that Russia's red lines exist only in fairy tales. Prior to reports, dude, Ukrainians are so cucked. They're so cucked. Like, I'm sorry. Brother, you should be the last people on the planet celebrating Israel's bombing campaigns, okay? Every bomb that Israel uses is a bomb that you could have used, okay? That you could have used using. like you need it more, man. You need it more. You need it more. And you're over here celebrating Israel using your fucking bombs. You're like, yeah, hell yeah. Done did use. Bro needs a coffee. I need to sleep, dude. I am not all right, okay? Latakia, that's how you pronounce Latakia area in Syria. It's an Assad stronghold. What is this? I want to thank your dad for his service and all he did to remodel the lower Manhattan skyline. It's called Lazikiye. Lazikiye. In Turkish, Ankh. Anyway, that was neither here nor there. Let's take a look at Israel's
Confirmation
attacks
today
on
that the
Lebanon.
US and Israel are discussing bombing Iranian oil.
We're in discussion of that. I think that would be a little anyway.
That'd be a little, anyway, yeah, you're not discussing shit, old man. That's why I said whenever Joe Biden says like Israel, don't do that, just know that Israel is going to do that, okay?
Put global oil prices up nearly 4%. Back in Israel, satellite images of the Nevatim airbase show damage done by Iran's missile barrage on Tuesday night. Israel confirmed the hits but said they had no...
Dude, for those of you who don't understand, okay, I'm going to repeat this one more time. It's something that I've mentioned months ago when talking about like a broader conflict and why it would actually greatly damage the global economy. If Israel strikes Iranian oil depots, Iranian oil refineries, Iranian energy infrastructure in any meaningful capacity, Iran has vowed to retaliate against the entire Gulf. Iran has, in the past, by way of the Houthis, maybe it was Iran, maybe it was the Houthis, who knows, struck Saudi oil refineries. They are, if you look on a map, not that far off from being able to strike the entirety of the global, not the entirety, but a big chunk of the global oil production. They have said, once again, if you hit us, we will hit all of your oil refineries. Think about it like this. It's a mutually assured destruction button, right? It's the exact same principle. It's like nobody wants to use nukes, but if you use nukes, then the enemy will use nukes as well. And here it is. The military official of Kataib Hezbollah in the Islamic resistance in Iraq, Abu Ali al-Askari, says, in the name of the Almighty, if the energy war begins, the world will lose 12 million barrels of oil per day. As Kataib Hezbollah previously stated, either everyone enjoys the blessings or everyone is deprived of them. As in, they're going to put an off switch on the global economy. Okay? This is the only thing holding back, I guess, Biden from giving the total go-ahead. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait have declared neutrality and will not allow the U.S. to use their air bases against Iran. That probably won't stop Iran from hitting them, I suspect. Don't tell end of oil protesters. Yeah, Fango Lives is in the chat right now, salivating at the prospect. Fango Lives is in the chat right now, nutting, throwing out thick ass robes, thinking of the prospect of just like lighting every oil refinery on fire. He has converted to Shia Islam. I'm hearing from my sources on the ground that Fango Lives has now converted to Shia Islam. He has now found the light of Allah. He will be going to Jannah. He is a revert and a firm believer in the Iranian mission to light the entire region's oil refineries on fire. He's screaming Ya Ali in the streets. Yes. He will be participating in that in Nevruz, or is it Nevruz? It is Nevruz, right? Isn't that the one like where they jump over coals and stuff? I don't know. I'm Sunni. I fucking... You think these fucking Najaf clowns will go up to oil fields in northern Iraq and tell the Kurdish clans, oh, stop making money off of oil or we will shoot you? Motherfucker would not go back to their shithole in the south. Listen, all I'm saying, I'm just reporting. Nevruz is not Islamic. What is it? What is the thing that the Shias do? Don't they do this thing? I don't fucking know. No, not Ashura. Isn't, wait, what? The self-flagellating thing. Nevruz is Zoroastrian. Wait, really? Is the Iranian New Year or all Iranians do it, including Kurds, so you actually know what it is, big dog? Oh, that's just the Iranian tradition. It's called... Maybe the U.S.'s love for Israel will be the reason we switch to renewable energy. It's called Chahar Shambe Sori. Yeah, it's the Wednesday before Persian New Year. Nevruz is done by people in Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan and stuff as well, I'm sure. I'm Azadi saying this. Oh, Charshambe Sori. Charshamba is how we say Wednesday. Çarşamba. That's how we say Wednesday in Turkish. That makes sense. Anyway, let's continue.
Significant effect. What is more obviously confirmed, though, this. The remains of an Iranian ballistic missile still lying where its mission came to rest in the southern deserts of Israel.
And Alex joins us live from Jerusalem with the latest.
Yes, I mean, where does this leave Israel tonight? A strange confluence of moods simultaneously. Of course, on the surface, it is the Jewish New Year, a time for families to get together, businesses to close. Everything is very muted and quiet around those celebrations, and they are particularly muted. Jerusalem itself, quiet, of course. There's very few tourists here.
During Ashura, the Shias bring out machetes and slap themselves with them as punishment for killing Ali.
Because of the war and the general security situation. But beyond that, underneath that, perhaps more deeply, a sense of foreboding, sense of being in a pressure cooker with the pressure constantly building. As I've just outlined in the report tonight, you can see why that is happening in terms of the global issues going on, ramped up today by what President Biden in the States said about talking openly with Israel about the possibility.
It's about Hussein, not Ali. Okay, I don't know. I just know that, like, that's something that the Shias do. They just like self-flagellate, is what I thought. In like yeah. I like I said, I'm Sunni. I don't fucking know. I don't know. Everyone's a little Shia nowadays, but like I said, I don't fully know what the thing is that people do.
Of striking
Shias are the Catholics of the Muslim world.
Oil installations in Iran. The sense, of course, it is a question of when, not if, Israel will retaliate to those 181 missiles fired a couple of nights ago by Iran into Israel, and of course what then Iran may do in response should that happen.
Hudre-Lez don't they also do don't they have like a candy too? Hudre-Lez starts on the night of May 5th and ends on May 6th in the Gregorian calendar, and April 23rd on the Julian calendar is observed in Turkey, Crimea, Syria, Iraq, the Caucasus, the Balkans. Yeah, obviously this is not an Iranian thing, bro. What are we talking about? Hıdrellez is regarded as one of the most important seasonal bayrams, which is a festival, a holiday, in Turkey and parts of the Middle East, called the Day of Hızır. Ruz-ı-Hızır in Turkey, Hıdrellez is celebrated as the day in which the prophets Hızır, Al-Khadir, and Ilyas met on earth. They have candy too, no? Like not şeker bayramı gibi değil de başka bir şeker yok mu? Vermiyorlar mı şey için? Kaldırıyor. Yanlış mı hatırlıyorum? It's like okay, whatever. What the fuck are we doing? I'm just like talking about the dumbest shit right now.
Alex Thompson, well, 9 people were killed during
It appears that Turkish tanky Piker has arisen
the night here when an Israeli strike hit a medical center run by a group aligned with Hezbollah in the heart of the city, as Alex just reported, not far from the Parliament building and Western embassies. Israel described it as a precise attack. Earlier today, I went down to the scene of that attack. Most Israeli airstrikes in Beirut are concentrated around the southern area known as Dahir, populated by Hezbollah and where Hasan Nasrallah was killed last week. But this blast in the centre of Beirut was close to the rich downtown areas of a city that had in recent years become a Middle Eastern playground. Nobody here was expecting to find themselves close to an airstrike. In a normal residential neighbourhood, people are shocked and upset that they are not just clearing away the debris, but finding out who was killed and what's happened to the injured. 4 are still in hospital, 10 have been released. This is not a Hezbollah area. The dominant group here is another Shia organisation called Amal, and this building was a sort of a civil defence headquarters with a health centre on these floors that were targeted around 2:15 in the middle of the night. The locals here say there were 10 or more people in it at the time of the airstrike, and many of them have ended up dead.
Weren't they healthcare professionals? Did you know the idea for also targeting and bombarding Christian communities in Lebanon? My cousin who visited Lebanon recently told me his friend's home was annihilated. He's also Catholic. Yeah. No, I did know that, yes.
War goes on, Amal is effectively aligned now with Hezbollah. The Israelis say they were targeting terrorists. Were these people terrorists?
Every word they say is a lie. Lie, lie, lie.
Everywhere here, there are displaced people too, from southern Lebanon and, like Maria, parts of Beirut ordered to evacuate. So what will you do?
We can't go to another place. There is just here. So now we are waiting if we die or survive. We were in Maisel Jabal in south and came to Beirut, to our house in Dahi. When the strikes took place in Dahi, we came to this school because we don't have a house. Where we will go?
Beirut houses almost half the population of Lebanon, but hundreds of thousands have had to flee their homes already, and most think things will only get worse tomorrow. Well, Israel warned residents of more villages and towns in southern Lebanon to evacuate to areas over 30 miles north of the border. But much of the land near the border is already deserted, with hundreds of thousands of people fleeing their homes in fear that Israel's ground invasion could be expanding. Our foreign affairs correspondent, Secunda Kamani, is in the southern city of Tyre, where the streets are virtually empty. Secunda.
Well, Christian, we've been hearing both incoming and outgoing fire throughout the day. We can't really get any closer to the border, partly because Hezbollah have told us that we're not allowed to do that, partly also because the Israeli army has warned that any cars traveling from north to south in the region could be targeted. So it's hard to build up an independent picture of what's happening in terms of Israel's ground incursion into southern Lebanon and Hezbollah's fight back against it. We do know that close to the border, a Red Cross convoy today was struck by an Israeli strike, that 4 paramedics were wounded and that 1 Lebanese government army soldier was killed. The World Health Organization has also said today that 28 on-duty medics have been killed in the past 24 hours. All of this, I think, underlining just how dangerous the situation is.
Across southern Lebanon, the sights and sounds of war, as the number of killed and injured by Israeli strikes rises. Hezbollah have sustained devastating blows, but they're still the dominant presence here, and they're controlling what we can film. Hussein Jeshi is one of the group's members of parliament.
Many people here in Lebanon are very angry about what Israel is doing, but many are also angry with Hezbollah for, they say, dragging the country into a war they did not want. How would you respond?
Everyone is entitled to express their opinion. We respect that, but we are committed to our duty, to our homeland, above anything else.
Is there anything short of a ceasefire in Gaza that would lead Hezbollah to stop firing on northern Israel? Because Hezbollah, this whole country, is paying a very high price for this war.
The Zionist regime is the one that has dragged Lebanon into this war. We ask the Zionists to stop their massacres on us and the people of Gaza.
We're in the city of Tyre, at the site of yet another airstrike.
When you look around at the scale of the destruction here, you get a sense of just how powerful the explosions must have been. These were 2 buildings that are now just reduced to this huge pile of rubble. People's...
That's from the Guardian article. Targeting paramedics. Paramedics say they began to notice a pattern with the strikes. Whenever they arrived at a location to start rescue operations, they said Israeli airstrikes would follow. They're double tapping specifically to hit paramedics. And he's not saying Zionist regime, he's saying Zionist enemy. Why don't they translate right with the Arabic? I don't know.
Personal possessions, children's toys strewn amongst the debris.
Israel accuses Hezbollah of hiding its fighters and weapons amongst the population. Hussein's wife and daughter were amongst those killed here. There were no explosives or rockets here, he says, but we are used to this. Our blood, our bodies, our children are all for Sayyid Hasan, referring to the slain Hezbollah leader. Hezbollah is firmly enmeshed into all aspects of life here, running a state within a state. It even has its own civil defense team. 7 of its members were killed in Beirut overnight.
You believe that your teams are being deliberately targeted?
They're deliberately targeting us. I've seen it with my own eyes. Maybe they hit us by accident once, but we've had 30 colleagues killed in the past week. They can't all be a mistake.
We're only getting a glimpse into this conflict, but even amidst competing narratives, the suffering is clear to see.
Well, as you were saying, Krish, a little earlier, more than 20 towns and villages today warned to evacuate by the Israeli army. That brings the total to around 70 towns and villages that have been given such orders. And what's significant about the ones that were given out today is that some of these areas are to the north of where we are right now, entirely to the north of the Litani River. So that's deeper into Lebanon than the area Israel had previously been talking about pushing Hezbollah out from, and that's only going to strengthen fears about the possible eventual scale of Israel's offensive here.
Sekunda Kamani. Now today, of course, is Rosh Hashanah, one of the biggest Jewish holidays of the year, so there are few people in Israel giving television interviews. But from here in Lebanon, joining me now is the Minister for the Economy, Amin Salam. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. This economy was already in such trouble. What is the impact of this war?
Well, good evening. Thank you for having me. Definitely, the impact of the war on the economy is devastating. Everybody knows very well that prior to the beginning of this war, Lebanon was already struggling for almost 3 years with a collapse in the economy, loss of the value of the Lebanese, national currency, unemployment, social issues. I mean, the country has been struggling for a while, way before the war. The war came to add yet another layer of challenge to Lebanon. Now we're talking about over 1 million displaced people, not to mention the 1.5 million or 700,000 Syrian refugees that are still in Lebanon. All that has really piled up to turn this nation into crisis mode. Today, the GDP is in terrible shape.
The broadcaster is Channel 4 chat.
Because hundreds of thousands of people lost employment over the past year. Most of them are youth, working power in the south, in the agricultural sector, in major industries in the Bekaa Valley, in the south, and parts of Beirut. So let that alone. We're not talking yet about losing entirely the tourism season, which was a very major economic support to Lebanon the past 3 years, given that it was one of the few remaining sectors pumping cash into the economy. So now we're not talking anymore about growth. We're not talking about GDP getting better. We're talking about a big emergency cost on Lebanon that is going to last, and we don't see the end of it yet.
Yeah, I mean, Minister, so many people, as you say, are displaced. They're not working. They have no income. At what point are people going to start running out of money to eat?
Well, the good thing is that the government had in place, I mean, given the fact that we've been functioning in emergency mode for many years before the war started. So thank God we are good on the food security level, on the medical aid level. That's how we're keeping the people surviving now. But the biggest challenge now is if we don't reach an immediate, and I say immediate, ceasefire with serious talks for peace, this war extending for longer or expanding further will get Lebanon into a very critical place. It will get the economy into a point of no return. That is where people will begin really facing serious challenges, having income, having cash. They will probably be spending everything they have left in the next few months if they are living in the streets and are having no jobs.
Right, but when you talk about ceasefire, the Lebanese army was drawn into the war today, returning fire against Israeli troops in the south, and you have lost soldiers to that war already. I mean, you're being drawn in, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I said a few days ago, it's a full-fledged war against Lebanon. I mean, the Israeli side is saying that, we're targeting Hezbollah, we're not targeting Lebanon, we're not fighting the Lebanese people, while they're bombing the city. I mean, I'm talking to you now from less than a mile away from where the explosions had happened last night. And that is even 2 miles less from the governmental palace. So drawing the Lebanese army in is very dangerous, is very critical. Expansion of that might take us to somewhere where we don't want to go as a nation. So
I'm reminded of Kharkiv, an area in Ukraine that had a lot of like ethnic Russians or people who were Russian adjacent. And what the attitude of the people of Kharkiv was after Russia invaded Ukraine. The reality of the matter is there is no bombing people into liking you campaign. It's not, that's not how it works. Okay? You don't bomb people into being like, oh, well, I love these guys. I love these guys now. Thank you for bombing me. That's not how it works. It's the same. It is the same exact idiotic principle behind. It is the same exact idiotic principle behind what the Americans said about going into Iraq. They will welcome us as liberators. It's a hearts and minds campaign. That is to also say that, like, the allegiances that some in Lebanon might have had for Israel is nowhere near as significant even to begin with.
Right, but when you talk about ceasefire, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you talk about ceasefire,
no, go ahead.
Isn't the fact that Hezbollah has said they are not prepared to ceasefire without a ceasefire in Gaza?
Well, the government's message today was very clear from our Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, after their meeting as well with the Speaker of the House, President Berry, that the entire government, with all its political parties, Hezbollah included, are in favor of a ceasefire. But the Israeli side is not helping with that, because the Israeli side is not showing any intention of ceasefire, any flexibility. It's just a continuous attack on Lebanon and on the people of Lebanon.
Mr. Salam, Minister for the Economy, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Yeah, when Israel says they're just bombing Hezbollah, that isn't exactly meant for the Lebanese people. That's for Western ears to hear. Exactly. It's for Western ears to hear and analyze and think, oh, they're doing a great job. They're destroying an enemy. They're destroying an enemy that must be destroyed. That is what this is. That is what this is about. Melania Trump passionately defends abortion rights in new memoir. That's awesome. I feel like she really despises her husband. Have you covered any of the unhinged shit that people interviewing Ta-Nehisi Coates have been saying since his new book came out? Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I have covered it quite extensively. It's really sad that people are happy to see their fellow countrymen die like this. JD just said, yep, did Donald Trump win the 2020 election?
Could you just answer, did Donald Trump win, yes or no?
Yes.
He did win?
Yep.
So will you concede? Will you concede? If your opponent gets more votes, will you concede?
I really feel bad for you, man.
Dude, it's crazy that the good liars are like actually doing like news reporting now. Like, how the fuck did we get here when the good liars guy is just like unironically making news now?
I just want to know, if your opponent gets more votes, will you concede? Parties. Who won the?
Tim Wall. It's important to remember JD Vance confirmed he's down with an attempt to overturn the 2024 election, and anyone who discussed the VP debate without mentioning that crucial point is helping Vance and Trump accomplish that. Yeah, Democrats can't even do that. Is Azerbaijani more understandable to you than Arabic or Farsi, brother? Do you know any Azerbaijani words or dialects you wouldn't understand? No. Azeri people can understand me if I speak Turkish, but I can't understand them that well. Like, to a Turkish person, Azeri Turkish sounds like broken Turkish. They can understand Turkish almost perfectly, but Turkish people can't understand everything that they're saying. There are a lot of, I mean, it's basically the same fucking language. But it just sounds like a broken version of it. My Aussie mother watches nothing but Turkish dramas. No wonder she speaks it. I mean, it's also the same language. It is like, I suspect it's very similar, like Russian and Ukrainian. Oh no, I'm not gonna fucking watch this shit, dude. Sorry. Anyway, when are you coming to Montenegro? I don't know. Probably not anytime soon. Oh, here, let's look at Tyler Hitler Vera.
Let's say I want to go through this wall.
Tyler Hitler Vera went to Poland, inside the country that kills illegal immigrants, and cut this video. He said, "Viva la Poland," 3.5 million views in 3 days.
I break through the wall. What happens to me next?
You will die like a dog. The lowest unemployment in European Union is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID, Poland. One of the lowest debts, Poland.
This is Dominic, a member of the European Parliament from Poland, the country that just approved a new measure to shoot and kill anyone that tries to illegally enter their border.
Unfortunately, one of our soldiers was killed with a spear. Because they behave like animals, unfortunately. They don't behave like civilized people. We are the ones with this border. So we are protecting the whole Europe.
But Poland's strict border control and refusal to take in refugees from non-neighboring countries like Syria and Afghanistan has caused the EU to propose a €22,000 fine for each person Poland refuses to take in, and guys like Dominic to be labeled Islamophobic and fascist.
Wow. Wow. I wonder where this video is going. Yeah, dude, it's because he is. Like, what do you mean? He said these are fucking animals that need to be shot on sight. Like, that's it. It's over. He is a fucking Islamophobic fascist. Yes. Guess Dominic's political party in Poland. I'm not entirely caught up on the political parties in Poland, but I suspect it's the Nazi one. It's the one closest to a Nazi that still has, like, retains any fucking any seat. He's the farking. The funniest thing is that Poland is regarded as Western Europe's Mexicans. Yes. Like, Polish migration was a big part of the reason as to why. Not Farkin, but piss. Close enough. Piss. P-I-S. Silly Hazi. Every party in Poland is the Nazi party. Come on. Is Poland running off of never again policies as well? Poland is a very interesting country that found itself in between the spheres of influence and has, I guess, like short-term memory loss and hates like the last guys more. And in their hatred of hating the last guys that left more, they've decided they're going to be like the first guys that they also hated. And by that I mean they've decided their alignment is going to be more Nazi than socialist. Peace. Bravo is okay, there's no fucking way I could tell. What the fuck does that even mean? Law and Justice Party. Oh, dude, I didn't even talk about Denmark's ghetto law. That is crazy. Denmark is being brought up in the EU for a ghetto law that they implemented that straight up is like targeting black and brown immigrant communities, even if white immigrant communities have the exact same material circumstances. Like if they have, regardless of their socioeconomic position, they've decided to destroy only black and brown ghettos. Which is wild. And the EU was like, dude, that's like a little too racist even for us. And we're the fucking European Union. Anyway, let's continue. We'll get to Denmark in a second. We're talking about Poland right now. Why are you sneaking in Denmark?
Commission president says that you're racist. You sound proud of the fact that you haven't taken any refugees.
Of course, because this is what our people are expecting from our government. That's number one. This is why Poland is so safe. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
When I see the wall, I do understand that this is for my future children.
Does Poland's strict border policy work? Is Poland significantly safer than the rest of Europe because of it? And do the people of Poland want open borders?
Poland are racist. We are proud of it. And I don't really want any immigrants in my country, you know? Thank you, man.
Before meeting with Dominique, I headed to the capital of Poland, Warsaw, to see what the locals thought of Poland's border and their border patrol now being able to kill migrants illegally trying to enter their country.
That's sick, man. Like, that's really sick. And he's covering this as a positive. Guys, I went to Poland and found out that the new occupational government has decided to put certain kinds of people in Poland into concentrated areas that they're calling camps. I'm here to talk about how sick this policy is. What's up, guys? I'm here at Auschwitz. And we're here to talk about the scourge, the enemy that is hiding amongst your neighbors. I mean, he literally did do that in Springfield, so that's sick.
University, what are a lot of the students' thoughts on, shooting down illegal immigrants who come through the border?
I've never heard about it.
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
It is bad because I don't see any purpose to use a gun for the person. First of all, we need to talk. We need to identify the intention of the person.
Oh my God, that's like a tough question.
It's a crazy question, right?
Yeah, but to be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay, I think he literally found the only non-white people in Poland. Poland's like, what, 98% white or some shit? How the fuck did he find in Warsaw, like, the 8 people that are not white, bro? What the fuck's going on? Like, actually. He's on a university campus? Oh, that makes sense.
Sure, how they're controlling the borders, but, I saw a lot of refugees in the Centrum here.
There are a lot of immigrants all around Europe, and sometimes it can be dangerous for the Europeans.
What are your thoughts on if you came?
Yeah, that guy looks like he would be taking that position. Warsaw is not that undiverse for Poland. I was there this year. Clan meeting in the comments. We're not racist. We're not Islamophobes. We're logical. Best spoken words. You know your country is safe when your prime minister can walk through the streets like a civilian. Poland is still making sure that all their fallen ancestors didn't die for nothing. I'm an Arab Muslim, but I can't blame Poland for protecting their country. It's like blaming someone for shooting an intruder who's trying to break into his house. What the fuck, man? My man took the time to talk and show around a YouTube journalist, truly a man of the people. Yeah, it's probably because he's got nothing else going on for him, dude. He
here illegally. What should be done?
Oh, I guess I should go in prison.
Do you feel safe here in Poland as a woman?
Yeah, very much.
Do you feel safer here in Poland as a woman than you do in India?
Yeah, it's more safe.
Yeah.
It's more safe. A lot safe.
You can walk, like go to work at night, and nobody cares, and nobody's like threatening you.
It's not very safe.
No?
Really, cross from the main streets.
Yeah.
I really feel not very safe because there are some strange people.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah, like men in general.
No, some sick people.
Okay.
They frighten me.
Who should the border keep out? Who should it let in Poland?
Nice people, kind, and with good heart.
Okay. Do you think having a more strict stance on the border keeps Poland safer, or?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I know that many people have that opinion.
Okay.
I want to believe that it doesn't really matter from which country you're coming.
Okay.
If you apply to the culture, it's gonna be fine.
Safety has nothing to do with the border.
Okay, nothing?
Nothing.
What are your thoughts on immigration in Poland?
Я сам являюсь политическим иммигрантом, и поэтому не мне отвечать на этот вопрос. Я пока не сталкивался с какими-то негативными проявлениями в свой адрес.
Why did you come from Belarus to Poland?
Я политический активист, и обратной дороги в Беларусь мне на данный момент нет.
How was your experience going through the Belarusian-Polish border?
У меня чуть другой маршрут. Я прилетел из Грузии. Я жил в Тбилиси некоторое время. Поэтому в моем случае без экстрима обошлось.
Ну, я считаю, что здесь женщине безопасно. И заниматься бизнесом тоже очень хорошо.
What are your thoughts on their stance on illegal immigration and the idea that they'll kill you if you try to illegally enter through the border?
Но я считаю, по международному праву все...
Warning, the entire U.S. government is shutting down in less than 72 hours. Turn notifications on now. Something big is coming. What notification can we turn on if the government is shutting down, man? Yeah, our vaccine shots are finally activating.
Страны защищают свою территорию, но это на законодательном уровне. Никто из хозяев, но если есть граница существует, должны соблюдаться законные вот эти данные. Поэтому, если ты нелегально пересечаешь, ты территориальную целостность не защищаешь. Считаю, что государство вправе применять оружие для защиты своей территории. Если ты бежишь от войны, пожалуйста, регистрируйся, получай документы, работай. Мне кажется, страна очень комфортная для жизни и, по-моему, очень толерантно относится ко всем беженцам. Я бежала от войны, и тем не менее за 2 года мы тоже здесь.
Wait, she's not speaking Polish? Is she Ukrainian? Wait, you found the 32 hits on the Israeli airbase? There's actually our first count of the 32 missile struck the Nevatim airbase. Although 3 impact points are obscured by the clouds and the 50-centimeter SkySat had to be made with 3M Dove Images white pins. A lot of Eastern Europeans actually hate all Ukrainian refugees.
Здесь и открыли бизнес, и работаем, и платим налоги.
What are your thoughts on the border here in Poland as someone from Ukraine?
Fine. It's really fine. Yeah, it's no problem with servicing.
Was it easy to get here from Ukraine?
Yeah, really easy. Few hours
and you fled.
Huh? Why was it easy for him to get in from Ukraine, but it's not so easy when people are leaving and escaping war and they're coming from, I don't know, let's say Syria? Much to ponder. Much to think about here.
Fled for political asylum? Or you work here? Why did you come?
I work. Yeah, I work.
I believe like in most Poland, especially like the eastern part in Warsaw, we're like fully open for everybody who wants to come here in every purpose. A lot of people lost their houses, lost the safety in their life.
Yeah.
So I do not see any problem with that. In my opinion, I don't have any problem with that.
Even illegally?
You know what? In my opinion, it's just like hard to be illegally at this moment because you have to cross the border. I think this is not like the main spectrum of a problem. Most of them want to be illegally because they want to have a work.
So if they come to Poland, but they are from a country that's not a neighboring country to Poland, should they be allowed to come in here and be a refugee?
Not a neighboring country to Poland. And then he just showed very interesting images. Bro is like so fucking desperately. That has to be Weeby. Wait, this is Weeby? Weeby's Polish? Oh my God. Weeby's fucking Polish? Weeby being Polish makes so much more fucking sense. It makes me completely understand why, like, everything that he said about Kanye West. Wow. He told us in offline. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, sure, because we've been in this situation in Poland. We have a trouble history, so we need a help for our neighbor.
What are your thoughts on illegal immigration?
I think the crime rate is going much higher so far.
So what about like Syrian refugees, like Afghanistan refugees, Eritrea? Are they close enough to be considered neighbors, or should they go to the neighboring country?
They're not like, of course, geographically they're not our neighbors, but if they looking for a safe place, they want to be here legally, they want to have a work, they want to build a new life, I don't see a problem with that.
Dude, YouTuber meets normal human is shocked. Okay? YouTuber meets normal human with normal opinions is shocked by his response that is objectively normal. Like, yeah, who cares, man? They're just normal people. Like,
have you heard about the Belarusian-Polish hybrid war, they call it?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Of course, this is not correct. I mean, to allow or to bring people from outside just to push them in EU.
But before heading to the Poland-Belarus border to see what Poland says is a hybrid warfare at play where Russia is sending migrants from China and Africa into Poland for them to then enter the rest of the EU and then financially and socially destabilize the rest of Europe. I met up with Dominique, member of the European Parliament and Poland's Law and Justice Party. Is this man a racist, alt-right Islamophobe as the mainstream media and leftist detract?
the answer is yes, but Tyler Oliveira also is that, so he's going to he's going to act like that's not the case.
Actors call him. I want to ask him, how does Poland's new border wall work? Can any refugees come in? What is this hybrid war? And how does their border control differ from other EU countries? And more importantly, does it work?
And I'm very happy that we are on the street, not in the studio. Yeah. You can see and everyone can see
Japan.
Yeah, the difference. It's beautiful.
Would this look different in Paris, London, anywhere in Germany? What are your thoughts?
I think the easiest way to answer it is Eurostat is the most important when it comes to the data.
Okay.
The safest country in Europe, Poland. The lowest unemployment, Poland. The less crimes, Poland. So if you ask me about any data, we are leaders. Okay. And that is the fact. It's not my political opinion. Yeah. When I quote this in European Parliament.
I don't get it. Why are so many Polish people going to England then? Shit seems much better in Poland. Like, England fucking kind of sucks too. I don't know why the fuck Polish people are going to England then.
They were very unhappy.
Also, if you want to support our boots on the ground, independent journalism that is not bought and paid.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
When Germany started this madness. In 2018, I said quite famous words, zero illegal migration in Warsaw, in every single Polish city. We don't want any illegals. Then they called me Islamophobe, if someone is from China, if someone is from India, or someone is, it doesn't matter who he is.
He's like, no, I'm not Islamophobe. I hate all non-white. Even though people say I'm not white, I'm Polish, but I'm white. I love when people are just like, no, you don't understand. Like, I hate all non-white people unconditionally. Okay. That's such a funny response to someone being like, no. I'm not just Islamophobic. I fucking hate Chinese people. Like,
This what he believes in. If he's illegal, we do not want that. The difference between refugee and a migrant, especially illegal migrant, is very, very, very clear. The refugee is the person who flee from the country of conflict to the first safe country. I didn't know that Syria.
Wait, no, not first safe country. But even if you make the argument as a first safe country, Poland would be a first safe country for some. So what the fuck do you mean? Okay, he's trying to play. He is trying to say. He is trying to say like the Ukrainian. The Ukrainian refugees are one thing, but like Syrian refugees are not allowed.
It's bordering country with Poland.
It's not.
It's not.
Okay.
So the first safe country. That is why we took over 2 million Ukrainians. Legal.
Because you are contiguous, you guys border
That's
one
right.
another. Okay.
That's right.
In the case of Syria, Afghanistan, Eritrea, that is not the case.
They are not refugees. I'm trying to repeat it every single time. If you want to come, you can come. Submit your documents, ask for a visa, stay here for 6 or 10 months, pay taxes, contribute to the society, then you're welcome. Why not? We are not North Korea.
Sure. Well, why are Syrian, Afghanistan refugees coming to Poland and not
migrants?
UAE.
Why Qatar did not react? Why
aren't they going to Qatar?
Very rich Arab country.
Okay.
Where is Qatar? I'm trying to ask this question for years now.
Yeah. No, I asked literally. I do not know where Qatar is on map. Where is Qatar on map? Where is it? Does it exist? I do not know. There is no map in Poland. Please tell me. Everyone always laughs. They say I'm racist. I ask not in racist way. I want to know. I have no map. Does it exist? I do not know. Only map in Poland. Beautiful map of Poland. That's it. No other map. Maybe Belarus and Ukraine for showing bad country.
And I cannot find any answers because we've been told that this is a global problem, so there is a need for a global solidarity. So there is no global solidarity.
Sure.
Like Qatar is the great example. Our soldier was killed with a spear by the illegal.
Terrible.
So that would happen on the streets if we would let them in.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm literally trying so hard not to make Polish jokes. I'm trying so hard. But come on, dude. A spear? You had a kitted out border patrol guy get killed by a spear? And then you see the spear is a knife attached to a stick. Like someone went and got tape and put a knife, taped the knife on a stick. How is that possible? Like physically, this does not make sense. I'm sorry. It's just I'm not making jokes. No more jokes. Just top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? Polish people in the chat like, I don't understand what just happened. I just started seeing ads. You're a generational Poland hater? What? Or politics, let's do propaganda? What? The Poland national football team were escorted by F-16 planes to the southern border of Poland on their way to Qatar. Nice! Bro, I didn't know Poland had F-16s, dog. What are they, running on fucking potato oil? How the fuck can they fly for that long? That's crazy. Didn't know Polish people knew how to fly planes. Let's be real. That's surprising to me. Probably surprising to you as well. Okay? Straight up. That's weird. Did not know that that was a thing. I did not know that Polish knew how to fly planes. I thought Polish people stare in the sky when they see planes and go, that's God. You know? I thought they said, what the fuck is that? It must be a godlike figure. They're I've gotten so much better at not being adversarial to Polish people across the board. Okay? Like, think about that. There was... Why exactly is that funny? The F-16 was just showing them where Qatar was? Yeah.
They started this madness by willkommen politik. Okay. That was the politic, welcoming illegals because they were hoping for cheap labor. Okay. They found out that those who came illegally, they don't want to work. They don't want to work, but there's much more crimes.
Sure.
So they said, okay, let's spread them around. Let's say that this is our responsibility and European solidarity, and then we're gonna get rid of this problem. So, in European Union, they started the thing they called quota system. Okay. Each country should take migrants.
Oh, before I forget, I'm running the 3-minute ad break now.
They called refugees. That's how they called them. They says you're gonna pay like 22,000 euros per person if you will not take them in.
And you guys said no, we are not doing that.
Of course not.
What were the consequences to that old action, I suppose?
They tried to force us to take illegals. We said no, it's better to pay, it's better to have frozen assets, whatever, rather than risk our own life.
Okay.
And look at the streets now.
Do a pan?
There you go.
Has Poland always been this way, Dominic?
This is what is needed to understand why we cherish our freedom so much.
All right.
Because of Russia, because of Germany. Historically, Poland did not exist for 123 years. We gained our independence back in 1918. So after that, after 1918, we had a little bit of freedom. But then in 1939, Germany and Russia attacked.
Both fronts?
Both. And we had this terrible communism in Poland for 7.
Yeah, he hates communism more. Interesting. Interesting.
20 years. That's why I hate Putin. I hate him because he's trying to go back to the Soviet Union era. The way he behaved, the way Russia behaved is unpredictable. 123 years. Finally, we have an MP with a great English.
There we go. When did this hybrid war begin? Is this an act of Russia trying to antagonize?
Of course. It's because when you go through the papers, you see that the guys who came to Belarus are with the Russian visas.
Okay.
So we know that by the fact, it's not an opinion.
I see.
So the whole process of traveling is organized by Russia. And because of the green border with Belarus, they are able to come to Belarus and attack our border. So it's organized by Russia, of course. And they want to destabilize Poland and...
Dude, it's crazy to be like, I can't get over the fact that he was like, yeah, Nazism and then communism, much worse. It's like, some of the greatest atrocities, like historically, that has ever befall Europe was conducted by the Nazis in Poland. Okay? And this motherfucker is like he's still like, you know, I hate communism so much more. I hate it so much more. like straight up some of the absolute worst crimes against humanity. His fam collab probably.
Other countries, because the whole thing is not only about Poland, Hungary, Italy, and others. In this part of Europe, we know that Russia is responsible.
And when you push back against the Muslim refugees, illegal immigrants, whoever they were, why did they call you an Islamophobe? What happened there?
First of all, it's not true.
Okay.
One of my closest.
He's like, we have still big building in Auschwitz. We use it for the Muslims. Very nice. Why don't we use building? It's empty. Nobody using it. I see shoe in the building. I think to myself, very nice. We should use this for Muslim.
His friend is from Syria.
Ah, okay.
You know, he came here legally. He started his company.
Yeah.
He paid taxes. He's been here for many years.
Right.
And we are very close friends. And he's from Syria, and he says, never ever let them come in. Oh, of course, they call us racist. They call us Islamophobes. It's not true. They try to tell us that the doctors will come, engineers will come, that our society.
Sure.
It's all bullshit.
Do you need doctors?
Of course not.
Do you need
I mean,
more doctors? Well,
but we need doctors,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
doctors,
do you need
right?
their doctors?
No, thank you.
Like, this is just pure, unrestricted, unfettered racism, dog. He said their doctors are fake. We don't need their doctors. Why? Because they're Arab. Hey, but it's cool. He has a Syrian friend who said, don't let any of them come in. Wow. Cool stuff, man. That shit's great.
Take them. I want Poland to be like this. Look.
Now, is most of the Polish government in agreement with your stances on this? Is
This phrase, be like Poland, because of decisions which were made by our government. Yes, yes. Dzień dobry.
Dużo sukcesów w momencie.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję. Dobrą robotę pan robi.
Dziękuję.
Dominic, you're loved far and wide here, it seems. It's like this message is resonating with a lot of the public.
And you have to remember that this is a very liberal city.
Sure. Are you a big fan of them?
Yeah.
Amazing. Tell me about the live bullets, the fact that you can now kill illegal immigrants trying to enter the border.
I love it.
Put this man in jail, dude. We got to lock down Poland, bro. We got to lock it down until we figure out what the fuck's going on over there. All right.
If you are trying to commit a crime on the Polish soil, you might be dead. We do not know if you are a refugee, a migrant, or a terrorist. That's why after our soldier was killed, our parliament passed a law that we can use live bullets to protect our nation. We heard that it appeared.
I'm sorry. It's like, I know that this is a horrifying escalation by the Polish government to be like, we're going to use, also he's playing like funk music in the background, like that TikTok, like workout music, to talk about this fucking disgusting piece of shit Nazi being like, we will shoot you dead if you try to come into Poland. And like, you're supposed to think that that's sick. Like, oh man, that's so Sigma. Having said that, okay, having said that, I cannot get over the fact that they legislated this after a Polish border patrol guard got killed by a knife taped to a piece of wood. Like, I'm sorry. You know when we talk about like shit that Israel does, and then sometimes it sounds like anti-Semitic, but it's just real shit that Israel is doing. Like when you first encounter that, when I first heard about like the cum squad, I was like, come on, dude, you're being a little anti-Semitic. Like you're making this shit up. Like there's no way, right? And then you find out it's real and you're like, oh my God, they're doing that. This literally reads in the exact same way. It reads like an anti-Polish joke. Like, yes, one border guard died when trying to put light bulb on, and then we decide no more electricity. Like, what the fuck? How is that? How the fuck is that real? Like, why are you not embarrassed to say that? Why are you saying that with your chest? Why is this you representing this wonderful country to the entire world in this way? You may think it's funny, but most Poles have never seen a knife on a stick as an advanced weapon they don't know how to counter. I gotta say, Hasan, as a major L, your country lost to this nation of hoople heads at Vienna. Please do not bring up. Please do not bring up. Big mistake. I'm the annoying Polish chatter. But he is from a party that got a shit pushed in last year so we can whine and yep. But they're not coming back to power, though he is being floated as a presidential candidate in next year's election. He is one of the only people speaking English on some level. Oh my God, bro. It's so cooked. HasanAbi, Turkey recently helped Cuba to get flour to help feed my mother's people and family. Due to the logistics and the U.S. being monsters, your country made it happen. Nice.
But there is no such a zombie cities like San Francisco. We don't have that. You know why?
Why not?
Because we are protecting our border.
Okay.
That's the way they trying to smuggle it into the country. Any illegal activity is always connected to the drugs or guns. But drugs is a very good business. So it's not only about having illegal.
Yeah, the only guy in Poland to speak English and represent the people, and he's a fucking straight up Nazi. That sucks.
It's also about security and anti-drugs war. So we are winning at the moment. You can see how many people are.
Putin toilet paper.
How safe they feel.
The funniest thing is those motherfuckers probably don't even want to stay in Poland. They just want to pass through Poland to like go to fucking Germany. You know what I mean? And this way, Germans either wash their hands of the blood by literally being like, yeah, those barbaric Poles are doing this, not us. You know? That's straight up it. Like that's what's going on.
You can tell. It's just beautiful. You can't see this kind of thing in Europe anymore.
When do you think the rest of Europe lost this?
When they decided to be politically correct. It started with the leftists. This is what they want. They want diversity. What kind of diversity? With a knife and a rifle? Is this diversity?
Beautiful.
You do not see soldiers with the rifles as you see in London or in France. There's no need. We are not racist.
The best Polish CS player is hotter than you. Okay, chill.
We are logical. So I think it's very important to have this discussion, our discussion, while eating.
Okay.
I tell you why.
Why?
Because it's so peaceful. Can you show around?
Beautiful.
How peaceful it is. You don't feel any stress. You do not feel any anxiety. You don't feel threatened by anyone. You don't have anyone coming to your table and asking for money or whatever. You just sit, relaxing, you have a nice beer, and then you have beautiful pierogies. This is what I love about Poland. That's why.
Do you guys have homeless people here?
Well, every country has homeless, but can you see any?
Why are the women so beautiful?
Oh my God, what the fuck does that mean, dude? Can you see any? We hide them. We hide them good.
Yeah.
What about
What?
men? Hello.
No offense to the guys.
Okay, this is an AOE attack.
Women's so beautiful here.
What about
This is an AOE attack for every fucking Eastern European country. Okay? This literally is like most Balkan nations. All right? This got hella chatters got hit with fucking damage that they didn't even know that they were signing off on today. This is literally everyone, okay? This is more Serbia than Poland. No, dog, this is straight up every fucking dog. This is every Slav nation, okay? Every single one, straight up. Yo, I thought I'm watching something about a Polish Nazi guy. Didn't know I'm gonna get insulted like this.
men? Hello.
No offense to the guys.
Poland is the last stronghold of normality in Europe and in the world in many, many ways. Come and visit.
And you made sure I wasn't a Russian propaganda asset, right?
I hope you.
How is CD Projekt Red not taken over the country yet? They have only one computer in the nation. It should be easy. Dude, CD Projekt Red is like representative at its peak. Was like representative of like what? 50% of their fucking entire market or something? Like it was like a ginormous percentage of their GDP, okay? They literally were the economy. They hate electricity so much they literally have a candle on table in broad daylight. Yeah, dude, it scares them when the lights go out. You said Poland is catching up to the UK? No, dog. UK is catching up to Poland.
Do not. You would be killed.
All right.
The whole process of replacement is just a fact by the numbers. It's not my political opinion. By the numbers, we are in a very, very bad situation. And listen to me, I do understand that you will have maybe someone who will translate it into Arabic or any other. Do not come to the Polish border.
What will happen if you do and you try to enter illegally?
You might be killed.
Why? Yeah, what the fuck is that? Why is he only talking about Arabic?
If you'll come here illegally, you will try to harm any of our soldiers.
Okay, I wasn't fucking wrong. Video game giant CD Projekt Red becomes Poland's most valuable listed firm amid coronavirus turmoil. It literally hit, its valuation hit 27.6 billion zloty on Thursday, reported Gazeta PL, surpassing three state-controlled firms. And it was 13.88% of the index. So yeah, I wasn't wrong.
You will be killed. Cheers.
Cheers to pierogis, to Poland, and
come. I'm telling you.
DUM on
This
screen?
is the
He's saying come to Poland, unless you're Arabic.
only interview in my whole career when I let someone record me while I'm eating.
How is it? As a man of the people.
Okay, that shit looks fucking sick. I don't know what's going on. Like, pierogies are fine. It's whatever. But that actually does look kind of fire. I don't know what that is.
It tastes like freedom.
It's Saturday night. Look. There's no beggars. There's no homeless. There's no fentanyl.
We don't do Chick-fil-A. We don't do...
McDonald's.
No, we don't.
Burger King.
No, we don't.
KFC.
No, we don't.
It's Zapikanka.
We do proper Polish, very healthy food.
What are your thoughts on Poland?
We arrived yesterday, so
Where are you from?
Rome. Italy, yeah.
Do you feel safer as a woman?
Yes, yeah.
Do you feel safe in Rome as a woman? Or Italy, sorry?
No, not at all.
Why?
It's just dangerous.
Where are you from? When you come from Rome. He's going for I visited.
The way he fucking like approaches them and their reaction to this disgusting little fucking ogre, this disgusting orcish husk of a man approaching them with his sweaty, grimy, oily fucking hands immediately spells stranger danger. Like, look at their faces. Okay? Look at their fucking faces. He is so unaware that he is about to literally change their opinion of Poland. Remember how they said, no, I do not feel bad. I don't feel bad in Poland. I don't feel scared, but now I do. That's what they're about to say. Okay? I did feel safe in Poland before you fucking sicked your ogre on me. Okay? Now I'm saying, Mamma mia, maybe Poland not so safe.
What do you feel like?
Because it's not safe.
Why is it not safe?
Because we don't feel safe like walking alone at night.
Who are you afraid of at night?
Men.
Which men? Men in general or specific types of men who come from...
He's like literally trying so hard to just like grab this soundbite out of her mouth. Like, come on, please say it. Just say black men. Just say like African migrants. Please, maybe Arabs. Come on, any of that. Any of the MENA region will do for the purposes of what I'm trying to accomplish here. Please, oh God, please.
Different places.
Like men.
Italian men?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
She's like, yeah, have you seen Italian men?
What do you think?
Can I ask you? Here's the thought.
Can we please order in the meanwhile?
Yes, they do. Should you buy them one?
Thank you.
Should you buy them one? No? Okay, they don't need it. They don't need it. They can buy their own. Why do you think they feel unsafe in Rome? Let's be honest.
Because of Africa. Let's be honest. Dude, I hate these disgusting little monsters, dude. Why would you even leave this in? Why would you keep this in, you fucking idiot? I guess he doesn't give a shit. Like, he straight up is like, I'm Adolf Hitler, and this is my friend, Polish Adolf Hitler. Okay? And we're just having we're just having a Hitler off. Like, that is so fucking gross, dude. That is an insane thing to just leave in the edit. Let's be real. They're afraid of Africans, right? You know it and I know it, but they're just too afraid. Yeah, it's 100% Hitler versus 100% Hitler. Oh my God. Bro, I see shit like this. Get mad at me all you want, but it makes me understand where Stalin was coming from, okay? Like, not the best fucking, not the best governor, all right? Made a lot of mistakes. But if I see stuff like this, I'm like, oh, dude, I get it. Like, I kind of get it. I understand. I hear this kind of thing. I hear this kind of sentiment. I'm like, oh, no, you're going to the mines. Like, I'm sending you to the mines. You need to work in the mines right now, okay? You need to go work in the mines immediately. At gunpoint, sorry. Yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy the show. That's crazy. That's like, you should be so much more embarrassed to have these opinions and to openly say these opinions. What the fuck, dude? Like, I have a question. My Polish friend wanted to ask you if he was Belarusian. Would he be welcome in your community? Are you a fan of Belarusian people? Jokes aside, we love Belarus, right? I mean, I love Polish people too. I don't give a fuck. Just not this fucking asshole. The Asman mold credence who watches don't have the social maturity to correctly analyze his interaction is insane, so he leaves it in. I don't. Why is Asman Gold catching strays in this combo? We're watching. 2 years ago, there was. it was scary. Now they are getting arrested one by one for the last 8 years of corruption. Also, he's the most trollish, but not the scariest or most popular. I think you would love Polish politics. We had one of the first transgender parliamentary member, one from Nigeria, and twin brothers were president and prime minister of Poland, and one of them died in a plane crash. It's fun. Dude, all I'm saying is I would overreact. Okay? I would overreact as well. Do you understand what I mean? Like if I heard two motherfuckers having this conversation in the heat of like Nazi Germany's rise, I'd be like, oh, dude, I'm throwing as many people that think like this directly into gulags. Okay? Like it would break my brain. Luckily, I do not have any power, right? But like, honestly, and I'm not saying that like Stalin put all the fucking people that think like this into gulags. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that I understand how you could arrive at a conclusion that like many people need to be put in the fucking gulag after seeing this shit. Oh my God. It's so, oh my God. Oh yeah, that's when last time I got canceled by the Polish. Oh my God, last time I got canceled by the Polish, it was when this was when I said I'm in Poland, it's like 98% white people here. What the fuck is going on? And then what do you call it? Fucking Stefan Malny meme. White nationalist Stefan Malny meme literally retweeted it, and all the Nazis were fucking canceling me to be like, you're so racist. Why did you apologize? Well, because I was a much nicer person back then, okay? I'm not so nice anymore.
Africans, they are afraid to say something.
So his argument is that African migration to Italy has...
The second tweet, dock your penis in a meat grinder. Wait, what did I... Wait, I said that? I don't remember that. Wait, what did I say? All jokes aside, I did talk to a bunch of Polish people this weekend. I love you all. I'm actually sorry if my words came across as offensive. Unless you're a far-right dipshit who wants to protect Poland's whiteness, in which case, dock your penis in a meat grinder. Okay, I wasn't that nice. Wasn't it when you said Poland had no internet? No, that's recent. That was recent when it got on r/Poland. Stalin was putting in Bolsheviks in the gulag because of shit like this. Yeah, he probably fucking talked to one Polish Nazi and lost his fucking mind, is what I'm saying. He literally, he was like, dude, what the fuck? Okay, spiritually broken.
Has had an impact increasing the rate in Italy, for example, or in Germany, or in France, or in UK. Would that be accurate? Would you stand on business to that fact?
But when we meet like a guy in the street, we don't know if he's Italian, English, Spanish. It's like a potentially dangerous.
Okay.
Can I ask you for your... What do you think about Prime Minister Meloni?
Go.
Meloni?
Poland really is as white as Stefan Malny meme said it was. This is a bad thing. There are countries where the vast majority of people are still white. How is this allowed? Slavs aren't white. Also, fuck off. We're full. Okay, let's stop looking at my fucking greatest hits about Poland.
She's going to deport people now. What are your thoughts on that?
What do you think?
Good or bad? No trick answer. Honestly.
Good or bad?
Totally bad. A bad person.
Why is she bad?
She's not tolerant. She's racist.
Oh, she's
homophobic.
racist. She's not tolerant.
Dude, you got fucking like pizza meat crawling up your fucking nose. You goddamn pig. You fucking orc. You goddamn animal, dude. Oh, she's not tolerant. Oh, what now? Unk is getting real riled up at night. Okay. I don't know how many beers he slammed, but oh God, he's got literally fucking food on the side of his mouth. Oh, you are such a pig. You are such a disgusting little monster. Dude, this is literally how fucking oh my God, this is a perfect Nazi ass moment right here. Oh my God. Look at the Italian girl's face, bro. Look at her face. It says it all. She's single-handedly ruining Polish reputation with these women. He's single-handedly ruining Polish reputation with everyone that's not the most racist person you've ever met. Like, straight up. Like, I want to maintain the opinion that Poland is a wonderful country. You know, we got our fucking orcs here. You know what I mean? And like, if you were to judge every American by like the dumbest QAnon supporter, shit would not look great. But also, if a Polish person was making fun of our politicians in the same vein, I would be also right there with them. You know what I mean? I'd be like, you're so right. Having said that, however, you know, this is not exactly a great representation of Poland for the outside world.
So you don't know who's raping?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question. Like you're trying to
You
say
don't.
something?
She understands.
Bro, he's like fucking owning them in the marketplace of ideas. Like, you don't know who's raping. It's the Arabs. It's the Arabs. It's the Africans. Yes. Oh, very nice.
He doesn't understand the question.
What are you trying to say? This.
Okay, so one more question. Who's going to win in US? What do you think? It's going to be Kamala or Trump?
Hopefully Kamala.
There you go. Thank you very much. Ladies, have a beautiful night in Poland. We support leftists in US. Why they want Kamala to win when they are not happy about safety in Italy because of illegal migration? What the is going on in their brains?
They said a few words that I think are important. Inclusivity, right? Acceptance.
I like that Tyler Oliveira is so lost in the sauce of like this insane right-wing idiocy that he cannot comprehend that like you probably shouldn't be associating with this guy. Like, you also look just as gross when you are in agreement with this freakish little pig. Okay?
Right?
I think that's it.
The real acceptance is in Poland.
I'm from Iraq, I'm Kurdish, and it's been 2 years I live in Gdańsk. I study masters.
So what do you do in Poland?
Yeah, I study masters in international business.
So you are from Iraq, moving to Poland to study?
Yep.
Are you legally in Poland?
I'm legally in Poland.
Dude, you cannot tell me that Poland is better off preserving this guy in its fucking boundaries, in its national boundaries, and not like this guy, okay? I'm sorry. It's just like, what a fucking ridiculous, like, dude, deport this guy, and get these guys to replace him. Okay?
Okay. You're very welcome. If you are legally, you're very welcome. Appreciate it. I watched all of your videos and I totally support you.
I take it back. No, kick this guy out too. Okay? Nope, fuck it. Nope, go back to your own country. Never mind. I take it back. Bro, what's up? What's up? Listen, man. Listen. There is something so spiritually wrong with, and I'm going to say my people, okay? I don't know what it is. I am reminded of that Turkish motherfucker who crossed the border, okay? Like he's Iraqi Kurdish. And it's just like hyper specific to this area where the moment that you pass the boundary, something happens where you're literally like, something happens where you literally fucking go, yeah, that's right, dude, kick these motherfuckers out. What's going on? It's like the Turkish guy on fucking Fox News. It's the Turkish guy on Fox News. He was like, yo, they might be letting in rapists through this border. It's like, bro, they have you on a microphone. Like the Fox News people literally think you're the rapist. Like, I'm reminded of this. This is my favorite fucking video of a Turk ever.
We saw some of them carrying their luggage without any resistance, and he said Americans should be worried about who's coming into the country. Take a listen. Did you have to pay a cartel?
Yes.
How much?
Around 10,000.
10,000?
Yes. In fact, the American people is right, completely true. Who come into this country, they don't know. Well, okay, I'm good, but how if they're not good? How they killer, psychopath, else? No guarantee of that. Why, like no security, no security check, no background check.
No security check, no background check. You're worrying about who's crossing the border?
Yes. Of course, me, because I'm like, people are not look normal.
I love that you respect your country. Yes, sir. I'm also like, are you Christian? I'm an interesting.
Köpek. Allah belanı versin senin. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Oh, what a dog he is. Oh my God. The guy who he is like being embraced by literally first racially fucking profiled him and was like, you are not here illegally, right? Oh, dude, you have no backbone. You have no fucking, oh God. Oh my Lord. It's so embarrassing. It's so fucking embarrassing.
Welcome, brother. Welcome.
True love.
Whatever you are, whatever your faith is, if you are legally in here, you are very welcome. I really like that you put Poland and Polish people first before anything else. That, like you said, we have normality here.
Okay, normality.
We don't have chaos here.
Okay.
You can express your whatever you are. Just don't push your agenda on someone else. I'm with my girlfriend, and I told she. Come over. Is she Polish? Yeah. Dzień dobry.
Hello.
Mam na imię Dominik. Cześć. You're super. You just get married. You're very welcome.
There we go.
You see the difference between illegal and legal presence in here. Yeah. Okay, guys, have a beautiful night. Appreciate it. Thanks. Happy. Yeah. She was cherished. She was taken care of. Yeah. You want this Hollywood movies, this beautiful.
No, don't say he's just trying to survive, bro. I'm telling you right now, he's a dog, okay?
Stories of love to be real. You will not respect our women, we're gonna take care of you.
Simple.
You can.
And with gratitude and respect.
Pay your taxes, get Polish wife, become a Polish. Be like Poland.
After a night out on the safe streets of Warsaw, Dominique took me to Poland's border they share with Belarus to show me a project they've spent $2.5 billion on to help keep Poland Polish.
So we're here. This place looks brand new. They're not messing around. They're strapped. They got camouflage. They got big guns. They're not here smiling. They're here straight-faced. Who are you? Why are you here? So luckily we have the clearance. We should be good to go through. Let's see how big and bad this wall is. They're not messing around.
Okay, that seemed intense.
They did not play around.
No jokes.
Did they know who you were?
Yes, they know, but the procedure is procedure, and I respect that.
Yeah.
This is the border of European Union with Belarus. We are the ones with this border, so we are protecting the whole Europe.
How new is this?
Well, the wall was built very, very fast. I must say, when the first.
Racism is so banal, right? You sound like a Nazi German today. This prick you're watching is hated by so many. He's a fucking bolek and racist. The decision with the border was made by the EU. Germany was pressuring the most, and many are trying to fight against it. For example, Polish Blind Spot, NGO, and many more. Learn some facts about the political fights here. It's funny that you say that because I literally didn't even know that, and I suspected that and mentioned exactly what you're saying. I said the reason why Poland is having this strong of a fucking border protection is most likely because Germany is pressuring them to do so they can fucking maintain their like enlightened stance and make the fucking Polish do their dirty work for them. That is precisely what I said. And I didn't even know that that's actually what had happened. But I assume that that is most likely what happened. Turns out I was right. That was speculation. All of CD Projekt Red's earnings went to this border. Oh, no.
Attempts. Look, soldiers all the way through, but don't record them.
Okay.
Don't record them.
Point it out myself. This is a training camp. This is home. What is this? They live here?
Well, when they have a service night, they have a place to change and prepare and this and that. It's a lot of them. Our border was not ready for that, but what we did, we
He's
reacted.
like, our border was not ready for the spears. Once they upgraded to spear technology, this is no match for border. This is no match for Polish border. Very dangerous, very scary. We don't like. We hate this new technology. Fuck the spear.
Acted straight away. We built the wall. You're gonna see the wall in a minute.
After the murder of the guard?
No, that was beforehand. When the whole madness started in Europe, our government decided, okay, that's enough. We're not taking all this crap. We're gonna build the wall.
So how exactly are they sending the refugees or the illegal immigrants?
What they do, they invite them to Russia.
Okay.
They are getting tourist visa. They pay for it. Then they are transported from Moscow or other places in Russia to Belarus and then to the border, Polish border.
And I've seen some TikTok videos of people trying to break through the wall.
Well, yes, they try it every single night.
Sure.
It's not like you don't have to protect it. You do have to protect
Sure.
it.
Okay.
Let's park here and walk.
Amazing.
Okay?
It looks peaceful out here. What time do people start trying to break into the wall?
Every night about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. This is when they trying to cross the border. They know that this is the best time. Oh, you can see soldiers now. You can see some guys.
So he's aware of our presence. He's on guard.
You just said that it's very peaceful.
Sure.
It is peaceful. It took us 30 seconds to have a soldier reacting for someone's presence. Nie przekraczamy, mamy...
Mógł mi pan przypomnieć, jak się pan nazywa?
Dominik Tarczyński.
Okay.
Does he know you?
Yes, but you have to say your name. There's no jokes. That's why I think they're professional. They know their job. A to trzeba mieć zakrytą, tak?
No najlepiej by było, bo to też dla własnego spokoju, nie? Że oni później nagrywają i widzą, kto tutaj wchodzi, kto nie wchodzi. Nie?
Tak?
No tak, nie wiadomo, kto się wczai w krzakach, nie? Także jest też dla własnego bezpieczeństwa.
So he says if we don't have a masks, for us it's not good to be there because they are recording Russians and Belarusians. They want to know who's into the subject, who's interested in the border protection. So for our own safety, if we don't have a mask, we shouldn't enter because it's not safe. It's a war. It's not a joke.
So
What? Dude, that's so... Okay, I'm trying so hard not to make Polish jokes, bro. Like he's literally saying like if you are here without mask, we think you're Belarusian or Russian. We kill you. Which is funny because it's like, okay, then what if the Belarusians wear masks? Oh, automatically the Polish. How did they evade our beautiful technology? How do they evade beautiful technology? I think he's saying Russia will film you. Still very dumb. Yeah, what is Russia gonna do after filming him? Oh, they're saying Russians have cameras pointed into Poland and are looking at them. Oh, yeah, the Russians are gonna assassinate Tyler Oliveira. No, okay, that's still funny. They think camera, it captures your soul. This is Russian camera. It captures your soul. Do not show your face. This is Russian camera. It will steal your soul. Please do not do it. Please put the mask on. This Russian camera across the border, they steal you.
So we'd be in the database.
Yeah.
And is this largely contested right here? Are people trying to go through this?
Right. That's
shorter, much shorter compared to
and
this.
it was thousands of them.
Thousands
of them in one day. They were trying to force Polish border and they lost.
Okay.
We stopped them. It was, I don't know, maybe 10,000 of them. A lot. So a lot of things going on at the moment.
Look at that. There's clothes right there. Right. People are trying to get over this.
Straight away. So I'm proud to be here to see this soldiers and to see their service and to see the wall, because when I see the wall I do understand that this is for my future children, for my future wife, for my future family. I would say,
yeah, he doesn't have one. Classic incel Nazi piglet, dude. One day I will have wife. You gotta hurry up, dog. You're up there. I saw you fucking scarving those pierogies. You don't got that much life left in you. One day, I'm 55. One day, I have wife. My future wife.
to every single leftist, if you don't believe that this is war, come and see. Come and see.
Let's say I'm from Syria. I want to go through this wall. I break through the wall. What happens to me next?
You're killed. Dead.
Shot.
You will die like a dog. You can hear now.
Do you realize that every time you do an Eastern stereotypical accent, you're being so racist? Yes.
Who was that? Belarus?
Yeah. You can hear them. Yeah.
Who was that? It's a speaker or people?
Yeah, no, the people. They're in the groups. They communicate as well. They're very well organized. I think they are. Some of them are trained, paid, obviously.
Sure.
They are not just simple people.
Like mercenary groups?
Oh yes. You can tell that Russia pays well to destabilize, like Poland and other countries. They want us to spend.
Or they just want to get into further into the EU, dude. That's probably what it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if Russia is paying for like Syrians to fucking, go into the European Union. I think they just kind of, that's just kind of how migration patterns work. You're just doing a twofer. They're not even trying to go to Poland. They're probably trying to go to Germany. Okay. Holy fuck.
Money on this rather than around healthcare or anything else. One of their colleagues was killed just from this kind of distance.
Yeah.
He with the spear.
With a spear.
Yes.
Bro, he's talked about the spear so much. He is like, I don't think you understand the way people look at the spear thing. Like, I truly don't believe he understands. Like, most people are going to hear that and laugh. I don't think they're going to think that this is like an incredibly dangerous invasion. Unless they're super racist.
So it's not safe for us to be here
Because
yes, they might throw spear at me from border anytime now. This is magic tech. It's ancient. It's magic. They have magical camera on Russian border and spear.
it's just a moment and you might be dead. But 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, the war starts every night. Every night.
And then we hopped in the car to visit another part of Poland's border deep in the forest. It used to be.
I once talked to a Polish tourist in China who always wanted to see China, and I said I want to visit Poland as well to be polite. He just stared at me and asked why.
A completely weak border just a few years ago.
A little bit creepy out here.
Oh yeah. You wanted to come and see.
Yeah.
And this is reality.
Sure. Keeping our eyes peeled to see if we see anyone in the forest. It's not impossible to get through the wall, but it's highly unlikely given the amount of security here. I thought this would be a little bit more lax, like some parts of the southern border in the U.S. This is not relaxed.
This is war.
Actual
this is
war.
completely actual war.
We made it. We'll hop out so you can see, but this wall is in the middle of the forest. The road is not even paved, just to emphasize how rural this location is.
We had to do it in the middle of the forest.
Yeah.
There was no infrastructure.
Sure.
Because that is a green border.
Yeah.
So
yes, we see soldiers already.
we can see the border actually as it is. Look how long it is. Yeah.
And not only that, we have barbed wall and then another wall, double wall.
And then you have good soldiers, right? So that's very important.
Yeah. Fully masked up with their faces too.
They are recorded by Russian, so they don't want to.
And there's cameras in the forest right now?
Oh yeah.
Recording
Recording
Polish soldiers.
That's right. That's right.
So day in, day out, they're watching these walls.
They're probably gonna ask, who are we?
Sure. Fair question. All those cameras right there. Massive surveillance. Hi.
Everyone who died because of the terrorists in Europe is because your lack of decisions, lack of bravery, political correctness. You are responsible. Leftists are responsible for chaos in Europe. And they think they fight us, Republicans, conservatives. You're not fighting us. You're fighting with your own nations. We are protecting our own nations. And this is the proof. Can you hear that?
Whoa.
They're throwing stuff. They're throwing stuff.
We heard it. I heard a rock.
Yeah.
Should we say?
He's terrified. He's like, what if it's a spear? What if my time has come? Before I meet my wife, not a spear. I think they might be throwing spear. Watch out.
I know they're throwing rocks.
Why?
Because they behave like animals, unfortunately. They don't behave like civilized people. You can see on the video.
This long?
They can easily, like long...
Even Tyler's like, damn, they got a fucking arm on him. That boy's got a cannon, dog. Let him in. Let him play baseball in the Polish league.
It's like on the video when our soldier was killed, it's easy for them to throw it and kill you.
It's so funny that he's like, yeah, they're behaving like uncivilized barbarians. Meanwhile, there's like a truck full of Polish dudes geared out with weapons waiting to kill unarmed civilians. Like, that's your civilization? You're way more barbaric, dog. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Let's get out of here. So if you can't hear it on the mic, they're throwing rocks right now. People do want to get in. The question is, when will they try and how will they be punished? Let's get out of here, yeah?
After seeing the symbol of Poland's defiance against the EU's push towards diversity, open borders, and economic opportunity for those less fortunate from countries that are culturally dissimilar, I met up with Dominique in Brussels.
Countries that are culturally dissimilar. Fucking piece of shit, dude.
To see where Europe's elite politicians meet and decide the fate of an entire continent.
Okay, let's go. I'll show you how we do it.
Amazing. What's the current split between liberals and conservatives in parliament right now?
It's about 100 conservatives on 720 MEPs. So it's not much, but I think it's better to be a strong, small group rather than a massive. You know the story of 300.
Sure.
It's us.
What are your thoughts?
He's like, yes, we are pedophile. We are pedophile army. It's us. We are gay pedophile army. You know, we get sweaty, we fuck each other, we fuck the children, you know, like 300.
It's on the rest of parliament here, the EU in general.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Also, yeah. You want to retract that? What do you mean? What do you think the Spartans did, dog? What the fuck? Also, they literally used spears. What is going on? We have literally fucking people defending the Spartans' honor in the chat. What's happening?
That's in Brussels.
I don't like it at all. I tell you why. Again, I'm trying to be very objective, but I cannot be blind on statistics. Rapes, killings, stealings, stabbings. We don't have it in Poland.
Sure.
And when you see official data from here, from Eurostat, you see how Poland great is. It's so sad. But then when we are trying to tell them what is the reason of all this, they don't want to listen. They think that they're better, smarter. And now,
How large of a check would I have to write to buy you out?
You don't have this kind of money.
Okay.
You see, the difference between me and the rest is that I don't need sponsors. I don't need it. That's why they don't own me. That's why I can say what I think and what I believe. This is what they're afraid of. The voice of the people.
Oh, this is it?
This is it.
Can we pop in?
Yes, it's closed, right? It's closed. Okay, so this is the place where we take votes, and this is the place where we have speeches. We have 2 buildings. This is the machines for voting.
Okay. What will it take to make Europe great again, in your opinion?
To go back to the roots, Roman law, Greek philosophy, Christianity, not only as a faith, but also...
I'm sorry, what? Dude, first of all, it's so funny to be like, we got to go back to Roman law. I don't know if he's talking about like being a pedophile and having slaves, or if he's talking about one of the most diverse fucking, entire European continent traversing countries. Like, probably isn't talking about the good stuff and only about the bad, I suspect. Like, yes, we want Roman law.
So as a culture, as the way of living, mentality, art, music, everything. That's why I think Roman law, Greek philosophers, and what we had, not only last century, but throughout century, is great. I want to raise my future children as a Christians. So when you see attacks on Europe, you see attacks on Christianity, mainly on Catholics.
In 20 years, how do you think Europe will look like at this rate?
It's going to be very, very bad. It's not going to change for better. I think it will be more killings, more stabbings, more terrorist attacks, more wokeness, unless most of the nations will change their governments.
Yeah, the 3 things I hate: killings, stabbings, terrorist attacks, Islamist fundamentalism, and also gay people.
So please God, they will wake up. But the change will start if Donald Trump wins in US. Because whatever happens in US, it happens in Europe 6 or 10 months later.
Do you think we'll see walls like what we saw in Poland and other European countries soon?
It's a matter of time. Yeah, 100%. The final word to the viewers and to you would be always remember who you are. Be proud of who you are. Do not be afraid. Be brave. Fight and make your life great.
I know this is a tough one. Dominic, are you single?
Yes, I am. Why?
I don't know. I'm sure some viewers might be curious.
That took years out of my life, I think.
What kind of question is that?
Come on, you got to think about family, no?
Yeah, I am single, so thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Be like Poland.
Be like Poland, be brave. Cheers.
Bye, Dominic.
Bye.
Be like Poland, the country that kills illegal immigrants. Wow, what a fucking gross, disgusting freak, dude. Dude, it's not like Poland already had a good international reputation. This guy just single-handedly made it so much worse. That's crazy. Are you single? It's so funny how much they like try to be Trump. Oh God, Tyler Oliveira. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break, the last one. I'm sleepy and I'm gonna go and have dinner with my mom. That was disgusting. Holy fuck, dude. I guess the one good thing is that these fucking Nazi freaks are so repulsive. They're so utterly repulsive that they are just like, every moment that they spend trying to defend their ideology comes across as like, I don't know. There's a moment where like there's less fans, you know?
Starlock to the topic just begun.
Peace, everybody. Love you all.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.